everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Frieren, Infinite Cheats Across Anime Worlds. Chapter 32 to 64, Chapter 32, The Hunt for the Hero. What was that? A startled cry erupted among the crowd outside the ruins. Everyone had been caught completely off guard by the sudden, unannounced quake. They scrambled to grab onto whatever was nearby to steady themselves, fingers digging into rock and tree trunks, until the panic slowly settled. This world's geology was stable enough that earthquakes were rare. So this sudden tremor felt, to them, like nothing short of a sign the ruins were about to collapse. Some of them stared wide-eyed, the ruin's silhouette reflected in their pupils, a mix of worry and something like anticipation stirring in their hearts. But things didn't go the way they'd hoped. When the shaking lasted only about 20 seconds before fading out, disappointment spread across several faces, followed by a few disgruntled clicks of the tongue. Got their hopes up for nothing. They'd been hoping to cash in on the chaos. If the ruins had actually collapsed, crushing every monster inside, they could have skipped the dangerous exploring entirely, and just dug through the rubble for treasure instead. Unfortunately, luck hadn't been on their side this time. What had happened inside the ruins? Probably some powerful monster fighting the adventurers, they figured. With no way of knowing the actual situation, that was the best guess they could come up with. After all, in their minds, only a monster could possibly cause a disturbance that massive. Inside the ruins. Siri stared at her surroundings, unable to speak for a long moment. The cracks spreading across the ground looked like something a dragon had trampled through. No, even a dragon, using nothing but its body, couldn't have caused destruction this terrifying in a single instant. A single stomp triggering an earthquake was well beyond anything a living creature should be capable of. She drew a slow breath, her gaze drifting across the fractured ground, something stirring uneasily in her chest. That was when she suddenly realized she was still being held midair. The realization made Siri's face darken instantly, absurdity flooding through her. Was she being treated like some child? Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around sharply and kicked out at Ronan with startling speed. Thud. A dull impact echoed through the ruins, and Siri broke free of his grip. Her white skirt whipped through the air as she executed a clean backflip, landing more than 10 meters away. A faint breeze followed the motion, carrying a hint of floral scent. Ronan felt a bit baffled. A flying side kick, seriously. Talk about reckless. He meant to say something about it, but right then, dozens of well-concealed monsters had already closed in around them. Ronan had no choice but to act. He had no interest in getting buried under rubble. Then. Rustle, rustle. Black ash drifted down like snowflakes, dissolving away. The whole thing happened fast. From the explosion to the monster's near-total annihilation took barely 3 seconds. By the time Siri had fully collected herself and taken in what had happened, the complaint that had been building in her throat died on the spot. Even with some lingering resentment over the whole being carried incident, part of her still wanted to demand why Ronan had been so presumptuous, but now she understood exactly why he'd done it. This guy, humph. Siri took a deep breath, deeply annoyed on the inside, but the facts spoke for themselves. However unhappy she was, she had no choice but to accept it. She turned without a word and walked on ahead. Let's keep going. No point dwelling on it, one way or another, Ronan had saved her. Sure, she wasn't afraid of the explosion itself, but taking damage would have been all but guaranteed. Now that outcome had been avoided entirely. Honestly, her feelings on the matter were a tangled mess. As someone who loved battle, she'd always resented heroes for bringing peace to the world. She'd have to see how things played out. There was also something else nagging at her, the sheer power Ronan had just displayed. It brought to mind those races from the mythic era that had vanished long ago, the ones that had looked remarkably human. Could it be? Behind her, Ronan had no idea what was going through Siri's mind. Seeing her apparent irritation, he shook his head. Talk about aloof. He'd just saved her, and she couldn't even manage a thank you. Maybe that was just how older elves were, carrying their own kind of pride. Putting himself in her shoes, if he'd held her kind of standing and suddenly gotten rescued by someone so much younger, he'd probably feel a bit awkward about it too. He called over to Frieren, who'd been standing there stunned, and continued deeper into the ruins. He cleared out the mines along the way, one by one, as he went. He had to admit, X-ray vision was proving surprisingly useful in this dim environment. The green foreign objects had nowhere left to hide. Meanwhile, in a dark corner elsewhere, the demon felt the sudden tremor, and its eyes went wide. Carefully sensing the lingering traces left by its fallen soldiers, it immediately understood. Those reckless humans had already broken through the first line of defense. The demon gritted its teeth, thoroughly displeased, yet grudgingly impressed all the same. Humph, impressive. Not a single one of them lost, even after that violent an explosion. Humans these days really are far stronger than they used to be. Still, your luck ends here. Traps on the ground are easy enough to avoid. But what about a boulder charging straight at you? Get crushed. The demon felt supremely confident. The monster it had created weighed a full several thousand tons. An accelerating head-on impact from something that size rivaled a falling meteor, and its extreme density made it just as durable. Breaking through it with magic would be nearly impossible. Mere humans. Heh heh. The demon let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing through the darkness, chillingly ominous. While the demon made its move, the demon race's plan to hunt down the hero was also moving forward at full speed. Inside the Demon King's castle. Starting today, you need to keep your horns hidden at all times. According to the future I foresaw, the hero will appear within days to weeks, at a human village roughly 2,000 li from here. That village will be where Yarvis meets his end. Your task is to disguise yourself as one of the villagers before he attacks. That way, when the hero arrives, you'll have a natural excuse to approach him, claiming your parents died in the attack. This is your one and only chance to get close to him, and earn his trust. Of course. At that, Schlacht seemed to recall something important. He frowned slightly and added a few more words. If possible, I want you to find a human girl named Flam in that village. Get close to her and kill her quietly, without a trace. Like the hero, she poses a serious future threat to our race. Soltyr sat before a mirror, touching up her makeup, trying to make her pale lips look more human. Hearing Schlacht's assignment, she nodded without even turning around, her voice offhand. Got it. Disguise and murder, huh? Not exactly hard. My specialty, really. Soltyr let out a light laugh, seemingly unbothered by the task. Don't worry. I'll have it done within a week. Though, I do have one question. She turned to face him, her eyes fixed on Schlacht. If you already know the two of them are such a threat to our race, why not just take care of it yourself and be done with it? What exactly did you see in that future? Or is there something you're afraid of? Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 120 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Favored by the Goddess. 1,305 words. At that, Schlacht fell into a long silence. His gaze dropped, and after a moment, he slowly lifted his eyes and spoke plainly. You're right. I am afraid of her. No, to put it more precisely, I'm afraid of fate itself. Foresight magic has a serious flaw. For certain specific people, whatever future I see the first time is guaranteed to happen. They're the ones favored by the goddess. Schlacht let out a sigh, a note of barely concealed melancholy in his voice. Flam is one of them. I've foreseen countless possible futures involving her, and in every single one, I fail to kill her. Every time, someone appears and saves her. And I end up dead. No matter what I try, I can't rewrite that outcome. It makes no difference even if the Demon King himself gets involved. You're the only exception. You're special. Why Solitaire was special, Schlacht didn't know, but he suspected it had something to do with the goddess. Foresight itself was already strange enough, it wasn't something magic should even be capable of. Schlacht had considered, more than once, that it might be the goddess herself quietly guiding things from the shadows. Regardless, he couldn't afford to give up that last sliver of hope. Hearing this, Solitaire tilted her head slightly, as if working through what he'd just said. A moment later, something seemed to click, and the corner of her mouth curled into a radiant smile. I see. Favored by the goddess, huh? I've heard bits and pieces about that before. I've heard that among humans, those so-called clerics carry the goddess's protection. That protection doesn't fall under magic at all, but it grants some degree of immunity to monster and demon curses. Guess the goddess really doesn't bother hiding her hostility toward our kind. Well, never mind that. Solitaire shook her head lightly, unable to fully grasp what that hostility even meant, and simply said, Since you're telling me I'm special, I suppose I'll trust you on this one, just this once. I've got the makeup figured out. But what about my horns? There's no hairstyle that could hide these. Small as they were, barely 3 or 4 centimeters, shorter than a finger, they still stood out clearly against her smooth forehead. Without solving that problem, sneaking into a human village would already be difficult, let alone joining the hero's party. Schlacht looked her over for a moment, considering, then gave a slow nod. True enough. But if there's one thing our race never runs short of, it's transformation magic. Someone will come by shortly to help you with that. For now, focus on studying human expressions and mannerisms, make your disguise flawless. According to what I've seen, you have 2 days left. At most. 2 days, not exactly long but not too short either. Solitaire nodded. Understood. With that, eager to begin the hunt for the hero as soon as possible, she quickened her preparations. She practiced her smile in the mirror, over and over, trying to make it look more convincingly human. Satisfied with what he saw, Schlacht gave an approving nod and, reassured, turned and left the room. Elsewhere, Ronan, still searching for the demon alongside Ciri, suddenly stopped in front of a dark, looming wall. His sense of magic power told him something was off about it. Sure enough. The instant that thought settled, Ciri spun around, her voice sharp with urgency. Move. Boom. The wall lurched into violent motion, rolling toward them like a massive boulder. The ground cracked and shattered under the sheer pressure, fractures spreading outward like a spider's web, dust exploding into the air and swallowing the entire space in an instant. One glance told Ronan everything he needed to know, this was another monster. It reminded him of those giant boulder traps from certain anime. Ciri darted past him, expecting Ronan to turn and run alongside her, but he stood there completely unmoving. With no time to think it through, and wanting to repay him for saving her life earlier, Ciri immediately reached out, grabbed his arm, and tried to pull him back. She'd seen this kind of monster before, extremely resistant to magic. Her own spells could shatter it, sure, but they were inside the ruins. Ronan's earlier stomp had already destabilized the ground here. Another hit like that, and she had no interest in getting buried dozens of meters underground. She pulled, hard. He didn't budge. Ha! A flicker of alarm shot through Ciri, and she yanked again, but Ronan stood there like he'd taken root in the ground. Even her own movement got interrupted by the sheer unexpectedness of it. You. Ciri gritted her teeth, watching the monster bear down on them, ready to flatten her into paste. After a brief moment weighing her options, she made the call without hesitation, abandoning Ronan, grabbing Frieren instead, and preparing to pull back. I'm not waiting on you. What an absolute jerk of a situation. She had no intention of dying alongside Ronan over this. That earlier stomp had been powerful, sure, but who knew how much energy he actually had left in reserve? In 2,000 years of life, Ciri had never once considered herself special. the hero wouldn't be any different. But Ciri's decision didn't sit well with Frieren at all. Watching Ciri's grip tighten on her shoulder, Frieren tried to pull free, determined to stay and stand with Ronan. She owed him a debt, and it needed repaying. It was just a rock, after all. Seeing this, Ciri silently cursed them both as idiots. At a moment like this, and they were still being reckless, still being stubborn. What kind of disciple had she even set her sights on? Didn't they understand that only the living could chase ambition and actually enjoy life? Completely unqualified. Neither of them would amount to much. Fine, then. Chalking this whole thing up as a lesson learned the hard way, Ciri skidded to an abrupt stop and spun around, ready to blast the monster into dust. Even if it meant collapsing the ruins in the process. But the next instant, her eyes went wide as she witnessed something utterly absurd. Ronan stood completely still, reached out a hand, and casually stopped the multi-thousand-ton monster dead in its tracks. The thing rolled wildly, letting out a deep, guttural roar, but it could only spin uselessly in place, as though it had slammed into an invisible wall. A 5-meter-tall body, humiliated like that, it was almost. Ciri couldn't even find the words. The disconnect was so jarring that her own magic power fluctuation cut off entirely, mid-surge. What kind of power was this? Not even bothering to keep up appearances anymore. Earlier, she could have chalked it up to some adrenaline-fueled burst of strength in a moment of crisis. But now... Hey! Seeing Ronan looking perfectly relaxed, and understanding the danger had passed, Ciri let out a deep breath, her expression darkening. She fixed her gaze on Frieren and asked, her voice low. Who exactly is he? Where and when did you meet him? Tell me. This actually matters. I have my doubts he's a pure-blooded human. Haven't you noticed anything strange about how he's behaved this whole time? The hero. There's no way a hero is supposed to be like this. Triggering an earthquake with a single stomp, and coming out of it without a scratch, a body that resilient wouldn't have an equal anywhere in the world. Calling it a match for the Demon King himself wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 130 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 34, Phone Ling Yuing, Forced 1. 1,325 words. A match for the Demon King. Frieren froze for a moment, Ronan's composed figure reflected in her clear, lake-green eyes. Her lashes fluttered slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her expression. Was he really that strong? She'd been surprised by his performance too, of course. But to her, if he was the hero, then doing things beyond what ordinary people could manage seemed entirely reasonable. After all, he was the one chosen by the goddess. She turned to Ciri, about to offer some kind of explanation. Not far off, Ronan overheard their conversation, and gave a small nod. Sure enough, he couldn't keep his abnormalities hidden from someone as experienced as Ciri. Not that he'd been trying particularly hard to. He tightened his grip slightly, forcing the monster in front of him back, step by step. Ronan turned his head, his gaze landing on Ciri, his tone light, edged with a bit of teasing. Don't go slandering me now, Ciri. A match for the Demon King. I don't think so, if anything, the Demon King's the one who's a match for me. 1,000 years, and he still hasn't managed to destroy the hero's sword. Obviously, his strength doesn't even measure up to the sword itself. His words echoed through the noisy passage, and Ciri found herself momentarily speechless. She wanted to push back but couldn't quite find the words, because, strictly speaking, he wasn't wrong. Having gotten her answer, Ciri let out a sigh and stopped pressing the matter. And so as time slipped by, the sounds in the passage gradually faded. To avoid destabilizing the ruins any further, Ronan reduced the monster in front of him to dust, little by little. The creature howled in agony, thrashing to break free, but Ronan's hand had sunk deep into its body, leaving no chance of escape. All it could do was watch, helplessly, as the life drained out of it, despair filling its final moments. As the three of them pushed further in, every monster that appeared, ordinary or otherwise, fell to their combined assault, one after another. Once the pea-shooter was one-shot by a sniper strike from an absurd distance, and the wind magic countered outright by earth magic, the demon at the deepest point finally lost its composure entirely. Why were humans this strong these days? It had expected an easy win. Instead, not a single monster it had sent out had managed to stop them. It wanted to try creating more, but there simply wasn't time left. Every passage had converged on a single point, which meant the exploration was accelerating fast as they neared the center. Within a single minute, Ronan and the others reached the final chamber. Ahead, everything was blanketed in ice, the walls and floor coated in a thick layer of frost. Just one breath of the air brought a bone-deep chill, as though it could freeze the soul itself. Frieren shuddered, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Ronan extended his senses and detected a formidably powerful monster behind the doors ahead, its magic power more than 3 times Frieren's. Beside him, Ciri stood with her arms crossed, gazing at the stone door with a certain detachment, her voice cool and clear. "This is it. Push through this door, take down whatever's waiting on the other side, and that should be where the demon lives. The treasury's usually there too. I only want the magic inside. I don't care about anything else. Who's in favor? Who's opposed?" She looked at the two of them, her tone leaving no room for argument, as though the outcome had already been decided, not even bothering to spare a thought for the demon. After a pause, she added, "Of course, as compensation, once I've decoded whatever's in there, you two can learn it too. That includes you, hero. You're a mage as well, aren't you? Your magic power's practically overflowing at this point." At first, Ciri hadn't noticed, since Ronan had kept his magic power suppressed to an extreme degree. But as they'd pushed deeper into the ruins, and as he'd used more magic, clearing out swarms of weak but numerous monsters, Ciri had gradually pieced together the truth. Ronan nodded, his tone easy. "Fine by me. Though you'll have to tell me where you actually live, and how long this decoding is going to take. Might as well do it together. I've got a bit of experience in this myself, could save some time." "You?" Hearing that shameless claim, Ciri shot him a look loaded with meaning, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Part of her wanted to scoff, a human claiming to be more learned than an elf would normally be laughable. But remembering exactly who Ronan was, she let the thought go, nodded, and forced a composed tone. "Is that so? Then I suppose I'll have to see just how much experience you actually have. Let's move first. We can settle this after we deal with whatever's behind that door. Some measly ice magic, way out of its league." With that, she blasted the stone door apart with a single shot. Boom! Roaring flames surged out of her palm, blazing with searing heat, sweeping over everything in an instant like a disaster incarnate. Hellfire magic. The ice melted away completely, thick white mist billowing outward. Beyond the door. Bang! The snow pea, which had been waiting all this time, immediately fired off a bolt of magic power capable of freezing anything it touched. Ice and fire collided head-on, a massive plume of steam erupting into the air, the temperature in the passage climbing several degrees in an instant. The damp, stifling air rolled toward them, and Frieren, struggling to breathe, frowned and instinctively took a step back. But it was all over before long. Snap! Ronan gave a light snap of his fingers, an almost imperceptible thread of magic power slipping through the mist, wrapping invisibly around the snow pea. An instant later, the snow pea burst into flame, for no visible reason. The mist dissipated along with it. Seeing the monster's charred, blackened remains, Ciri assumed it was the result of her own hellfire magic, and let out a small, satisfied huff. "Let's go." She stepped forward, thinking to herself that this last guardian had been surprisingly weak. Its magic power had been a full 1.5 times the previous ones, and yet its performance had been so pitiful it hadn't even lasted 3 seconds. Ronan just smiled and said nothing, walking through the door. With the final obstacle cleared, he finally laid eyes on the demon's true form. It was a massive mouth, floating in midair, 2 eyes set above it, thoroughly bizarre to look at. When Ronan spotted it, it was in the middle of chewing something. A moment later, it spat out a few monsters similar to the ones he'd already fought through. Not particularly interested in wasting more time, and having finally reached the final boss, Ronan used Feng Ling Yuing to one-shot it on the spot. The demon's HP was forcibly set to 0. Its enormous mouth stretched wide, letting out a strange sound, something like a laugh, as if trying to mock him one last time. Ha! The next instant, the sound cut off entirely. With a soft rush, it dissolved into ash, scattering on the wind. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye. Ciri stood there, stunned, her rising excitement collapsing instantly, her surging magic power cutting off yet again. She rubbed her eyes, as if refusing to believe what she'd just witnessed. Dead? It's dead. Then. She snapped. Is identical to. I didn't even get to do anything. Damn it all. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 130 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, The Spoils Departure. 1,287 words. Ciri's composure shattered completely. As someone who lived for battle, watching the fight slip away right in front of her felt like watching a lifetime of savings burn to ash before her eyes. What had actually happened? The demon couldn't have just died on its own. Unless it had killed itself. Suicide. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a cold smirk tugged at Ciri's lips. What kind of demon does that? Was it brain dead? But if not suicide, then what? There was no way Ronan had actually taken it down. Ciri had been watching her surroundings carefully the entire time she'd been in this room. And yet, she hadn't seen Ronan do anything remotely suspicious. The gap between what she'd witnessed and what made sense, combined with the hollow letdown of losing her fight, left Ciri thoroughly disoriented. Just then, Frieren walked up and stood beside Ronan. She stopped, her gaze settling on the massive stone door behind where the demon had been, a look of quiet satisfaction crossing her face, the excitement of a journey nearing its end, treasure within reach. Is this the treasury? Frieren asked softly. With the demon's death, the surrounding monsters let out a few final, agonized cries before collapsing one after another, dissolving into ash. Beside her, Ronan gave the scene a brief, indifferent glance and moved on. He stepped forward and approached the stone door. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to push it open. The next instant, Ciri snapped out of her daze, saw what Ronan was doing, and her chest tightened. She called out quickly. Wait, the door. Before she could finish, Ronan's right hand had already made contact with the stone. A crackle of electricity burst from his fingertips with a sharp snap. As the sparks flickered, Ronan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Lightning magic. He turned and looked at Ciri, his expression saying, without words, that her warning had come a little late. A flash of irritation crossed Ciri's face. She stepped forward and explained. In short, since the demon had been capable of producing monsters of its own, there was no reason to assume the treasury door would be left simply unguarded. Years of experience told her there had to be some unknown barrier warding it. Ronan's little incident just now had confirmed her suspicion. Ciri held out a hand, stopping it a few centimeters from the door. As she worked through dismantling the barrier, she glanced back. This is exactly why I said you two shouldn't have come along with me. Not even knowing basic common sense from 1,000 years back. How's a hero like you supposed to protect Frieren properly? Just hand her over to me already. Hearing this, Frieren didn't respond, only pressing her lips together slightly. Ronan replied, unbothered. You literally just said it's a 1,000-year-old piece of common knowledge. It's normal for us not to know it, it's just a trap. Everyone starts out as a beginner at some point. Ciri, there's no need to keep bringing this up. She's already said no. Neither you nor I can change that. Let's talk about splitting the treasure instead. Ronan had no particular interest in the loot, or more precisely, no interest in gold and gems specifically. As it happened, Ciri didn't care much for them either. Once they left, they'd still need to clear out the mimics scattered throughout the ruins, and too much gold would just get in the way of collecting magic. So a question arose. If neither of them wanted the gold and treasure, who was it supposed to go to? Both of them arrived at the same thought almost simultaneously, their gazes drifting toward Frieren without quite meaning to. Frieren took a small step back. Ciri let out a cold laugh. Interesting. Didn't expect the hero to turn out this generous. Guess I underestimated you. Fine, let's settle it this way. All the gold and treasure goes to Frieren, to help rebuild her village. The grimoire is mine to keep, once I've decoded it, you can learn from it too. As for the rest of the magic tools, I'll take the loss and let you have all of them. Any objections? If not, that's how it's split. Never thought I, Ciri, would end up making a choice like this someday. In all her previous expeditions, she'd never once split her findings with anyone. Today she'd broken that pattern. Creak. With a deep, groaning sound, the stone door slowly swung open, revealing the treasure hidden within. The three of them methodically gathered everything inside, and before long, left the treasury with their arms full. After that, they spent a while more thoroughly sweeping the rest of the ruins, clearing out every last mimic. Only then, thoroughly satisfied, did they finally leave the ruins. Outside the ruins. Under the bright sunlight, Ciri was mentally tallying up their haul when something suddenly caught her off guard. She noticed that out of every 100 mimics, a full 5% had turned out to be genuine treasure chests. That number was staggering, 10 times the theoretical rate. Was this the hero's doing too? She narrowed her eyes, gaze settling on Ronan, a flicker of suspicion crossing them. After a moment she spoke. I'm going to be staying nearby for a while to decode those spells. Would you two like to come along? She paused, her tone laced with something probing. Hero, let me ask you something. Has your luck always been this good? She suspected Ronan carried some kind of invisible luck buff of his own. After all, in a world shaped by a goddess, anything was possible. Foresight existed, didn't it? A little extra luck was nothing by comparison. Ciri didn't mind it at all. Ronan smiled and answered. Luck's such an intangible thing, who really knows? We're actually staying nearby too, as it happens. Why don't you just come stay with us? Save yourself the cost of an inn. Just then, Ronan spotted Martin. Martin came rushing over. He'd been waiting outside for a full day and night. Seeing Ciri, he froze for a second, then spoke in a hushed voice, clearly worried about upsetting the formidable woman. Lord Ronan, you're finally back. I was worried sick. The Viscount was on the verge of putting out a search order. Please, come with me right away, the bronze statue of you and Lady Frieren has already been finished. We're just waiting on your word. A statue of Viscount. Those two words made Ciri shoot Ronan a long, appraising look. She didn't know the details, but it was clear enough that the hero Ronan had already tangled himself up with the local nobility. What exactly was he trying to accomplish? Confused, Ciri followed the group toward the city, and it didn't take long before everything clicked into place. Deterring the Demon King's army, was it? A small trick. Somewhat effective but not by much. Ronan clearly had no idea just how tense the current relationship between elves and demons had actually become. As his supposed ally now, Ciri offered a bit of advice. Putting up a statue of yourself is fine. But Frieren's eyed dropped that idea. The demon race is currently in the middle of a full-scale slaughter of elves. If word gets out that this place is under an elf's protection, they won't hold back. It's just a small city, Hero Ronan. Why bother going to such lengths for it? Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 140 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, The Magic Association, Conscience Magic. 1,378 words. Ronan glanced at her, roughly understanding what Ciri meant. Essentially, none of it mattered anyway, since even the deepest mark he left behind would fade within a few centuries. But that wasn't a reason to just stand by and do nothing. Ronan snapped back and said offhandedly, "I've got money and I've got time. That's really all there is to it. No need to keep discussing it. What's this about the demon race slaughtering elves? What's going on there?" The matter had been nagging at him, given that Frieren was an elf herself. The village chief had never once mentioned anything like this before, and it left him with a lingering sense of confusion. Standing by the city wall, gazing off into the distance, Ciri spoke in a flat tone, as though discussing something entirely unremarkable. "It's nothing much. I wounded the Demon King a while back. That's all there is to it. He got humiliated and couldn't take me down, so he started slaughtering my kind to vent his frustration. So that was it." Fighting the Demon King certainly sounded like something Ciri would do. Just if she'd been able to wound him, why not finish the job and kill him for good? As though reading the doubt written on Ronan's face, Ciri's gaze drifted, her tone even. "I didn't bother killing him. I believe I mentioned this before, I love war. I enjoy the thrill of clashing with an enemy. Sure, that means other people end up dying because of it, but that's not my problem. Even if one Demon King dies, another will just take his place. Hero Ronan, you don't need to look at me like that." She already knew what he wanted to say, some sort of defense of her actions, but the demon race could never truly be wiped out. They'd been multiplying across this continent for 1,000 years, entrenched now like some incurable disease. Unless the goddess herself descended to pass judgment on them, body and soul both, the struggle between humans and demons would go on forever without end. Ronan fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Watching Ciri's unnervingly composed expression, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was simply too cold-blooded. As if other people's deaths meant about as much to her as eating a meal or drinking water. No wonder she'd been so indifferent to the massacre of her own kind. With that thought, Ronan let out a quiet sigh. Loving war isn't exactly an admirable trait, you know. Ciri, I'm guessing you don't have many close friends day to day, do you? Frieren had once told him that elves, to varying degrees, all carried some kind of flaw, whether in temperament or in their bodies. And those flaws were part of what kept the elven population so limited over time. Ciri showed almost no obvious physical flaws, but her personality. Well, to Ronan, a mentally healthy person simply shouldn't behave this way. Hearing this, Ciri's brow furrowed. She fixed her eyes on Ronan, her voice icy. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Nothing in particular. Just being honest." Ronan looked off into the distance, laying out the facts plainly. "I'm sure you've felt it yourself, Ciri. Ever since you met Frieren, you've been pushing your weight around pretty hard. I don't personally have an issue with it, but don't forget, this is a human world. And it's going to stay a human world going forward." The implication was clear, even the most patient hunter should be careful, or the prey might just turn around and bite back. At that, Ciri wanted to argue, her fist clenching, but in the end, the fight went out of her. She knew Ronan wasn't wrong. It had been over 2,000 years since humans first built civilization. In just those 2,000 years, humanity had gone from a primitive, feral existence to a reasonably ordered world of city-states. Meanwhile, her own people hadn't changed one bit in that same span of time, an undeniable sign of how far behind they'd fallen. Without exaggeration, another 2,000 years, and the elves would inevitably be left behind by the times entirely. But Ciri refused to accept that. She'd make sure Ronan saw in time that elves could still stand at the very top of the continent, no matter what the future brought. She made up her mind, once she left this place, she'd follow the human model and found a magic association of her own. With herself as president, presiding over both humans and elves alike. That way, even when the age of humans finally came, the world of magic would still belong to the elves. That night, inside the estate, moonlight poured into the room like water. Ciri lay sprawled comfortably across a soft blanket, propped up on both elbows. The fireplace beside her burned low and steady, its flickering light dancing across her pale, bare feet as she idly swung them, thoroughly at ease. A spell to sharpen the ears and clear the eyes. Ciri murmured to herself, flipping through the pages of the grimoire in her hands. A spell to make one step swift as the wind. A spell to quicken the mind. What is even the point of all this? Not a single attack spell in the whole thing. Her voice was thick with frustration. Now I finally understand how a single demon managed to wipe out the entire Pure Land dynasty. None of these spells are even remotely useful in a fight. 2,000 years ago must have been unbelievably peaceful. Made sense, really. 2,000 years ago, the demon race, these people-eating monstrosities, hadn't even existed yet. Back then, the only threats humans faced were ordinary beasts and low-level monsters. Sure, the occasional rare demon might show up, but on the whole, none of it amounted to much of a danger. In an environment that peaceful, whatever magic got created would naturally center around civilization's growth and the passing down of knowledge. What terrible luck, Ciri muttered to herself, but she quickly perked back up. Because even if the spells weren't particularly useful, it was still a decent haul overall. At the very least, when it came time to develop new magic of her own, having access to these would probably save some time. With that thought, she kept flipping through the pages, hoping to find something that would actually catch her interest. Then, something occurred to her, and she glanced over at Ronan, who was off studying the ancient script nearby. Hey, hero. That spell you got from the chest earlier, have you finished translating it yet? Given how little of interest she'd found, Ciri was fairly curious about that particular one, hoping it might turn out to be some kind of combat magic. Unfortunately, treasure chest loot rarely varied that dramatically. Ronan looked up and answered, more or less. If my translation's right, it's called conscience magic. Use it on any living creature, and no matter who they are, they'll be compelled to confess every wrong they've ever done. Falls under the category of mind control magic. At that, Ciri immediately lost interest. Being able to interrogate someone's conscience wasn't particularly special. Force worked just as well for getting a confession. Practically useless. Ciri shook her head, letting the thought drop, deciding to just let Ronan have it since she had no use for it herself. With a sigh, she went back to decoding the grimoire, and before long, morning had arrived. 5 days had passed now, with roughly 2 days left before the group from the village of the sword was due to arrive. She'd expected everything to go according to plan, with nothing unexpected to worry about. But then, a carrier pigeon descended, delivering an urgent letter directly into Frieren's hands. Ronan opened it, a request for help. The group headed to the village of the sword had been ambushed en route by an ambushing party of demons. They urgently needed reinforcements. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 140 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 37, First Contact with the Demon Race. 1,426 words. TCH. These demons sure know how to pick their timing. Out in the wilderness, Ronan hurried along, Frieren keeping pace beside him. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, scattered with dry leaves that crunched faintly underfoot. Frieren stayed close behind him, her face tight with worry. Since it was people from her village in trouble, there was no way she wasn't going back to check on them. Ronan simply went along with it. After all, leaving her alone in the city hadn't exactly been a great idea to begin with. Except, hey, Ciri. This whole village of the sword thing, why are you even tagging along? Ronan glanced sideways at her. Ciri was walking barefoot across the soft earth, looking thoroughly relaxed, the corner of her mouth curled upward, seemingly having shaken off yesterday's mood entirely. At his question, she raised an eyebrow and answered. What, back at the ruins, you and Frieren got to tag along with me, and now I can't do the same. A few demons are nothing to worry about, and neither is this so-called request for help. It's obviously bait, meant to lure you out there so they can finish you off. Otherwise, that distress call would never have made it out at all. Ciri shook her head lightly. As a seasoned veteran, she'd spotted the demon race's intentions at a glance. Ronan frowned, not slowing his pace. If that's the case, then why are you still coming along? You already know they're going to die at my hands. Shouldn't decoding the grimoire, hunting down combat spells, be your top priority right now? They hadn't even finished going through everything they'd collected yesterday, at least 30% of it was still undeciphered. Some of it might even turn out to be legendary tier spells. Ciri shot him a look, something meaningful in her eyes. Combat magic is important, sure, but it can wait. I've got everything on me already. Besides, I'm not tagging along with you. I'm tagging along with Frieren. I want to see what my future disciple's home looks like. Can't a person feel a little nostalgic? As I recall, it's been a good few decades since I last passed through an elf village. TCH. A few decades ago. That was probably longer than his own lifespan. Since Ciri had put it that way, Ronan didn't have much of a comeback. The three of them pressed on at speed. To put her new spell to the test, Ciri used the one for swift footsteps. In an instant, her figure moved as light as a swallow, effortlessly overtaking Ronan, who'd already kicked into double speed. Seeing this, Ronan silently switched up to quadruple speed, and without missing a beat, swung Frieren onto his back. Whoosh! He moved like a bolt of lightning, his body reduced to a blur of afterimages, Frieren clinging tightly to his neck as they went. And so, the two of them raced each other, and what should have been half a day's journey was covered in half an hour instead. You absolute! Outside the village, Ciri stood drenched in sweat, damp strands of hair plastered against her cheeks. She bent over, hands braced on her knees, breathing hard. Looking up, she glared at Ronan, gritting her teeth even as she thought, this hero's stamina really was no joke. He'd covered dozens of kilometers and wasn't even winded. Unlike her, even with magic assisting her, her body was still, fundamentally, mortal flesh. Just as she was about to cast a spell to clean off the sweat, the village chief came out, his expression heavy with worry, and handed Ronan an address. Ronan took it, and the chief offered a few final words of caution. Once he'd finished, his gaze happened to land on the elf standing behind Ronan. He froze on the spot. You. He rubbed his eyes, half certain he was seeing things, and asked cautiously. Could you possibly be Lady Ciri? Ciri looked up. Every trace of sweat and dust had already vanished from her, as though the whole sprint had never happened. Only a faint flush still lingering on her cheeks hinted at the effort she'd just spent. She didn't recognize the man, but nodded anyway upon seeing him. That's me. Didn't expect anyone out here in this backwater to know who I am. Do you have a spare room? I'll be staying here for a while. The chief nodded rapidly, his worried expression instantly replaced by excitement. Yes, of course. Please, Lady Ciri, follow me. For a moment, he completely forgot Ronan was even standing there. Because Ciri was currently the highest-ranking elf of her entire people. Having her stay in the village was, without question, a tremendous honor. As for the hero, admirable, sure, but he was still just a human. Watching this unfold, Ronan felt at a loss for words. He vaguely remembered the chief hadn't spoken to him like this just a few days ago. 5 days, and the man's attitude had done a complete 180. He tucked the address away, ready to leave Frieren here in Ciri's care, and head off on his own. But before he could, Ciri spoke first. Actually, thinking about it, a spare room sounds a little lonely. She turned to the chief. You're the village chief, aren't you? Tell me, does Frieren's house have a spare room? At that, the chief finally seemed to remember Ronan existed. He glanced at him warily, then answered carefully. There is one, yes, but the hero. Ciri, sharp as ever, needed only those few words to understand the whole situation. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Oh? So he's been staying at Frieren's place too? How improper. Well, never mind, it doesn't matter. He won't be in the village these next few days anyway. Give me his room. She turned to look at Ronan, a teasing smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Go on, Ronan. Don't worry about a thing. I'll take good care of Frieren while you're gone. By the time you're back, I should have the grimoire fully decoded, more or less. The way she said it made it sound almost like she didn't expect him to come back at all. Probably just his imagination. Ciri surely wasn't the type to shamelessly whisk Frieren away the moment his back was turned. Letting out a breath, Ronan gave Ciri one long look, then turned and left the village. He'd decided to end this quickly. Just in case that scenario actually did happen, he didn't want to spend the rest of his life combing the continent for the two of them. And it wasn't just about Frieren either. It was also about protecting his own spellbook collection. If there was one thing he hated, it was people running off with the loot. 300 kilometers away. Deep in a quiet forest. A steady drizzle kept falling, raindrops tapping crisply against the leaves, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. Inside a narrow hollow at the base of a tree, a small group sat huddled together, their expressions grim, the firelight casting deep, unsettling shadows across their faces. A plainly dressed woman glanced out through the mouth of the hollow. Seeing the demons still patrolling outside, forming what looked like an unbreakable net, she spoke in a low voice, tinged with unmistakable despair. These demons just won't let up. I hope the hero's already gotten the letter by now. You elves, he really is the true hero, isn't he? If he doesn't come. Please don't worry, chief of the village of the sword. A female elf replied to her, voice gentle but firm. I trust the hero's character. As for whether he's truly the hero, didn't you see it yourself at the sacred grounds? The hero's sword was drawn. Trust. The woman shook her head, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. She wouldn't pass judgment until she'd seen the hero with her own eyes. Still, she supposed she'd trust him, reluctantly, for now. Because this was their only chance at survival. From what little contact they'd had with the demons so far, the woman had learned the name of the demon squad leader tasked with hunting them down, O'Brien. One of the demon generals, a subordinate under Yarvis. _______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 150 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 38, A Spell That Cleaves Through Everything. 1,542 words. Still nothing. Not far off, O'Brien glared at his search party, who'd come up completely empty-handed, his face darkening with rage. That damn woman. And her whole stinking group of elves. Both explicitly named by the Demon King himself as targets that had to die. And yet, both groups had somehow slipped right out from under his nose. At that thought, O'Brien's temper finally snapped and he snarled. You worthless bunch. He kicked one of his subordinates to the ground, planting his boot hard on the demon's chest, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. This was your brilliant idea, use them as bait to lure out the hero. It's been 2 days. Where is he? The hero not showing up is bad enough, but you let the targets escape too. Tell me, what use are you even? Word of the hero's emergence had already reached the Demon King, and to cover every angle, he'd informed several demon squads of the situation. The intent had been for them to gauge the hero's actual strength, and use his performance to adjust the demon's broader strategy. O'Brien was one of the demons chosen for the task. The poor fool had no idea death was already breathing down his neck. All he could think about was venting his fury. His subordinate took the beating without a word. In the demon world, strength was law, and he had no capacity to resist. The barrier magic protecting the fugitives was simply unbreakable, the kind that masked scent and magic power completely. In a forest as dense and complicated as this one, tracking them down was next to impossible, like searching for a needle in an ocean. There was one silver lining, though, barrier magic like that couldn't relocate itself. As long as they kept watch here, the fugitives would eventually have to come out once they ran out of food. But O'Brien had no patience for any of that logic. All he knew was that his time was being wasted. Right as he was in the middle of beating his subordinate, a sudden rush of footsteps approached. A demon came sprinting over from the distance, delivering an urgent report. Report. Lord O'Brien, our scout unit has spotted the hero's trail. He's closing in on us at incredible speed, his velocity. At the first part of that report, O'Brien's temper vanished in an instant. He looked at the messenger, a savage grin spreading across his face, already preparing to send out troops for a decisive clash with the hero, to demonstrate the true strength of the Demon King's army. But just then, another demon came rushing in, cutting the first one off entirely. No, this is bad, Lord O'Brien. That hero can fly. At that, O'Brien's expression froze on the spot. His eyes widened slightly, as though he'd just heard something utterly impossible. Fly? Wasn't that supposed to be an ability exclusive to demons? The hero, a demon? What kind of joke was that? He stomped down hard, cracking the ground beneath him, and bellowed. You idiot! There's no way some mere human can fly. Report false intel to me again, and I'll cleave you in half. O'Brien wielded a spell capable of cleaving through nearly anything. In his eyes, whatever could be split apart, he could split, no matter how hard. That was precisely why the Demon King had assigned him to this mission. Terrified as he was of O'Brien's power, the messenger still held his ground, his voice trembling but insistent. I'm not lying, sir. The hero really can fly. He's moving fast, about 10 seconds out, no, 5 seconds. A bead of cold sweat slid down the demon's forehead as he spoke. And right then, an enormous shadow suddenly blotted out the sun overhead. At the same moment, a booming voice cut through their conversation, interrupting everyone at once. I'm here. Are you the demons mentioned in the letter? O'Brien's face darkened as he looked up. There, hovering in midair, was a young man, maybe 20 years old, looking down at them from above. His features were hard to make out against the light, his silhouette wreathed in a golden glow, radiating an unmistakable sense of looking down on everyone beneath him. Seeing this, O'Brien clenched his teeth, fury erupting inside him like a volcano. He materialized an axe blade in his hand, launched himself into the air, and swung down at the young man with the force of something tearing through the sky. Human. You're far too full of yourself. O'Brien felt as though his very dignity had been trampled. Only the Demon King himself was allowed to look down on him from above. To be treated this way by a mere human, hero or not, was more than he could stomach. He roared. Die. Watching this, Ronan let out a small tch. Yeah, figured. These demons really didn't know how to reason things out. Given that, he didn't bother wasting words either. Facing O'Brien's furious charge head-on, he gave a light wave of his hand. Boom. Magic power crashed down like a tidal wave, slamming O'Brien straight into the ground, shattering the axe in his grip completely. A wide spray of blood erupted from him as he hit the earth. It all happened in the blink of an eye, far too fast for anyone to react. Ronan descended from the sky, and since he had no idea who was actually in charge here, he addressed the stunned demons standing around him. Go get your leader out here. Can't you people just talk things out? Did we really have to jump straight to blades? You demons are way too savage. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, but it wasn't far from the truth, honestly. If it had been an ordinary human standing there instead, they'd have been cut down before they even registered what was happening. The demons stood in stunned silence. For a moment, none of them could tell. Was Ronan mocking them, or was he being serious? Get their leader out here. Hadn't their leader just gotten flattened in a single exchange? There wasn't another leader to get. This human clearly had something wrong with him. At the very least, none of them had ever seen someone beat their leader, and then ask where the leader was. He was clearly treating O'Brien like some low-level grunt. Taking a deep breath, one demon in the group noticed Ronan's growing impatience. For the sake of his own life, he forced himself forward, gritting through the pain. Yes, this was the same demon O'Brien had been beating just moments earlier. Lowering his head, he laid out a fact for Ronan, effortlessly weaving in a lie along the way. You must be the hero. To be honest, the one lying there coughing up blood is our squad leader, Lord O'Brien. It's an honor to meet you. You truly live up to the legends, wise and mighty, just as the stories describe. He dropped to his knees with a thud, forehead pressed hard against the ground. Please, wise and mighty one, spare my life. I was wrong. All of this was O'Brien forcing my hand. Just look at the state of my injuries, and you'll understand. I have elderly parents to support, and children waiting for me, a 3-year-old daughter. Eating people was wrong of me. I swear I'll reform, turn over a new leaf, and become a good, kind demon. Every word of this he'd learned from humans. In truth, he had no idea what reform, turning over a new leaf, or kindness even meant. Kowtowing meant about as much to him as walking, no real significance behind it. He was simply mimicking the gestures he'd seen humans make when begging for their lives. He'd used this exact combination of words and actions to escape death several times before. No reason this time should be any different. However, watching this, Ronan just laughed. Interesting. Really interesting. Elderly parents, young children, a 3-year-old daughter. I swear I've heard this exact line at least 100 times by now. Don't you people have any originality when you're begging for your lives? If apologizing, kowtowing, and confessing actually worked, we wouldn't need police. Oh right, forgot, this world doesn't have police. Anyway, save it for the goddess. Not particularly interested in dragging this out, and pressed for time, Ronan, well aware these creatures were compulsive liars, didn't hesitate for a second before bringing his blade down. Not far off, back in the hollow tree, the small group watching this unfold wore strange expressions on their faces. Unfamiliar with how demons actually operated, they'd taken the story at face value, genuinely believing the demon really did have elderly parents and young children waiting for him. And so, Ronan's approach, so different from what they expected of a typical human, left them more than a little confused. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 150 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Siri, your disciple's in trouble. 1,335 words. Silence spread through the group. Finally, a male elf lifted his head and hesitantly broke the quiet. Wasn't the hero's behavior a bit too brutal? He's strong, sure, and he showed up right when we needed him, but still. As someone from the elves' orderly good camp, he genuinely couldn't reconcile himself with cutting down people who'd surrendered, regardless of who they were. There'd surely been gentler, more reasonable ways to handle the situation. Beside him, the female elf who'd earlier voiced her support for Ronan pressed her lips together, her gaze dropping to the ground, conflict clearly written across her face. She trusted the hero, trusted that he must have had his reasons for doing what he'd done. And besides, demons had always been thoroughly evil, killing them without much scrutiny didn't seem like such a big deal, especially given that he'd just pulled them out of a life-or-death situation. And yet, some deep part of her conscience kept insisting that cutting down someone who'd surrendered simply wasn't right. Ahem. Just then, the chief of the village of the sword cleared her throat softly, breaking the strange tension hanging over the group. She kept her gaze fixed toward the direction Ronan had appeared from, speaking slowly, in a soothing tone. Everyone, I understand your concerns, but he is, after all, the hero personally chosen by the goddess herself. She turned, sweeping her eyes across the group, pausing briefly before continuing. He must have had his reasons for handling it that way. Perhaps he knows something about the situation that we don't. We mustn't jump to conclusions. If we misunderstand the hero over this and discourage him, that would cause far bigger problems. After all, history is full of tragedies born from misunderstandings just like this. The reasoning was sound enough. Faced with the chief's explanation, the male elf crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, saying nothing further. Beside him, the female elf's furrowed brow relaxed, a bit of ease settling back into her. That's right, she thought. This is exactly how a hero should be. Once they left this hollow, she resolved to ask about it more directly, and that flight spell, that had caught her attention too. If she hadn't already known Ronan was the goddess-chosen hero destined to avert calamity, she might have mistaken him for a spy sent by the demon race. Flying more smoothly than a demon, wielding more power than a demon, genuinely astonishing. With that thought, the female elf quietly let out a breath. As the minutes ticked by, the commotion in the distance gradually faded to nothing. The chief looked over once more and saw the elite demon squad, several dozen strong, now entirely reduced to ash, cut down by Ronan. Sensing something, Ronan sheathed his sword and glanced sideways toward a towering ancient tree. What his eyes picked out wasn't just an ordinary tree, it was 6 tiny green figures hidden within it, perfectly still. Unless he was mistaken, this had to be the group who'd sent the distress call. He started walking toward them, but before he even got close, the chief dissolved the barrier spell, and led the group out to meet him. They approached Ronan. Hello. You must be the hero, correct? A pleasure to meet you. I'm the 23rd chief of the village of the sword. As she spoke, she brushed a strand of hair back from her ear, her every movement graceful and composed. Her gentle gaze carried a hint of scrutiny as she studied Ronan, and the hero's sword hanging at his waist. She gave a slight nod and reached out to shake his hand, her tone sincere. Thank you so much for saving us. You must be exhausted after such a long journey, hero. I know this isn't exactly the moment for pleasantries, but we really should leave this place as soon as possible. That ambush was clearly premeditated. Word of their deaths will likely spread fast. If that draws the attention of the 7 sages of destruction, we'll have real trouble on our hands. It wasn't that she doubted Ronan's strength, she just preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. And after such a long journey, there was no telling how much fighting strength he actually had left. Safety came first. Ronan nodded and turned to leave. Along the way, he overheard someone asking why he'd been so cold-blooded toward those demons who'd begged for their lives. The question caught him off guard for a moment. He turned and looked at the female elf, blinked and answered. They were demons and they still meant to kill us. That's really all there is to it. He'd expected that answer to settle things, but she seemed ready to push further. But just because they're demons, does that mean? All right, you don't need to finish that. Ronan cut her off with a wave, already knowing where she was headed. Bleeding heart syndrome, he thought. No wonder demons kept getting away with their lies so easily, the people in this world were just too naive. None of the cynical, guarded worldview you'd find back in modern society. The chief shot the elf a glance of her own. Maria, did you already forget what I just said? Don't jump to conclusions. Whatever the reasoning behind it, the fact that he saved us is beyond dispute. Are you really going to speak ill of the man who just saved your life? That comment even caught Ronan's attention. He raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, wow, genuine bleeding heart material, this one. Sure, that was usually meant as a compliment, but given the circumstances right now. Never mind. Whatever they thought of him, as long as he could live happily and with a clear conscience, that was enough. Shaking his head, Ronan led the group back to the elf village at speed. Meanwhile, Ciri had just finished settling into Ronan's room. She'd only just gotten around to changing out all the bedding, and was about to take a well-earned rest. Then, out of nowhere, word reached her that Ronan was already back, and she froze on the spot. That was way too fast, 500 kilometers round trip. Done in under half an hour. Stepping out of the room, she saw Ronan surrounded by a cheering crowd of elves and leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, letting out a small tch. Once the crowd had dispersed, she walked over to him and spoke. So how does it feel, playing the savior, wiping out an entire demon squad? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Or? She paused deliberately, her tone edged with teasing. Did things get a little awkward between you and them, since you killed one of those reformed demons trying to turn over a new leaf? Ciri let out a self-deprecating laugh. Absolutely foolish. This is exactly why I can't stand dealing with people like that. In this world, strength is the only thing that actually matters. That said, this attitude was also precisely why Ciri had no real friends of her own. Ronan shook his head. That's where you're wrong, actually. They were surprisingly reasonable about it, probably because of who I am. You shouldn't go around fighting and killing at the drop of a hat either, though. That's a bit savage. Oh, right. As though suddenly remembering something, Ronan waved a hand and brought Ciri inside the house. Inside, Frieren was busy tinkering with some magic tools and grimoires. Not bothering to be subtle about it, Ronan got straight to the point. Before they died, I used magic to interrogate one of them. Ciri, your disciple's in danger. A powerful demon named Yarvis is trying to kill her. If you head out now, you might still make it in time. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 160 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 40, The Demon King's Composure Cracks. 1,315 words. So he's dead after all, that kid. Inside the palace of the Demon King's castle, the Demon King watched the image his subordinate projected onto the wall, his expression a mix of irritation and gloom. He was irritated that O'Brien had been defeated so abruptly, dispatched in a single blow. Not only had it failed to demonstrate the demon race's power, it hadn't even managed to wound the hero. Instead, it had turned O'Brien into a laughingstock, an insect crushed underfoot, adding nothing but ridicule. And the gloom came from the sheer strength the hero had displayed. And on top of that, he could fly. A wave of barely suppressed rage rose in the Demon King's chest, his teeth grinding audibly. For as long as anyone could remember, the demon race's greatest advantage over humans had always been flight, the ability to seize air superiority in any battle. And now, even that one advantage was gone. Whether this flight magic the hero possessed was some rare exception or something already spreading among humans, either way, he'd become a genuine threat to the demon race. As the recording came to an end, the Demon King let out a cold huff, his clenched fist slowly relaxing. Then, in an icy tone, he gave his order. Freddy. Go check on Solidar's progress. Has she reached the designated location yet? We don't have much time left. If she keeps dragging her feet and fails to infiltrate the hero's group and kill him, I won't go easy on her, no matter how powerful a demon she is. Understood. Freddy lowered his head and answered in a low voice. He went by Freddy the Observer, a demon who wielded observation magic. Able to reconstruct anyone's experiences with perfect clarity, viewed from a third-person perspective, through certain mediums. Having replied, the image on the wall shifted once more. From a quiet clearing in the forest, it moved to a vast expanse of sky, a dense, lush forest spread out below. Though the image carried no sound, the Demon King, drawing on years of experience, could tell things were proceeding smoothly. Good. The Demon King nodded, a cold smile curling at his lips. He continued issuing orders. Notify the demons stationed there to get ready, stage an attack on Solitaire, so she can enter the village posing as a noblewoman fleeing disaster. Damn goddess, showing such favoritism toward humans. If not for her, why would we need to resort to all this scheming? Possessing foresight magic and still being forced to tread so carefully, it all came down to the goddess's existence. If not for her, he'd have already dealt with the handful of humans posing a threat to the demon race himself, cutting them down without hesitation. Freddy stood off to the side, not daring to speak a word in the face of the Demon King's grievances, simply lowering his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the ground. Once the order was given, Solitaire, disguised as a young noblewoman, descended from the sky. With the scene of her parents in distress arranged, before long, a demon squad charged in with menacing force. Flam's parents, out working nearby, happened to come across her. And then the two of them used magic to drive off the demons, and brought the pitiful Solitaire home with them. Everything went smoothly, unfolding exactly as Schlacht had foreseen, step by careful step. All that remained now was to wait for the hero's arrival. Elsewhere. What? You're saying my disciple's about to die? Ciri's voice rose sharply. You've got to be kidding me. There's no way any disciple of mine gets killed off that easily by some demon. What's her name? Tell me. Let's see if I actually know her. Ciri didn't believe a word of it. Sure, the story had specific, convincing details, but she knew exactly how skilled her own disciples were. Every single one currently alive was a renowned elven mage in their own right. Not just some rank-and-file demon. Even if the Demon King himself showed up, her disciples could hold their own for a while. Hearing this, Ronan thought it over. Something like Flam, I think. According to the demons, she's supposed to be your future disciple. Kind of strange, honestly. You've lived a long time, you probably know what's going on here better than I do. Ciri's brow furrowed, her usual composure slipping, just slightly. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, a flicker of contemplation in her eyes. The future? There was a vague sense of familiarity, but nothing concrete. She thought hard, and a flash of insight struck her, the pieces gradually falling into place. Interesting. Ciri's mouth curled into a knowing smile. I see. So there's magic that can peer into the future, is there? I'd only ever heard rumors of it before, never actually seen it. Didn't expect the demon race to genuinely possess something like that. Whether it's true or a lie doesn't matter. True or not, since it concerns my disciple, I have to go check it out myself. Are you coming with me? She knew this could well be some demon scheme, designed specifically to lure her out. But she didn't care in the slightest. She loved the unknown, loved adventure, and hated having the upper hand taken away from her. Me? Ronan raised an eyebrow, considered it for a moment, then shook his head, declining politely. I'll pass. She's your disciple, not mine. You should be able to handle it on your own, right? I could, sure, but that sounds incredibly boring. Ciri tilted her head, a smile playing on her lips, making no effort to hide her real motive. I heard from those demons earlier that you know flight magic. I don't know the mechanics, and I won't bother asking, since it's your own original creation. I'm just saying, would you take me flying, just this once? Even someone like me has never actually experienced flight. She wanted to observe the mechanics through direct experience, so that even without Ronan explaining anything, she could figure out how to replicate it herself. Sure, that amounted to outright theft in essence. But she was Ciri, the strongest mage alive. She could do whatever she wanted. Worst case, she'd apologize afterward. Ronan mulled it over for a moment. Considering how much he'd actually gained from spending time with Ciri lately, he nodded. Flying, huh? Fine, but just this once. I'll drop you off, then head straight back. Honestly, flying's not that big a deal. It's really just moving faster, that's all. The corner of Ciri's mouth twitched, an overwhelming urge to punch him rising up inside her. She'd spent over 1,000 years failing to master flight magic on her own, and here Ronan was, casually brushing it off like it was nothing. Absolutely infuriating. If only she could actually beat him in a fight, then. Ciri let out a silent, irritated huff. Ronan turned and asked, "So, are we heading out now or later?" "It's still early. According to what we know, they're still on the road to Flam's village. Flying will save plenty of time anyway, so why don't we head out tonight instead? That gives us time to finish decoding the magic in the meantime. I've still got a few magic tools I need to identify too." Ciri pursed her lips. "Fine by me. Let's go with tonight, then." She turned and raised her voice, calling out toward the distance. "Frieren, stop playing around for a moment. I'll teach you a few spells, just in case demons attack while we're gone. You're not suited to come along on this particular trip. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 160 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Ciri's Compromise, Departure, Arrival. 1,347 words. That night. Safe travels. Frieren stood at the doorway, giving Ronan and Ciri a small wave. She knew the two of them would be back soon, so she wasn't especially worried. Just the way they were positioned together caught her attention a little. Oddly familiar, somehow. "Hey, is it really necessary to carry me like this? Can't your flight magic work on someone without piggybacking them?" Ciri clung awkwardly to Ronan's back, her pale fingers curling into fists. Under Frieren's mildly probing gaze, she felt thoroughly uncomfortable, an unfamiliar, unsettling sensation rising in her chest. Absolutely mortifying. She half considered jumping down and trying a different position. But right then, Ronan's easy voice cut through her thoughts. "You think just anyone can use flight magic? If it were that simple, why didn't any of those mages from the Mythic era manage to invent it, including you? Be grateful you get to fly at all. You're welcome to walk on your own 2 feet instead, but I'm not waiting around for that." Seeing Ronan on the verge of actually dropping the whole thing, Ciri relented. Wait. No need to get so worked up over it. It was just a bit of complaining. Fine, piggyback it is. Honestly, meeting you has been. She'd meant to say something about the worst luck of her entire life, how she'd lost every last shred of dignity in just a few short days. But the words died in her throat as she realized, no one was actually watching, so it wasn't so bad. Frieren was practically family, being carried on his back was still better than being cradled in his arms. Besides, this was all in service of eventually mastering flight magic herself, so she could enjoy combat even more. With a quiet sigh, Ciri chose to give in. And so, the two of them rose up into the sky. Wind roared past her ears and Ciri, no longer bossing him around and micromanaging the flight like before, made things noticeably easier for Ronan. Following the map, flying in a straight line, they crossed half the northern continent in a single night. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, the sky beginning to lighten. Ronan and Ciri arrived at the location the demons had mentioned. Strange. Why wasn't there any trace of magic power fluctuation while he was flying? Does that mean this isn't magic at all? Ciri hopped off Ronan's back, and once her feet touched the ground, she was still turning over what had happened the night before. She'd assumed that simply being in contact with him would let her replicate the mechanics of the spell. Instead, it turned out he hadn't used any magic power at all while flying. The realization left Ciri thoroughly stumped. Not only had she taken the loss of being carried around, she'd gained absolutely nothing from it in return. That was simply unacceptable, and she found herself gritting her teeth slightly. "All right, I'm heading off now. You should be fine on your own from here, right?" Ronan looked toward the village ahead, his tone even. He was already preparing to leave. Then, suddenly, Ciri stepped quickly in front of him, blocking his path, her expression annoyed. "Wait. You're not leaving. Did you actually see through what I was trying to do? Keeping your magic power completely suppressed. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Ronan, interrupted mid-departure, frowned in confusion. "On purpose? What are you talking about?" He genuinely had no idea what she meant. The reason there'd been no magic power fluctuation was simple: flight wasn't magic to begin with. Earlier, he'd just been going along with her assumption without correcting it. He hadn't expected her to end up this thoroughly misled. Standing across from him, Ciri saw his baffled expression, and despite her frustration, let out an incredulous laugh. But on second thought, she realized trying to secretly steal someone else's magic hadn't exactly been fair play to begin with, though the fact remained that she'd still come away with nothing. Her expression settled into something strange, and an awkward tension hung between the two of them. Until... Rustle, rustle. A faint sound broke the silence, a nearby thicket parted, and a man emerged, a bundle of firewood strapped to his back. Coughing lightly, he broke the odd tension hanging in the air. You two, calm down for a moment. Are you travelers who've lost your way? You both seem a bit tense. Would you like to come rest in our village for a bit? Things have been a little unsettled around here lately. Wouldn't want an argument to draw in any monsters. To some people, demons and monsters were essentially the same thing. The term demon race hadn't exactly caught on widely in society yet. Ronan glanced at the man, and from his clothing and demeanor, guessed he was a villager from somewhere nearby. Since the villagers were already up and about, with too many eyes around, flying off wasn't really an option right now. Ronan nodded and answered. Is that so? Honestly, you're right, we did get lost. Ran into some demons along the way. Where exactly is this place? The man studied the two of them carefully, his gaze lingering on Ciri for a moment. He thought to himself, a human and an elf traveling together wasn't exactly common. Probably members of some adventuring party. Seeing no blood on either of them, and sensing a fairly calm presence from both, he figured they probably weren't dangerous. Rustle, rustle. The man shifted his shoulders, jostling the firewood on his back, and offered a friendly smile. This is the village of Wallarm, situated in the central region of the northern continent. I don't know who either of you are exactly, but judging by this young elf lady's magic power, it's clearly far beyond ordinary. You must be a fairly well-known mage, I'd guess. Would you two like to come by my place for a chat? To be honest, my wife and I happen to be mages ourselves. Part of Ciri wanted to correct his fairly well-known remark, but after a moment's thought, she let it go. Different races came with different perspectives and understanding, no point arguing the point. Not wanting to linger here any longer, Ronan was about to decline the man's invitation. In his mind, all he needed to do was get some distance, fly up high, and he could make it back to Frieren's village without drawing any attention. But then, eager to dig deeper into the secret of flight magic, Ciri stepped forward without hesitation. She took a deep breath, determined not to let her earlier effort go to waste, and not wanting to squander this rare opportunity. She reached out and grabbed Ronan's wrist directly, leaving him no room to object, and spoke to the man. In that case, we'd be honored to accept. Her words were blunt, her movement sudden. Ronan felt the grip tighten around his wrist and couldn't help but frown. What is she doing? Does she really have to act this familiar? Anyone watching might have assumed the two of them were on close terms. They'd nearly been at each other's throats moments ago, and now. As Ronan puzzled over it, the man across from them broke into a warm smile. Unaware of what had actually just happened between the two of them, he took their exchange as a sign they'd made up, even looking out for each other in a moment like this. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on lately. Just yesterday, he'd taken in a lost little girl, and today, here was a lost elf and human pair. Surely the demon race wasn't gearing up for an attack, was it? He'd better start making some preparations, just in case. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 170 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, This Kid Has No Ambition. 2,581 words. Hey, what exactly are you doing? Ronan followed the man into the village, glancing sideways at Ciri, his expression puzzled. She glanced back, the corner of her mouth curling up as she let out a light tch, her tone casual. Nothing much. Just a little excuse to get us into the village. You're not actually mad, are you? Not quite mad, no. For one, they had plenty of time to spare, and for another, he wasn't about to waste his breath reasoning with an unreasonable child. Still. Ronan let out a quiet sigh. That's a bit much, don't you think? Did you already forget what I told you before? Not everyone's going to just cater to your whims. I haven't forgotten. So what? Ciri smiled. It's exactly because I'm willful that I'm Ciri. If you don't like it, feel free to try changing me. I'll be waiting. 2,000 years old, and she wasn't about to alter her personality just because someone else found it disagreeable. Ronan's brow furrowed at that, and he was about to say something, but before he could get far, they'd already arrived at the man's house. They looked up to see a house built from stone and timber. The man called out toward it. Shelley, could you come out for a moment? We've got 2 more guests. A moment later, a woman draped in white cloth stepped slowly out of the house. Behind her trailed a little girl with orange hair, maybe 4 or 5 years old, her emerald eyes bright and clear. The man walked up and gave the 2 of them a quick rundown of what had happened. The woman nodded in understanding and invited them inside. The little girl carried over a cup of clear water, presenting it to the 2 guests and introducing herself. I'm Flam. What are your names, big brother and big sister? Father said you're mages too, right? Her voice was bright and clear, a smile on her face. Ronan, seated in a chair, accepted the water and nodded, about to introduce himself. Then, suddenly, he froze. 2. Ronan's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the girl, as though confirming something important. Your name is Flam. Quite the coincidence. But given that she was supposed to be Ciri's future disciple, running into her now didn't seem entirely out of place either. That was fate, he supposed. But still. What kind of magic do you like? Ronan asked, trying to get further confirmation. Flam thought about it seriously for a moment. Since it was a question a guest had asked, and unsure why he wanted to know, she answered earnestly. I like the spell that makes fields of flowers bloom. Why do you ask, big brother? Ronan understood. Conjuring flower fields. That didn't exactly line up with Ciri's usual standards for taking on a disciple. Uncertain whether something had gone wrong with the foreseen future, he nodded and said. Nothing in particular. Just a little surprised, that's all. You're so young, and already a mage. I'd always assumed mages were quite rare, across the whole world. They were indeed. Most of what commoners called mages were simply self-proclaimed ones. Ciri glanced at Flam, a scrutinizing look in her eyes. She was about to explain the distinction to Ronan, eager to display her own vast knowledge, when the lady of the house spoke first, smiling apologetically. You're too kind, sir. We only know a bit of common folk magic. Nothing compared to you and your companion. As the group continued talking, the noise, left unmuffled, drew attention. A nearby door creaked open just a crack. A single eye peered cautiously out from the darkness within, watching the scene outside. It was Solitaire. Solitaire made no sound, gave off no trace of presence at all. The instant she laid eyes on Ronan, her pupils contracted sharply. Then, thump, thump, thump. Her heart began racing. Solitaire had never once felt this nervous in her entire life. The hero, already here. Why so fast? According to the original plan, he wasn't supposed to arrive for another 3 days. And now, barely a single day had passed. The sudden turn of events caught her completely off guard. Right at that moment, the man glanced toward the door and remembered something important. He turned to Ronan and said, in an even tone. "Oh right, Lord Ronan, there's actually one more member of our household. We took her in just yesterday. When we found her, she'd lost her parents and her memory in a demon attack. All we have is a single letter identifying her, her name's Solitaire Lawson. We suspect she comes from a wealthy family. If you're heading to another city when you leave, would you mind taking her along with you? There might still be other relatives out there looking for her. It just doesn't sit right with us, leaving her here to live a hard life when she might have family waiting." With that, the man called toward the room. A moment later, Solitaire, left with no other choice, straightened her dress and stepped out, a forced smile on her face. The moment Ciri laid eyes on her, her brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off, though she couldn't quite place it. Even with this Solitaire, carrying herself with all the elegance and bearing of a noble young lady, something about her still felt distinctly wrong. Probably her 2,000 years of experience talking. But as for exactly what felt wrong, she couldn't put it into words just yet. So, she poked Ronan's side, signaling for him to use detection magic to take a look. She hoped it wouldn't turn out to be the worst-case scenario, otherwise, she'd have to go on another killing spree. The atmosphere had turned a bit strange. Ronan, feeling a slightly ticklish poke at his side, had no idea what Ciri was going on about. He instinctively made eye contact with her, but in that exchange, he couldn't decipher a single thing from her expression. After all, the two of them had absolutely no rapport when it came to reading each other's minds. And this kind of prying into someone's privacy business wasn't exactly something you could just announce out loud. So once everyone dispersed, Ciri irritably dragged Ronan away. Leaves rustled around them as they walked. Once they reached a secluded corner, Ciri fixed Ronan with a sharp glare, poking a pale finger against his chest, demanding, "What were you doing? Didn't you understand what I was trying to tell you with my eyes?" With her eyes, Ronan was at a loss for words. Wasn't it easier to just say what she meant? Why go through all that business? No one could read minds. He rubbed his forehead, a little exasperated. How long have we even known each other? A few years? A decade or so? If I could actually read your mind from a look, I'd basically be halfway to mastering telepathy already. Just tell me. What's actually going on? What are you scheming now? What do you mean, what am I scheming now? What kind of person do you take me for? Every single time I come find you, it's because something actually matters, okay? Thoroughly annoyed by Ronan's impatient tone, Ciri lowered her voice, irritation clear in it. That girl, the one called Solitaire, something feels off about her. She might be a monster in disguise. It's not unheard of, up here in the northern continent, monsters that shapeshift into humans to prey on them, things like mimic spirits, doppelganger spirits. But my own detection spell didn't pick up on anything. So I wanted you to try. Even after all her refinements, Ciri's magic still couldn't identify every possible species. Ronan's ability was different, it looked like magic, but it was actually the result of Fengling Yuing. A monster. Ronan raised an eyebrow, somewhat caught off guard by her claim. He considered it for a moment, then spoke slower. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Not that I doubt you, but she really does look like an ordinary human, however you look at it. Also, if you already suspected something was wrong with her, why not just take care of it yourself? Are you worried about hurting her by mistake, and then having Flam resent you for it? Have you decided you actually like that kid? That was probably close to the truth. Siri fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold huff. I obviously wouldn't be mistaken about something like that. Even if she's not a monster, something is definitely wrong with her. Her expression's too unnatural. She looked afraid of you. As for Flam, whether I've decided anything or not, I'm still going to test her magical talent. I've never once intended to teach someone without real potential. Though based on what she'd just observed, Flam showed no ambition whatsoever, but ambition could always be cultivated later. With that reasoning, Siri decided to give Flam a chance. Hearing this, Ronan let out a light tch, talk about protesting too much while doing the opposite. With a faint sense of amusement, the two of them left the secluded corner. By then, Solitaire and Flam had already wandered off. According to the lady of the house, they'd gone off to play in a nearby flower field. The woman handed Ronan a map and suggested that, if they didn't mind, they were welcome to stay a few days before heading off. Ronan didn't respond, but Siri accepted without a moment's hesitation. I will. With that, meeting the woman's calm gaze, she got straight to the point, laying out her true purpose. To be honest, we're not actually lost adventurers. I'm the Archmage of the Elves, Siri. I've come here searching for my fated disciple. Her name is Flam, and in all likelihood, she's your daughter. Human, now that you know this, what do you think? Siri had no interest in keeping up the disguise any longer. Having found her target, whether it turned out to be true or not, she needed direct contact to confirm it. Even if it turned out to be some scheme cooked up by the demon race, the same logic applied. The woman blinked, her thoughts frozen for several seconds, completely unprepared for the elf in front of her to be someone of such standing. By all rights, she should have felt proud, her daughter, noticed by someone this important. And yet... Lady Siri. Are you sure there isn't some mistake? My daughter is quite ordinary. The unknown carried risk, and her daughter was still so young. She didn't want to expose Flam to that kind of danger. Besides, this was only Siri's word to go on. What if it turned out to be false? She couldn't help but consider that possibility. Siri, seeming not to catch the woman's underlying concern, spoke evenly, her tone carrying an air of authority. Whether she's ordinary or not isn't up to you to decide. All I need from you is a simple answer. Do you want her to rise above her circumstances or not? Realizing this wasn't a debate that would resolve itself quickly, she glanced sideways at Ronan and waved a hand. Ronan, go on ahead. Let me have a proper talk with this lady. Don't worry, I won't use force. There was no real need to clarify that taking on a disciple, after all, required mutual consent. Ronan let out a sigh. Though somewhat concerned, this was ultimately a private family matter, and he didn't feel it was his place to get involved. Seeing the atmosphere had settled into something reasonably calm, he turned and left quickly, intending to go check out this Solitaire for himself. Their conversation faded into the distance behind him as he walked, and before long, he arrived near the flower field. A rich floral scent hit him immediately. The two girls were playing in the middle of the field. Flam was cheerful and bright, the white cloth draped over her shoulders shimmering like silver silk in the sunlight, her bell-like laughter ringing out across the flowers. Solitaire wore a smile too, but next to Flam's, hers looked strained, distracted, like her mind was somewhere else entirely. She was idly toying with the flowers and grass. Ronan leaned casually against a nearby tree, and a string of numbers flickered across his vision. A moment later, his expression shifted slightly, understanding settling in. This is bad. Total magic power, 3,000. 3 times Frieren's. This isn't some monster. This is a full-blooded demon, one of the powerful ones at that. So it really was a scheme after all. Just not sure who the actual target is. Ronan's thoughts raced, and he lowered his gaze, nodding to himself. Probably Ciri, most likely. This thing's been lurking right next to Flam, after all. Even elves could die. A close-range assassination attempt, no one could fully guard against that. Good thing he had Fengling Yuing. With that thought, Ronan walked forward. He kept his expression neutral, no hint of hostility, since Flam was standing so close to Solitaire. He waved a hand, a warm smile on his face, and called Flam over. Once she'd been sent off elsewhere, Ronan walked up to Solitaire and looked at her, his expression calm. The sunlight fell across Solitaire, casting her in shadow, and she was just about to lift her gaze, ready to meet the so-called hero with a practiced smile. Even though the collapse of the foreseen future had thrown her off for a few seconds, as long as her identity remained undiscovered, she still had a chance to keep up the act. But before she could speak, Solitaire suddenly heard a sentence that chilled her to the bone, as if she'd been dropped straight into the dead of winter. Confess now, little lady from the demon race. What exactly are you doing here, lurking around? Ronan's voice was calm, carrying the unmistakable implication of confess, and it'll go easier for you, resist and it won't, and gooseflesh instantly rose across Solitaire's skin. She sank to her knees in the garden, her heart racing, her eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. She knew she'd been found out, she just had no idea how. Was this a bluff? No. Whatever happened, she couldn't afford to stop struggling. Taking a deep breath internally, Solitaire lifted her gaze, forcing an air of composure, and looked at Ronan with a smile. My lord, whatever do you mean? Demon race? What's that? I'm sorry, could you explain a bit more? I've lost my memory, I don't understand. Amnesia was always the most versatile excuse. Ronan smiled. He crouched down slightly, gripping her chin with one hand, firm enough that she couldn't pull free, but not painfully so. Reflected in his eyes was Solitaire's composed exterior, betrayed only by the faint trembling of her body. His tone remained as even as ever. Amnesia. Cute. So you've finally switched up the excuse. Fine, then. Whatever you were planning, there's no chance of it happening now. Because I'm here. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 170 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 43, Spatial Magic and Otherworldly Gojo Satoru. 1,285 words. The casual tone carried an unmistakable weight of authority, and Solitaire's breath caught for a few seconds. She could hear the unshakable confidence in Ronan's words clearly. Her heart pounded wildly. Not because of the way Ronan's hand still gripped her chin. To anyone watching, the scene might have looked oddly intimate. But to her, it was fear made physical, spreading through every nerve in her body. You. Solitaire forced out a single word, her voice weak and trembling. She tried to play the victim, act pitiful to mask the terror underneath. But the moment she made that gesture, Ronan had already released his grip. He straightened, looking down at her from above. Not bad acting. Shame it means nothing to me. Now that I know exactly what you are, everything you say from here on is just theater. Tell me your purpose. Lurking around Flam. Was it to kill Ciri? Solitaire's body went rigid. She hadn't expected the hero standing in front of her to connect the dots that far. Sure, the Demon King's primary reason for sending her out had been to kill the hero. But the plan to strike at Ciri whenever the opportunity arose had also been part of the broader strategy, no real inconsistency there. There was no getting around it now. If even her purpose had been laid bare, there had to be a traitor somewhere within the demon ranks. Desperate to avoid being cut down on the spot, she forced a smile onto her face, playing the part of someone with nowhere left to turn, and confessed. You already knew. Might I ask, how was I discovered? I genuinely believed my disguise was flawless. As far as performances went, Solidar's really had been near perfect. Ronan hadn't spotted a single crack in it on his own. But Ciri's razor-sharp instincts, honed over 2,000 years of life experience, had picked up on it regardless. Combined with Feng Ling Ying's ability to directly read raw data, her exposure had really been inevitable. Ronan watched her quietly. There's no such thing as flawless. Your acting was impressive, sure, but there were still gaps. Let's cut to it. How do you want to die? Hearing this, Solidar's forced smile strained even further. She worked hard to soften her voice, to let her expression fall into something vulnerable. A last-ditch attempt to draw out whatever sympathy might, or might not exist somewhere in Ronan's heart. She looked up at him, pleading in her eyes, and asked carefully, in a soft voice. I'd like to die of old age, if that's all right with you. At that answer, Ronan let out a light huff, a faint, unreadable smile crossing his face. She hadn't seemed to have much life experience, and yet her wits were sharper than he'd expected. Not immediately dropping to her knees, and begging for mercy had actually earned her a bit of respect in his eyes. That was probably part of why she'd been trusted with an assassination mission against Ciri in the first place. Unfortunately, that wasn't the answer he was looking for. Wrong. Old age. You think humanity knows nothing about your kind. For your race to age naturally, it'd take at least 1,000 years, wouldn't it? Ronan shot down her answer. I'll give you a second chance, your last one. Think carefully before you answer. How do you want to die? Death itself didn't matter, how it happened did. Solidar's very presence here might just be the opening act of some larger demon scheme. Drawing out every demon hiding in the shadows in one go was the most efficient way to handle this. He had no interest in running around the whole world chasing them down one by one. Solidar felt disoriented, her mind racing at full speed. Centuries of life experience let her just barely parse the implication buried in Ronan's words. If the hero hadn't killed her on the spot, that meant she still held some remaining value. Only by voluntarily revealing that value herself might she have any chance at survival. But the real question was, what exactly was that value supposed to be? It couldn't be her body. Ciri was right there beside the hero. If not her body, then what else? Surely not her loyalty. Demons didn't have loyalty to speak of. Wait. Actually, they did, in a sense. So-called loyalty was really just actions taken in service of a leader that happened to benefit one's own kind. And since that kind of thing could only be demonstrated through action, words alone meant nothing, so. Knowing she only had one shot left, and that a wrong answer meant certain death, Solidar's heart pounded harder still. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'd like to kill my own kind before I die. Would that be acceptable? I hate them. I want revenge. It was the Demon King who forced this mission on me. I was already about to leave the castle for good. On the surface, none of this sounded unreasonable, and it was, in fact, entirely true. But for Solidar, revenge was just a convenient excuse, a way to buy herself a few more days before the end. Thinking about it, the whole situation felt a little unfair, honestly. That so-called foresight magic hadn't been accurate at all. It hadn't correctly predicted the hero's actual arrival time, nor had it caught the existence of a traitor. If not for that failure, she never would have ended up in such a hopeless position. Ronan considered her answer for a moment. While still not exactly the response he'd originally been fishing for, the whole interrogation had mostly been about applying pressure to force her hand. This one, at least, was acceptable given the circumstances. He nodded. Not bad. First time I've met a demon this good at reading the room. What's your name? You should already know what comes next. Solidar hesitated for a moment, a complicated flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. I know. My name's Solidar. She told Ronan everything she knew, including the fact that this village was about to come under attack. Some of what she shared was deliberately false, but not with the intent of getting Ronan killed. The goal was simply to buy herself a chance at survival. With that done, she gave him a brief rundown of Jarvis's abilities. This part, at least, was entirely true. The hero could easily verify it through other means, and she didn't dare risk lying about it. If I remember correctly, Jarvis wields spatial magic. The Demon King granted him the title, Jarvis the Infinite. He can continuously divide the space between himself and anyone else, approaching a state of near-infinite distance. 1. 1/2. 1/4. 1/8. 1/16. Solidar's voice was steady, unhurried, and Ronan felt an odd sense of déjà vu. Before he could pin down where that feeling was coming from, Solidar continued. In theory, no human attack, physical strikes, magical explosions, even heat-based damage, can ever actually reach him. Only a demon's mind control magic has any real chance of working against him, but that's not something I know how to use. Solidar let out a long breath, then continued, her tone growing heavier. I have to warn you, hero. The spatial magic he commands is, for all practical purposes, unbeatable for a human. Even knowing that, are you still planning to face him head-on and kill him? Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 180 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 44, Flam, this elf is bullying me. 1,269 words. Obviously, Ronan's gaze remained flat. He hadn't known before. Now that he did, there was no way he'd let her go easily. As for spatial magic, now that was interesting. He turned the thought over carefully, an image surfacing in his mind of some old acquaintance who'd been cut clean in half at the waist once. He wondered if this Jarvis had white hair too. He was about to ask, when suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from behind him. Ciri came striding over quickly. Seeing Ronan and Solidar looking so at ease with each other, her slender brows arched, confusion blooming across her face. You too? She murmured under her breath, a note of disbelief in her voice. Oh no, am I seeing things? What's going on here? Barely a few minutes apart, and somehow the two of them had already become friends. Was Ronan's charm really that strong? He'd been sent here specifically to root out demons. Ciri's gaze locked onto Ronan, silently demanding to know, was there actually something off about him after all? Ronan turned to look at her, and though he didn't fully grasp the meaning behind her earlier behavior, based on what had happened just now, he understood well enough why she was here. He nodded, his tone calm. Relax, Ciri, everything's fine. Did you finish up over there? Did her parents agree? Ronan ultimately decided not to tell Ciri the truth about Solidar being a full-blooded demon. There wasn't much point. Better to keep the situation firmly under his own control than let Ciri know and introduce more variables into the mix. As long as he kept Solidar within eyeshot, he could figure out a tracking spell later. There was no escaping him. Hearing this, Ciri, though not entirely convinced her instincts had been wrong, decided not to push back since Ronan had already vouched for it. Still, just to be safe, she quietly cast a spell to check Ronan's current state. Once she confirmed he wasn't under any mind control effect, she nodded and spoke, her tone easing. Everything's settled over there. Her parents agreed. Once I've tested her talent, if she passes, I'll take her with me. She glanced around, not spotting Flam anywhere, her brow furrowing slightly. Where's Flam? Ronan was about to answer when Flam herself came running over. She held a bouquet of unfamiliar flowers in her hands, a bright, joyful smile on her face, her voice clear and cheerful. Big brother Ronan, look what I found. Ciri's expression, however, darkened immediately at the sight. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp with scrutiny. A moment later, having sensed the full extent of the girl's magic power and confirmed that Flam was, in fact, a genuine prodigy, She snatched the flowers right out of Flam's hands. Her voice turned stern. Kid, stop wasting your time on things this pointless. Your total magic power isn't low at all, it's far beyond anyone your age. That means you were born with the potential to become a mage. To be gifted like that and just waste it. With your mother's permission, I'll be your new teacher, and I have every intention of correcting these bad habits of yours. Ciri's words hit Flam like a bolt from the blue, leaving her completely stunned. She never could have imagined that the two people her father had brought home would send things spiraling into something this bizarre. The flowers she'd worked so hard to pick had been snatched away, and her wrist stung slightly from the force. Watching Ciri dismiss, entirely, the gift she'd worked so hard to bring back, and hearing that stern tone on top of it, Flam's nose began to prickle. Then, with a loud wah, she burst into tears. Ciri found the crying thoroughly grating. Her fingers twitched slightly. Instantly, the crying stopped. That's a spell that makes people stop crying. Kid, settle down. I am the Archmage Ciri, one of the handful of beings who stand at the very peak of this continent. Being allowed to call me your master is a blessing several lifetimes in the making. At that, something seemed to occur to Ciri. She turned sharply and looked at Ronan, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Wait, the demon race leaked her identity to us, and then just did nothing about it. Are they out of their minds or something? Who knows? Ronan said with a faint smile, his gaze drifting briefly, almost casually, toward Solitaire. A moment later, he walked over to Flam and gently soothed her still hiccuping little body, speaking softly. Or maybe they just haven't had the chance to act yet. Don't forget how you and I actually got here. He patted Flam's shoulder lightly, his voice gentle. Don't cry anymore, Flam. As he spoke, he took the flowers back from Ciri and handed them over to the girl. You need to be gentler with kids. Your personality's way too pushy. Anyone watching would think you were trying to force some kind of shady deal on her. Ciri pursed her lips, pushing back. Force a deal? Plenty of people have wanted me to force a deal on their kids, and they never got the chance. There's time to be gentle after she's my disciple. I'm not interested in raising some cowardly disciple who bursts into tears over every little thing. That wasn't entirely wrong, honestly, strict teachers did tend to produce strong students, but Ronan didn't feel like digging into it any further. Seeing that someone actually cared about her, Flam's hurt feelings gradually faded, and her sobbing tapered off. Once she had her flowers back, she didn't even bother wiping the tears from her face before dashing back home, eager to ask her mother what exactly was going on. Behind her, Ciri watched her retreating figure, something stirring in her eyes. She thought to herself, quietly impressed, remarkable talent, honestly, even stronger than Frieren's. A mage like that deserved to be her disciple. Just as she was about to say something to compliment her own eye for talent, she caught the faintly knowing look on Ronan's face. Ciri quickly clenched her fists, cleared her throat twice, and changed the subject. Never mind that. If this kid wants a better life for her parents, she'll agree to become my disciple, no question. My name carries weight. Not just anyone gets to ignore who I am. Let's talk about the demon race instead, Ronan. What exactly do you know? Her expression grew serious. Something you said earlier is bothering me. Haven't had the chance to act yet. Are we now certain, 100%, that they used Flam to lure me out here specifically to kill me? Does that mean they're on their way here right now? Ronan had never actually said any of that, it was all Ciri filling in the blanks herself, but the reality wasn't far off from what she'd guessed. He nodded and told her about the so-called Yarvis the Infinite. He then asked Ciri whether there was any spatial magic humans could actually learn, something like spatial cutting, for instance. Ciri didn't pay much attention to where exactly Ronan had gotten this information. But the instant she heard the words spatial cutting, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, barely noticeable. Then, her expression slowly shifted into something strange, a hint of teasing she couldn't quite explain. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 180 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Creation Magic, A World of Pure Imagination, Anything is Possible. 1,385 words. A moment later, a light breeze drifted past. Spatial cutting. An amused, half-mocking smile spread across Ciri's face. Ronan, please tell me you're joking. If you're still half asleep, go take a nap. There's no such magic in this world. And even if there were, there's absolutely no way a human could ever wield it. Even I, an elf who's lived for thousands of years, can't. Can you even picture what it would look like, space itself cut open? Ciri crossed her arms and shook her head lightly, finding the whole thing faintly ridiculous. Sure, he was the hero, sure, he'd invented flight magic on his own, but fantasizing about cutting open space itself was taking naivety a bit too far. The world of magic was, indeed, a world built entirely on imagination. But no matter how much it ran on imagination, the actual creation and use of magic still had to obey certain objective, underlying truths. Take, for instance, imagining you could survive underwater without breathing. In theory, that idea could give rise to a spell allowing life underwater. But in practice, it simply couldn't be done. Because the need to breathe was etched too deeply into the soul itself. Space could be cut. But a person cutting space, that followed the exact same principle of impossibility. Ronan listened to Ciri's mockery, with his usual calm expression unchanged. He understood perfectly well why she felt this way. An old-timer with limited exposure, not her fault, really, given she was a native of this world. He was different. His mind held thousands of reference points to draw on when imagining spatial magic. Knowledge from another world entirely, something Ciri could never hope to comprehend. All he was missing right now was a starting point, something to anchor and channel that knowledge. With that, Ronan nodded, his tone calm and confident. Imagining space getting cut open is easy enough for me. All you need to do is tell me where I can find some spatial magic to study. The words were ordinary enough, delivered with an air of effortless confidence. But to Ciri's ears, they landed sharply. Her expression shifted slightly, and she planted her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. What exactly are you implying? Are you saying I can't do it? You've got to be kidding. If even I can't manage it, no one in this world can. Ronan remained unbothered, letting out a small sigh, a hint of resignation in his eyes. I never said you couldn't. I was just stating an objective fact. Let's cut to it. You don't actually have any spatial magic on hand, do you? Ciri fell silent for a moment, her earlier commanding posture evaporating. She lowered her gaze, and though clearly displeased at having the truth exposed, let out a small huff. How could something that strange and specific possibly exist? Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me right now? The goddess might have it, but she hasn't appeared in recorded history for thousands of years. Unless you can actually track her down, but obviously, that's impossible too. Ronan didn't bother asking why it was impossible, that much made sense, given she was a goddess. And even if he did find her, there was no guarantee she'd grant him anything anyway. With that in mind, Ronan continued. In that case, is there anything else that could substitute for spatial magic? I remember Frieren mentioning once that a spell capable of cutting through nearly anything should, in theory, be able to cut through space too. Is that actually true? Ciri's brow furrowed slightly. She rested her chin on one hand, a thoughtful expression on her face, as though something had clicked into place. Cleaving magic? Right, how did I forget about that? True enough, its upper limit is cutting through literally anything. In a world built on imagination, anything naturally includes space itself. Though, same problem as before, how exactly would you cut open space? Also, have you actually studied that spell yourself? Ronan hadn't, there hadn't been time, and Frieren's home didn't have any texts on it. Inventing it from scratch was technically possible, but without any reference point, it was extremely easy to head in the wrong direction entirely. Kind of like trying to derive a mathematical formula out of thin air. Not worth wasting the time on. Seeming to catch on to this, Ciri's mouth curled into a smile, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Interesting. So even you have to come crawling to me eventually. Don't worry, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it over you too much. Never studied it, no problem, I can teach you. But there's one condition. Whether or not you manage to actually develop your own spatial cutting spell, you're going to teach me that flight magic of yours regardless. Of course, you're free to turn down the deal, but I should mention, cleaving magic like that is exceedingly rare on the open market. Given how devastating it was, and how weak most protective gear was at this stage, spells like that tended to get bought up immediately by dedicated collectors the moment they surfaced. No one wanted to risk it falling into the hands of an enemy. A person could, in fact, be cut open, as long as you genuinely believed that, even the strongest protective magic tool would offer no defense at all. Hearing this, Ronan hesitated for a moment, half tempted to clarify that what he actually possessed wasn't technically flight magic at all. But on second thought, given that flight was far easier to conceptualize than spatial magic, really just wind, at its core, he happily agreed. He nodded, his tone easy. I can teach you, but you'll have to give me a few days. Also, throw in a few books on wind magic while you're at it. Shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Of course it wasn't hard. With the deal struck, a faint smile spread across Ciri's face. The prospect of combat-enhancing flight magic lit a fire under her, and she moved with remarkable efficiency. By the end of that very day, Ronan had all the materials in hand. Wait, what exactly do you need all this wind magic for? Only belatedly did Ciri realize something felt off. She stood at the edge of a cliff, a bottomless chasm stretching out before her, wind roaring past her ears. She looked at Ronan, sitting cross-legged right at the very edge of the cliff, her gaze lowering slightly as she fell into thought. Ronan glanced back, his eyes briefly sweeping over Solitaire, who'd come along with them, and raised an eyebrow, answering offhandedly. Secret. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he said nothing more, his focus returning to the book in his hands, flipping through the pages rapidly. Watching this, Ciri let out a light tch. Talk about aloof. Sure, studying magic at the edge of a cliff probably helped with focus. But sitting that close to the edge, wasn't he worried about falling? At a drop that dangerous, if he actually fell, no one would be able to save him. She half considered warning him. But before the words could leave her mouth, Ciri suddenly noticed Ronan floating in midair. Beneath him, what looked like a swirl of green wind seemed to be holding him up. The sudden sight froze her thoughts entirely, the warning dying in her throat. Then, her eyes went wide, as though she were seeing things. What the hell? The mechanism behind flight magic was really that simple. Okay. Before Ciri could fully process it, Ronan calmly closed a few of the grimoires. He figured the rough draft of flight magic was more or less done here. With a reference point to work from, creating magic in a world governed by pure imagination wasn't exactly difficult. Control+C. A matter of seconds. Next, it was time to shift his focus to a dimensional slash. He couldn't wait to cut that Jarvis clean in half. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 190 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 46, Dimensional Slash and Catching a Dimensional Slash. 1,335 words. Time passed slowly. Elsewhere. While Ronan focused on developing spatial magic, Jarvis received word that O'Brien had been defeated by the hero. His face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The hero. This wasn't the first time he'd heard that title. Long ago, back when he'd been rampaging freely, self-proclaimed heroes had come running at him one after another, full of misplaced confidence. Cloaks billowing, fine weapons in hand, faces set with righteous resolve, each declaring they'd bring down this great demon before him. But to Jarvis, these so-called heroes had been nothing but pathetic ants. Their proudest strikes hadn't even managed to break through his defenses, and every single one had fallen at his feet, none surviving. And now, yet another hero had surfaced. Judging by his track record so far, this one might actually be the genuine article. Humph. Jarvis let out a cold laugh, crushing the letter in his hand. He rose slowly, gazing off toward the dim, distant forest, contempt stirring inside him. The hero, so what? However strong he is, does he really think he can overcome my spatial magic? I am the strongest under the Demon King himself. Sure, strongest under the Demon King, was self-proclaimed, but he'd earned every bit of confidence behind that title. Infinite space meant absolute physical defense, and his overwhelming magic power granted him a fair degree of resistance to mental attacks as well. If not for the duty of holding the demon race's territory, as one of the 7 sages of destruction, his reputation would likely have already spread throughout the human world. Move out. His thoughts settling, Jarvis approached his resting army, crushed the letter completely, and gave the order to press forward. According to the intelligence in the letter, the hero was likely to appear on the battlefield within a few days. That would be his perfect opportunity to prove himself. TCH. My imagination's plenty vivid, sure, but a spell to catch a dimensional slash. What is this nonsense? Not long after, near noon, having successfully cut through space, Ronan found himself recalling that scene from One Punch Man where Saitama caught a spatial slash barehanded. His thoughts wandering, he ended up inventing that very spell without quite meaning to. By all rights, this shouldn't have been possible. After all, if you could cut through space, that meant you could also cut through a human body occupying that space. As long as that thought lingered anywhere in someone's mind, any attempt to create such a spell was destined to fail. But that was the thing about having Fengling Yuing active. Infinite life combined with damage immunity, with both buffs stacking together. He believed, with absolute certainty, that he could never be harmed, that he could catch any attack thrown at him without exception. And so, bending to the rules of this world, a counterspatial spell genuinely came into being. Ronan cut open space with one hand, then reached out with the other and pinched the opening shut again, thoroughly enjoying himself. Beside him, Ciri stood frozen, utterly stunned. Even with 2,000 years of life experience behind her, she couldn't manage a single word right now. Because what she was witnessing was simply too absurd to process. Someone, please explain, why was space being kneaded around like a lump of clay? She felt her entire worldview shatter in that instant, decades of accumulated wisdom reduced to a punchline. Taking a deep breath, Ciri forced herself to calm down. Her eyes burned with intensity as she stared at Ronan, her voice steady. Hero. How exactly are you doing this? No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't wrap her head around it, an achievement that every mage across the entire world had failed to reach in thousands of years of collective effort. And Ronan had just pulled it off, single-handedly, in the span of a few hours. Sheer natural talent. No. This was practically the goddess walking the earth. Hearing her question, Ronan slowly turned back to face her. He considered it for a moment before answering. I already told you. Imagining space getting cut open is easy for me. The only real difference between you and me is that I believe any spell can be deliberately created. It's really just a matter of how complicated the process ends up being. Ciri didn't understand, or rather, her own life experience placed limits on her imagination, preventing her from grasping what Ronan actually meant. It was like a human trying to imagine a color they'd never seen before, simply impossible. Her mind felt foggy right now, as though starved of air. Instinctively, she pressed both hands to her chest, trying to steady her breathing. Once she'd settled somewhat, Ciri stepped forward slowly, choosing her words carefully. You really are something else. Given that view of yours, I have to ask, what do you think about time magic? In all the thousands of years since the goddess created this world, time magic is the one thing that's never once been proven to exist. Ciri carried a deep, personal obsession to master every spell that had ever existed throughout human history. And now that goal was nearly within reach. But Ronan's arrival had sparked a whole new idea in her mind. Was simply mastering every spell that already existed in recorded history actually enough? No. She wasn't satisfied with that. Time, space, magic that humanity had never managed to grasp, magic that might not even exist at all, that was what she truly loved. Because it represented the unknown, the boundless realm of possibility. Hearing this, Ronan, uncharacteristically, took a moment to think it over. Time magic, huh? Mechanically speaking, it really was hard to imagine, but hard didn't mean impossible. He mulled it over. If he treated time as an anchor point and combined it with knowledge like molecular motion, he might be able to work out some kind of rough prototype for time magic. Unfortunately, given how long ago he'd learned that knowledge, he'd forgotten a fair chunk of the relevant details. He'd probably need to relearn some of it before he could properly begin creating that kind of spell. With that in mind, Ronan nodded and offered his honest opinion. Time magic exists. I believe that 100%. Sure, nothing so far has proven it, but writing it off entirely just because of that would be a real shame. 1,000 years ago, could you have imagined flight magic existing? Ciri fell silent. Even with Ronan's reasoning laid out, part of her still found the idea somewhat far-fetched. She felt like someone still living in an age of geocentric belief, while Ronan had already stepped out into the vast, boundless universe. Any claim, no matter how true, would strike her as heresy until she'd seen it with her own eyes. Ha! Ciri let out a quiet breath and took 2 more steps forward. Standing beside Ronan, she lowered her gaze and spoke tentatively. I suppose I'll trust you on this one, for now, hero. Even without having seen time magic myself, if it's you, I think you'd probably manage it. That spatial magic you just did, could I learn it too? If I could, I'd trade any spell, or even every spell I know, to make that happen. No amount of talk could compare to trying it firsthand. Still, she knew perfectly well she likely couldn't beat Ronan in a fight. With intimidation off the table, all that was left was persuasion. This was the first time in her life she'd ever lowered herself like this in front of a human. But if it meant mastering spatial magic, she felt it was worth every bit of it. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 190 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 47, The Enemy Arrives, Oath Magic. 1,269 words. Some time later, Ciri finally got what she'd been after, the spatial cutting spell. For Ronan, it had cost him barely any effort at all, so when Ciri offered to trade something of equal value in return, he didn't see any issue with it. They'd just butted heads a bit over the whole Frieren situation, hardly mortal enemies. And so, with the deal struck, Ciri left in high spirits, grimoire in hand. Ronan stayed at the cliffside, continuing to refine the related spells. Before long, dusk began settling in. The last rays of the setting sun fell across him, a gentle evening breeze drifting by. Ronan stretched. Remembering his agreement with Frieren, he decided it was time to head back. He stood, walked over to Solitaire, and gave her stiff shoulder a light pat. Let's go. How was today? Must have been exhausting. Solitaire's legs had long since gone sore and heavy, but she forced herself upright, plastering a strained smile onto her face. Not tired at all. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. A lie. She had no intention of letting a human witness any sign of weakness in her, like a predator mid-hunt, never showing vulnerability. Ronan frowned. Not tired. I don't want to hear lies. Why can't you demons ever be honest? Solitaire kept her smile fixed in place, though her eyes flickered away slightly. I am being honest, my lord. Why would you think otherwise? Ronan said nothing further. Trying to communicate with these compulsive liars was, frankly, a waste of breath. Fortunately, the spell to control demons was nearly finished. Since demons lacked empathy, and human mind control magic didn't work on them anyway, the answer was to target their speech instead. Something like oath magic. Whatever was spoken had to be honored, lies included, without exception. That way, there'd be no more worrying about these demons spinning endless falsehoods. That night, Ronan taught Frieren all the spells he'd developed one by one, and he'd also picked up a few new ones from Ciri. All legendary tier, concept-based spells, not much use in combat, but genuinely excellent in terms of pure utility. Things like stain removal, grease removal, mold removal, and one particularly interesting one, memory reading. None of these were things Feng Yuan could replicate, so they filled in the functional gaps in his magic quite nicely. From now on, he could technically skip showering entirely. Not that he was planning to get that lazy about it. With these fresh spoils in hand, within just a few days, the enemy arrived at the doorstep. You're the hero. At the entrance to the village, Jarvis fixed his gaze on the men standing before him, his expression grim. Something must have gone wrong with the intelligence. Why had the hero managed to arrive here before him? He'd planned to eliminate the target, Flam, before anyone could interfere, and instead, he'd been stopped before he'd even set foot in the village. Drawing the weapon at his back, Jarvis took a deep breath and stepped forward. Fine. Whether you're the hero or not, you won't escape death today. Remember my name, Jarvis the Infinite. Dying at my hands should be an honor. His age showed clearly, even his attempt at speaking like a human came out in a stilted, half-archaic, thoroughly awkward manner. Ronan gave him an indifferent glance. Yeah, I know. You're the one with spatial magic. Shame you're not the white-haired type, and your human form isn't even complete. To Ronan's eyes, Jarvis looked like a beast standing over 3 meters tall. Humanoid in shape, but without anything resembling an actual human face. Fighting some brute like this, even winning wouldn't feel like much of an accomplishment. At least the ability itself was interesting. He'd finally get to play the part of an otherworldly Sukuna. But that seemingly offhand remark from Ronan landed on Jarvis like a needle straight through his pride, humiliating him to the core. White-haired. Human. He was a proud member of the demon race. Thud. His weapon cracked the ground beneath him, and Jarvis snarled coldly. Enough insolence, human. To even call us human. Today, I will slaughter every last human standing behind you, without exception. He practically spat out each word. Ronan nodded, his tone still perfectly even. Yeah, got it. Come on, then. Insolent. Jarvis couldn't hold back any longer. Ronan's dismissive tone made him feel like nothing more than an insect in the man's eyes. The veins on the back of his hand bulged instantly. Boom. His figure blurred like wind, moving so fast it left afterimages, the ground cracking apart beneath every footfall. In an instant, he closed the distance to Ronan, his weapon slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, swinging down in a brutal strike. Just then, the demon soldiers behind Jarvis had been preparing to charge into the village alongside their general. But... boom. A thunderous crash shattered the tense atmosphere. Ciri dropped down from the sky. A surge of overwhelming magic power instantly reduced more than 10 demons to ash, leaving behind a crater dozens of meters wide in the ground. She landed at the edge of the crater, a confident, exhilarated smile spreading across her face, and called out. I'm your opponent. Come at me, all of you. After 2 or 3 days of practice, she'd finally managed to master the spatial magic, more or less. With the demons attacking now, this was too good a training opportunity to waste. Only about 30 demons left, should be plenty. Worst case, she'd just take her time killing them. Perfect timing, too, a chance to show Flamme her heroics in action. Unfortunately, Flamme's entire attention was fixed on Ronan. Beside Flamme, Solitaire, seeing the situation unfolding in her favor, inching closer to the future Schlacht had foreseen, decided it was time to act, planning to kill Flamme and flee immediately after. But the instant she raised her hand, she felt her own magic power and muscles slip completely out of her control. The magic she'd been gathering exploded inside her body before she could even release it, the sudden pain forcing a stifled groan out of her, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Flamme heard the sound and turned around, brow furrowing with concern. "Sister Solitaire, what's wrong?" Since it was dark out and the magic power involved had been relatively small, the explosion hadn't damaged any blood vessels, at most, it had triggered a muscle spasm. So all Flamme could see was Solitaire's pale face, and her body trembling slightly. Gritting through the pain, Solitaire heard Flamme's question and forced a strained smile, her voice shaky. I'm fine. Just feeling a little unwell, that's all." Though the excuse sounded fairly weak, Flamme didn't question it. Worry written across her face, she asked if she should go get her mother, but Solitaire firmly declined. Seeing this, Flamme let the matter drop, though she quietly filed it away in the back of her mind. Meanwhile, Solitaire cursed internally, that damned hero. She hadn't expected that spell of his to actually be real. To save her own life, she'd sworn an oath never to harm a human. She'd assumed, as always, that it was just words, nothing more. But now... damn it. She nearly ground her teeth to dust, despair flooding through her. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 200 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 48, The Aesthetics of Violence. 1,439 words. So this is infinite space. Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in that split-second standoff, he immediately confirmed that Solitaire's words hadn't been exaggerated in the slightest. This infinite space defense really was, by human standards of technology, genuinely unbreakable. Lucky for him, brute force could overcome any technique. Boom. Ronan's right arm shot out, a gust of pressure erupting like thunder, sending Jarvis flying instantly. Jarvis tumbled through the air, and before he even hit the ground, the layered spatial formations covering his entire body shattered completely. He crashed hard into a thick tree trunk, snapping it clean through. The impact rippled outward, striking every tree behind it, sending countless green leaves cascading down like a curtain of rain. A large dent was now clearly visible in Jarvis's armor. That single thunderous blow had forced a mouthful of blood straight out of him. He wiped the blood from his mouth, disbelief flashing across his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected to be knocked back that easily. Ronan rolled his wrist, savoring the strange thrill of unleashing pure physical strength alongside magic power in a single strike. That thrill only intensified watching Jarvis's humiliating, battered flight through the air, every pore on his body practically buzzing with satisfaction. Probably the effect of some deep-seated appreciation for the aesthetics of violence. The more visceral and direct the contrast in a scene like this, the more powerful the impact felt. Not bad. But as far as pure raw power went, that was enough for now. Time to move into an actual magical duel. Ronan raised his gaze. Hey, you can still stand, can't you? As a general of the demon race, don't tell me you can't even take a single one of my slaps. Russell. Jarvis gritted his teeth against the searing pain, and forced himself back up off the ground. Hearing Ronan's words, an indescribable sense of humiliation surged inside him. As a demon general, he'd slaughtered countless humans, a being whose very name once struck terror into hearts across the land. And now, sent flying by a single slap, what unbearable, absurd shame. Had he grown careless recently, his power somehow diminished. Even granting that this was the hero, the gap in strength shouldn't have been this obvious. Jarvis took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the resentment welling up inside him, and without wasting any more words, charged forward again, weapon raised. He pushed his magic to its absolute limit, even weaving spatial magic directly into the blade of his weapon. A blade infused with spatial magic like this could cleave an enemy clean in two, even without physically making contact. Finally starting to take this seriously. The whistle of wind cut through the air, and Ronan watched as Jarvis's figure appeared before him like some ghostly apparition, his own expression remaining perfectly calm. He extended a finger, spatial magic coiling around its tip, and gave a light flick against the incoming blade. Swish! The unstoppable blade suddenly stopped dead, as though it had struck an invisible, indestructible wall. To an outside observer, it would have looked as though Ronan had blocked an all-out strike using nothing more than a single raised finger. Jarvis's pupils contracted, and before he could even process what had happened, a clean crack slowly appeared right down the center of his blade. A moment later, half the blade clattered to the ground with a clang, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The cut surface was smooth as a block of tofu, sliced with impossible precision. Jarvis's pupils contracted again. Spatial magic. He felt like he was hallucinating. But the faint, lingering traces still visible in the space around them told him it was all real. This guy. Jarvis gritted his teeth, flipped his weapon in his hand, and used the momentum to leap backward, growling low. Who exactly are you? He simply refused to believe the hero standing before him could actually be human. After all, spatial magic was, in theory, something only demons could ever master. A half-human, half-demon hybrid seemed far more plausible. He growled again. You. But before he could finish, Ronan cut him off entirely. You got any other moves? If not, it's my turn. Ronan had no interest in guessing at what was going through Jarvis's head. As far as he was concerned, any attempt at verbal exchange with a demon was simply a waste of breath. Swish! Ronan vanished from where he stood in an instant, moving so fast he left behind not even an afterimage. An overwhelming sense of danger crashed over Jarvis all at once, like a tidal wave. He hastily threw his hand out, trying to construct a spatial defense formation, but he was still half a beat too slow. Crack! The formation shattered and Ronan's strike swept through like wind, cutting straight through space and body alike, without distinction. Jarvis felt a sharp, coppery taste flood his throat, and before he could even cough up the blood, the lower half of his body crashed heavily to the ground. Whoosh! A wisp of pale mist dispersed into the night sky in an instant. Ronan glanced back to see Jarvis, eyes wide open even in death, glaring like a pair of bronze bells. Even with half his body gone, already beginning to dissolve into ash, he still fixed Ronan with a look of pure, venomous resentment. As though demanding to know why he hadn't even been given a chance to finish speaking. Damn it! As his life force drained away, Jarvis's consciousness grew hazier, his imitation of human speech deteriorating rapidly, reduced now to only a few broken syllables. He lifted a withered finger, trying desperately to gather magic power, but each attempt failed. Ronan watched, unbothered, treating it as nothing more than the last twitch of a dying beast. He slowly looked away, thinking to himself that spatial magic really was unreasonably overpowered. In terms of fluidity of movement and sheer visual elegance, it was so much better than just punching someone into a pile of meat. At least it wasn't quite as gory. If he'd been his old self, one punch and any kid watching would have walked away permanently traumatized. Although cutting someone in half at the waist is still pretty gruesome, honestly. Good thing demon physiology is completely different from a human's. Musing over this, Ronan turned, walked over to where Jarvis had dissolved, extracted his memories, and then headed back outside. The Battle of Kings was over. Time to go check how the rest of the fight was going. Amazing. Not far off, Flam stood on the second floor of a nearby house, gripping the railing tightly, eyes practically glittering with excitement. Even though she'd already agreed to become Ciri's disciple, deep down, she genuinely didn't like her much. Her first impression of Ciri had simply been too bad to begin with. But Ciri was currently out there defending her village, and there was no ignoring that. So right now, Flam's feelings toward Ciri were thoroughly complicated. Compared to that, her feelings toward Ronan were far simpler, far purer. He'd never once bullied her, and he'd been kind, never once showing any disapproval of her fondness for flower magic. To Flam, Ronan felt like a warm, kind older brother, exactly the kind of person she wished she could call her master. Unfortunately, Ronan had turned down her request to become his disciple, saying taking on students was too much of a hassle. Every time she thought about it, Flam felt a pang of genuine regret. Such a great older brother, why couldn't he just accept a lively, adorable, clever disciple like her? If Ronan had said yes, she would have defected from Ciri's tutelage without a moment's hesitation, right then and there. Sigh. Flam let out a small sigh, her thoughts gradually settling as the battle wound down. Standing on the second floor, she gazed out toward the other battlefield in the distance, her eyes flickering with thought. There's still plenty of time, she told herself, she hadn't grown up yet, and there might still be a chance in the future. As long as you never give up, anything's possible, that was the lesson her father had taught her. Who knew? Maybe one day she'd get herself kicked out of Ciri's tutelage after all. And when that happened, surely her big brother wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 200 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, The Curtain Falls, A Farewell. 1,342 words. You're done over there too. Ronan looked up, his gaze calm as it settled on Ciri standing in front of him. Ciri planted her hands on her hips, a confident smile spreading across her face. Of course. Who do you think I am? They were nothing but a bunch of weaklings who couldn't put up a fight. How about your side? How many exchanges did the demon general manage against you? She didn't believe for a second that this so-called Yarvis could have matched Ronan in any meaningful way. After all, in her eyes, Ronan was the strongest human she'd ever encountered in her entire life. In power, in talent, unmatched by anyone. Ronan answered, his tone even. A few. Doesn't really change my opinion of him either way. More importantly than whether he was strong or not, I think our real priority right now should be evacuating everyone here. The Demon King's army just lost a substantial force. Once the demon race finds out, they'll definitely send another wave to wipe out everyone here, purely to vent their fury. Especially since, from Yarvis's memories, I learned his actual target was Flam. At that, Ciri's eyebrow lifted slightly. She gazed out toward the peaceful village in the distance, surprised at her own earlier misjudgment, but still asked. Evacuate them where, exactly? There's not a single safe spot anywhere on the northern continent. Even the outskirts where Frieren lives get hit by demon attacks occasionally. Unless you plan to move them all the way to the central continent, or the southern continent, but the question is, would they even agree to that? Could you actually pull it off? She turned slowly, meeting Ronan's eyes directly, a hint of skepticism in her gaze, her tone growing serious. I've already tried out that flight magic you taught me. It's not particularly fast, and it can't sustain flight indefinitely. 3 hours gets you maybe a few hundred kilometers, at most. And this place is at least tens of thousands of kilometers from the central continent. Never mind the magic power it'd cost, I'm not interested in burning that much time on a group of humans. Ciri firmly believed in the law of the strong, and that belief was part of the reason she'd once been so indifferent to the massacre of her own kind. To her, being weak simply meant being weeded out. Even her involvement in this rescue had really just been an excuse to test out spatial magic. Ronan watched her, a note of quiet reflection in his voice. Still so cold-blooded, huh? You've got essentially unlimited time. If you spent even a fraction of it helping other people. Things might turn out quite differently, I imagine. Though delivered as a simple statement of fact, Siri caught a deeper implication buried within it. She shot him a sideways glance. Are you criticizing me right now? Are you trying to say that if I helped people more, I'd have more friends? That's laughable. What would I even want with friends like that? They're just humans. They'll all be dead before I know it, one way or another. Even if I got along with them well, even if we spent a long time together, against the span of my own life, it wouldn't add up to more than a fraction of a fraction. That short a stretch of time can't change anything meaningful. She paused, fixing her gaze on Ronan. Including you, hero. Listening to Siri's words, Ronan got the sense she'd been through something like this before, at some point in her past. Maybe she'd had friends once, only to gradually grow numb to the whole concept as the years wore on. He understood, in a way, a bit like keeping a pet, and then, one day, it's simply gone. However devastated you might feel in the moment, life keeps moving, and eventually, the grief fades into the background. He let out another quiet sigh. Can't change anything, huh? But from where I'm standing, Siri, you've already changed. I still remember, not too long ago, you couldn't stand the sight of me, no matter how you looked at it. And now? Siri found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She opened her mouth, ready to insist she still couldn't stand him. Because Ronan's talent was so overwhelming it made her feel a bit inadequate by comparison. But the words died before they left her mouth. She realized, quietly, that her reasons for disliking him had somehow shifted, without her even noticing. Siri's fist clenched, then slowly relaxed, and she let out a resigned sigh. You're the exception. You're different from ordinary humans. You were chosen by the hero's sword, after all. The rest of them. She seemed about to say something less than kind, but catching herself, remembering her own standing, and the existence of her disciple, she held it back. She paused, then turned and waved a hand, changing the subject. Whatever. You're the hero, do whatever you want. I don't have any objection to you taking them somewhere. Just not outside the northern continent. One of the nearby cities would work fine. As long as the village disappears and we fake signs of its destruction, no one should ever be able to track them down. Given that the nearest city was only a few dozen kilometers away, relocating there wouldn't feel like leaving home entirely, even for the villagers. Ronan nodded, quietly impressed. Siri showing this much consideration for others was already a significant step forward. He'd made it to this world after a long journey. He was determined to do something meaningful with it. Even if it was just gradually influencing the people around him, saving a few innocent lives along the way, that was worth something. The two of them turned and walked side by side, heading back into the village. Soon enough, with Ronan drawing the hero's sword and Siri confirming her own identity, the villagers unanimously agreed to the relocation plan without much debate. Given the village's modest size, just over 100 households, the entire process was more or less wrapped up within a single night. At the village gate, dawnlight filtered softly through a thin morning mist. Ronan reached into his pack, pulled out 2 magic tools, and handed them to Flam's parents, giving them careful instructions. These can deal effective damage to monsters and demons alike. Since we'll be leaving soon, if demons ever attack again in the future, you can use these to defend yourselves. I've already notified the lord of the city. He'll do everything he can to support you. As for your daughter, don't worry. Siri will make sure she's properly taught. Unless something unexpected happens, she should be back to visit every few years. Flam's parents accepted the magic tools, a flicker of hesitation crossing their faces, but given that Ronan was the hero, they didn't feel it was their place to press further. All they could do was quietly hold onto the gratitude they felt. A magic tool specifically effective against demons, that alone made it worth an absolute fortune. The hero really was generous. They hoped he'd finish his campaign against the Demon King as soon as possible and return home safely. As for Flam, they hoped she'd behave well and live up to the hero's expectations. And that girl, Solitaire. Even without ever finding her real family, staying close to the hero, she'd probably end up doing just fine. Their thoughts churned, a tangle of complicated emotions swirling inside them. Once he'd finished with the final arrangements, Ronan turned and left. Flam's parents watched his retreating figure, and once they saw him rejoin Ciri, Flam, and Solitaire, giving them a small parting wave, they finally accepted that this was, formally, goodbye. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 210 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 50, Enter the Goddess. 1,437 words. At the same time. Inside the Demon King's castle. The Demon King's icy voice echoed slowly through the palace, dripping with unconcealed accusation. Schlacht. Jarvis is dead. Exactly as you foresaw, cut down mercilessly by the hero. And yet, Flam, Ciri, and the hero himself are all still alive. How do you explain this? We sent someone specifically to intervene in that future, so why has the future not changed at all? What exactly has Solitaire been doing out there? As a mole planted for an assassination that had failed to even happen, and worse, apparently led around by the hero himself, the whole situation was utterly pathetic. For the first time, the Demon King felt Schlacht had genuinely mishandled things, that he'd entrusted the future of the demon race to an incompetent. Schlacht slowly lowered his gaze, hands folded respectfully across his chest, half kneeling on the ground. His expression remained calm, his voice low, apologetic. Forgive me, Your Majesty. In the future I foresaw, Solitaire's attack on the hero was never meant to happen during this particular window of time. As for failing to kill Flam, that was likely due to the hero's interference. Wielding the hero's sword, mastering flight magic, his presence has shifted the very future I once foresaw. Schlacht paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully, then continued. This is something I genuinely never anticipated. Never anticipated? The Demon King's voice rose sharply, his fingers clenching hard around the armrest of his throne, producing a loud creak. His voice turned cold and furious. And a simple "I didn't anticipate this" is supposed to excuse the whole affair. You couldn't even kill a 5-year-old girl. What use are you to me? And Jarvis, wielding spatial magic, and still defeated by the hero. Is our race simply destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone for this hero? How infuriating. The Demon King's furious words left Schlacht in silence. As a demon, much as he hated to admit it, the facts were simply the facts. Even his own prized foresight magic had failed him, how much less could be expected of anything else? Schlacht let out a quiet sigh, his voice carrying a note of measured reassurance. Your Majesty, there's no need for such pessimism. Whatever attitude the hero currently holds toward our race, our population still numbers in the hundreds of thousands. One man alone cannot possibly wipe us all out. As long as the goddess herself hasn't intervened, hasn't issued any divine decree, we still have every chance to rebuild and rise again. For now, I'd recommend we withdraw from the front lines, lie low, and keep a low profile. Hearing this, the Demon King shot him a scathing glare, fury barely contained behind his eyes. Committing the entire race's strength against the hero, only to be told the outcome was simply, he can't kill us all, was that supposed to be acceptable? Sending everyone against him at once, and it comes down to nothing more than he can't possibly kill everyone. Was the demon race really meant to just sit here, passively waiting to be slaughtered? Absolutely infuriating, the Demon King refused to accept this. But, recalling the sheer power of the goddess and the hero's sword, the old wound Ciri had once inflicted on him still throbbing faintly, the Demon King gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight. Damn it all. He spat out the words, furious. Why did the hero have to exist alongside me? Given the chance, I will kill that goddess myself. He couldn't beat the hero, the man had already proven that much conclusively. But the goddess might be a different story. Perhaps she was nothing more than an empty title, all divine status, and no real power. No one wanted to simply bow before fate without a fight. Still, all that aside, the most pressing matter right now was dealing with the immediate threat posed by humanity. For the future of the demon race, and to avoid drawing further attacks from the hero, the Demon King's face darkened, resolve flashing in his eyes as he issued his order. Starting today, the castle enters full lockdown. No demon leaves or enters without my explicit permission. Preying on humans is forbidden except in genuine necessity. If hunger becomes unbearable, substitute animal blood instead. In truth, demons could survive perfectly well without eating humans at all. It was simply their inherent nature that drove them to prefer tormenting people specifically. Understood. Schlacht accepted the order, bowed respectfully, and turned to take his leave. Beneath his outwardly calm exterior, a quiet unease stirred. There was something he still hadn't told the Demon King. In the vision he'd just witnessed, even though Solitaire had narrowly escaped death thanks to oath magic, she was still fated to die at the hero's hands eventually, on some future day. Oath magic, as it turned out, was really nothing more than a cage confining her. And she herself was little more than a lab rat trapped inside that cage. Once the cage's durability had been thoroughly tested, the rat would have no use left. With that thought, Schlacht let out a slow breath, quietly lamenting that the days ahead for the demon race were only going to grow harder. But the Demon King was already furious enough as it was. Better to wait until his temper had cooled before delivering this next piece of bad news. At the same moment, in the resting place of souls. A deep, drowsy sound broke the stillness of the heavens. Perhaps influenced by the shift in the future, the goddess slowly began to stir from her slumber. Reclining on a bench formed of pure light, her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her elf-like pointed ears twitched at the same moment. A moment later, she opened her eyes, pale gold in color, sensing the faith power drifting all around her, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Has it already been 500 years? She murmured softly, her voice like something out of a celestial hymn, echoing through the quiet space around her. As a goddess, she typically only woke when the world's overall structure fell into turmoil, or when some fundamental flaw arose in the world's underlying logic. As for this so-called faith power, it was the product of an act she'd carried out 500 years earlier, distributing sacred texts among humanity, and establishing a church devoted to her worship. For a deity like her, that kind of power carried enormous benefit. Without much hesitation, she began absorbing the faith power, preparing to strengthen her divine authority, and further refine both her divine sovereignty and her physical form. As she absorbed it, something suddenly felt off. Her half-closed eyes snapped open again, as though she'd caught the sound of certain human prayers. She blinked, parsing the language carefully, and a flicker of barely noticeable surprise crossed her eyes. The hero's sword has been drawn. A hero has already emerged. She vaguely recalled the world's trajectory unfolding quite differently. After all, she was the one who'd created this world. Having observed the future spanning 10,000 years ahead, she naturally knew exactly what should come to pass. The world-ending calamity was supposed to arrive roughly 2,000 years from now, and only then would the hero's sword be officially drawn. Whoever drew the sword would become humanity's savior, guiding the human race to an entirely new height. Afterward, the hero would eventually die, becoming one of her own divine attendants, and her faith power would surge dramatically as a result. For that exact purpose, she'd specifically created foresight magic, designed to keep both humans and demons walking along that predetermined future path. And yet, here she was, waking from her slumber, only to find that predetermined future had somehow already shifted. Who was responsible for this? The goddess's thoughts stalled, a wave of displeasure settling over her. This seriously threatened to disrupt her own growth. Becoming a full deity was only the beginning. Without sufficient faith power backing that ascension, even a god was little more than an insect. No, she couldn't simply let this slide. Whoever had drawn the hero's sword ahead of schedule had to be some kind of heretical anomaly. Should she descend in her true form? The goddess fell into silence. A moment later. She'd made her decision. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 210 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Flam's Plea, the Goddess Descends. 1,297 words. Big Brother Ronan, how old are you this year, and what's your relationship with Master? Above the clouds, the group rode the wind, racing swiftly toward home. Flam gazed at the clouds beside her, looking out at the faintly visible horizon in the distance, full of excitement. Ronan mulled it over briefly, his eyes still fixed ahead, his voice calm. No relationship to speak of. Just partners. She handles the analysis of magic, I handle mastering it. As for my age. He paused, then slowly turned his head to look at Flam, an eyebrow raised slightly, and asked back. Why do you ask? Flam shook her small head, her soft hair drifting freely in the wind with the motion, then broke into an innocent smile. I'm just curious, of course. I feel like your relationship with Master isn't ordinary, otherwise you wouldn't have stepped in when she was scolding me back then. She paused, her voice suddenly turning soft, hopeful. Big Brother Ronan, could you teach me magic together with Master? Ronan's brow furrowed slightly. She's a handful, Ciri, he thought, strong-willed and stubborn, not an easy person to get along with. Not being able to have Frieren take her as a disciple had already left her rather displeased. If she found out that Flam, too, was being carved off, there was no telling what foolish thing she might do. Thinking of this, Ronan was about to speak up and warn Flam, as a child, don't think too much, be careful not to bite off more than she could chew. But before he could get the words out, Flam suddenly leaned in close. She pressed her face near his ear, and in a casual tone as if telling a secret, added in a low voice. Big Brother Ronan, let me tell you a little secret, I've had a dream I've never dared tell Master. I think magic is amazing, that it can bring people joy, so I want to create a world where everyone can use magic. Do you think I can do it? Ronan fell silent, his gaze growing complicated. How do I even answer that? Flam's dream was so grand it bordered on unreal, giving him a sense of déjà vu, like a child saying, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. But the problem was, in reality, how many children actually became astronauts? After a moment's thought, Ronan nodded gently, careful not to crush her confidence. I believe in you. You were right not to tell her about this dream. She hates teaching magic to those without talent. Are you telling me this because you want my help? Flam nodded without hesitation, an innocent smile spreading across her face, the kind a kid gives right before asking for candy. Yes. My instinct tells me you're powerful, stronger than Master, even. So I want to ask you and Master to join forces and teach me magic. She lowered her head slightly, a hint of unease in her voice. I know Master might not agree, but I still want to try. Big Brother Ronan, please, help me convince her. Flam's words were full of sincerity, the kind of wheedling only a kid can pull off, and it left Ronan speechless all over again. Truth be told, Ronan hated trouble, especially the kind that required talking someone into things. Being asked to convince Ciri now was genuinely a tall order. Rather than wear himself out with words, it would be far more direct and practical to simply beat her into submission. Thinking this, Ronan lowered his eyelids slightly, a flicker of consideration passing through his eyes, and for the moment gave no answer to Flam. Flam, too, knew her request was rather unreasonable. So, seeing Ronan stay quiet, she reined in her thoughts as well, privately telling herself she'd bring it up again once they landed. And so, as the group pressed on swiftly, it wasn't long before they returned to Frieren's village. The moment Solidar descended from the sky and her feet touched the ground, she still could hardly believe it. Because the hero hadn't killed her, even after Jarvis's death. Could it be I still have some other value? She couldn't understand it but felt overwhelming relief. Live one more day, live it. Besides, with the oath magic placed on her, no one could harm her anyway. Thinking it over carefully, this was perhaps one of the reasons she'd survived at all. The hero might intend to use her to test how long the oath magic lasted, or even to search for loopholes in it. Silently letting out a breath, Solitaire was settled by Ronan in a corner of the village. To be safe, Ronan placed a tracking spell on her. Just as Solitaire had guessed, keeping her alive was indeed meant to serve the refinement and creation of future magic. A dead demon and a living, obedient demon held entirely different value. Ciri didn't understand Ronan's reasoning, but since he was the hero, she let it go. With their cooperation concluded, all she wanted now was to bring Flam back to her own residence. For that, Flam sought Ronan out once more. And then... What? A flash of astonishment crossed Ciri's eyes, they widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Did I hear that right? Otherwise, how could she have heard such an absurd request? Her face cold, she asked back. Are you serious? Ronan? That child wants me to teach her together with you. You must be joking. Who do you think I am, Ciri? I've never once heard of a disciple taking on two masters. Ronan hadn't heard of such a thing either, but then again, this was another world. And according to Flam's own words, it was only asking for guidance, not a formal second discipleship. So he let it be. After a brief explanation, Ciri's mood eased somewhat, though she was still quite displeased. As if to say I'm not good enough, that the girl needs extra tutoring just to improve. Taking a deep breath, Ciri's eyes turned sharp, her face carrying a trace of resolve, as if she'd made up her mind about something. Let's fight it out, she said coldly. Only by truly, genuinely losing once could she convince herself in her heart, otherwise she'd never get past this hurdle for the rest of her life. Ronan nodded. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for. Whatever Ciri thought, nothing was more honest than fists. As the words fell, the atmosphere gradually grew tense. At the same time, in a church near the northern continent, the goddess slowly stepped out from within her statue, her form still edged with the faint glow of carved stone, as if the marble itself were reluctant to let her go. Light gathered and thinned at the tips of her lashes before fading, and beneath the folds of her robe, ears with the delicate taper of an elf's caught the last of the sanctuary's candlelight. Through her sense of the hero's sword, she learned roughly where the hero currently was. And so... Rustle. Slowly folding in her outstretched angel wings, the goddess took a step forward into the void. In the blink of an eye, she crossed over 1,000 kilometers, arriving near the hero's sword. At that moment, she could faintly sense a surge of magic power erupting not far away. The goddess considered for a moment, suppressing her divine power and tucking away the wings on her back, before slowly walking in that direction. _______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 220 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 52, the goddess appears, time stands still. 1,320 words. A few kilometers away, on an open stretch of land, the battle had turned entirely one-sided. Even the strongest spell Ciri could command, one strike capable of leveling a small town, was, in front of Ronan, no more than a tickle. Bang! He closed his hand loosely in the air, and her magic vanished in an instant, Ronan's expression unbothered. He appeared beside Ciri in a blink and struck her down with a single palm. Since mages had next to no physical resistance. Ronan looked down at her, her magic power all but drained, and said, "Well? Had enough. The gap between us should be pretty clear by now. No need to get so worked up over it, really. It was just a request for guidance. Why pick a fight with a kid over this?" It was precisely because it was a kid that she cared. Children speak without filter. That Flam thought less of her than of Ronan didn't sit well with Ciri at all. Losing on power was one thing, but losing on charisma too. Even the truth could sting, and this was one she had to settle. She took a deep breath, forcing her emotions down, keeping her face from betraying anything. She climbed to her feet, dusting herself off, and changed the subject, fixing her eyes on Ronan as she asked, her voice tight. "What exactly is going on with your body? Why can you take my full-strength strike head-on without a scratch? Is that something the hero's sword grants you too?" To her mind, every inexplicable thing about Ronan could only be traced back to the goddess. After all, the goddess wielded the power of creation. Granting a human an indestructible body wasn't unreasonable. As it happened, however, the goddess was nearby. She heard Ciri's question, her gaze sweeping over the hero's sword at Ronan's side, her slender brows lifting slightly. "The hero's sword can do that? Since when?" If her memory served, when she'd forged the hero's sword, the only condition she'd placed on its drawing was that the wielder be the strongest in the world. In other words, it wasn't that the hero was destined to draw the hero's sword, it was that the hero's sword could only be drawn by whichever savior happened to be the strongest. Because that hero was the strongest besides herself. At that thought, the goddess's curiosity was piqued, and she held off revealing herself for the moment. She wanted to see what kind of answer this hero would give. As she watched, her pale gold eyes flickered faintly, and foresight magic quietly activated. In an instant, everything that had ever happened to Ciri played back clearly before her eyes. In a single moment, Ciri lost every secret she'd ever had. So, the strongest of the elves. 2,000 years old, that checks out. But this hero... The goddess's gaze shifted to Ronan, and within her eyes, time rewound several weeks, only to fall into utter darkness. Clearly, her foresight magic had been interfered with. Who is he, really? The goddess murmured to herself. As a god, this was the first time she'd ever encountered such a thing. There was no way a human could interfere with her foresight magic, not even the hero, impossible. Because the hero was nothing more than something she'd created on a whim. Just as the goddess's mind filled with doubt, Ronan spoke. "Who knows? Believe whatever you want." Ronan offered no further explanation, the strong need not say much. This seemingly offhand answer landed very differently in Ciri's ears than in the goddess's. Ciri took it as tacit confirmation. How modest of him, already unrivaled in the world, and yet he never once made a show of it. If not for today, who knew how long it would have taken to find out he wasn't just strong, he was something else entirely. But the goddess didn't see it that way. The hero is lying. Why? This isn't a power the hero's sword grants at all. Or did I grant this power myself and simply forgot upon waking? The goddess's mind was full of confusion. She shook her head slightly, something tied to the power of faith itself couldn't simply be forgotten. She concluded that this hero was hiding a secret, and a great one that might rival her own. Just as Ciri was about to voice her feelings and admit defeat, the goddess stepped forward, coming to stand between the two of them. Her gaze was calm, fixed directly on Ronan, and yet she said nothing. Ciri froze for a second, the words she'd been about to say caught dead in her throat at the goddess's sudden appearance. Spatial teleportation magic. Who are you? Ciri quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious as she stared hard at this being before her, who looked for all the world like an elf. The magic power still lingering in her body began to stir faintly. The goddess glanced at her, her voice ethereal and distant. "Young elf, do not act rashly. I am the goddess of creation." The goddess had never left a name for herself in this world, even at the headquarters of the goddess's Church of the Unified Empire, all she was ever called was simply the goddess. Hearing this, Ciri's outstretched fingers froze midair, her wary expression suddenly faltering. The goddess of creation. She rubbed her eyes. Oh no, I'm seeing things. How could a god descend to the mortal realm? How could she appear here of all places? Even though circumstances 500 years ago had kept Ciri from ever laying eyes on the goddess, she knew the goddess was real. You. Ciri's breathing grew unsteady. A brief moment of thought, weighed against what stood before her, told her none of this was an illusion. Only the goddess would call herself young, for she was the one who had created heaven and earth and all things in it. No need to be tense, young elf. The goddess saw straight through Ciri's thoughts. She gave a gentle nod, her expression softening. I've come because of the hero's appearance. Someone prayed to me that the hero's sword had been drawn, so I came in person to see what kind of person this hero might be. With that, she turned her head, a warm smile on her face, though laced faintly with something appraising. Hero Ronan, would you tell me where you come from? My eyes can see through both future and past, and yet your past alone appears to me as utter darkness. And you have never once appeared in any future I have seen. Would you tell me why that is? The implication, spoken and unspoken, was plain, one step short of saying outright that Ronan was an anomaly. Ronan looked at the goddess, Feng Ling Yuing showed nothing but garbled static. He frowned slightly. At the same moment the goddess frowned as well. I see. The goddess seemed to sense something. Without waiting for Ronan's answer, she raised her hand and unleashed a burst of time-stop magic straight at him. She wanted to see just what other tricks this hero might have up his sleeve. That her own divine power had been contaminated by some unknown force, nearly breaching her divine body, encroaching on her divine authority. She didn't know where this power came from, but it was clearly one of the reasons the hero had scrambled the future she saw. The time stop wasn't meant to harm, after all, in her eyes, there was no sin whatsoever on Ronan. It was only meant to confirm what she suspected. Perhaps _______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 220 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 53, Crossing Blows, the Goddess Yields. 1,629 words. That burst of time-stop magic caught Ronan completely off guard. Though he'd long known his existence would draw the goddess's attention, he hadn't expected this confrontation to come so soon. The feeling was much like a hero cutting down some low-level demon minion, only for the Demon King to appear on the spot, intent on wiping him out. Is this really necessary? As the flow of time around him gradually froze solid, Ronan felt even his own thoughts starting to slow. He'd assumed the goddess would follow up immediately with a killing blow, and had already braced himself for infinite revival. After all, no matter how powerful Feng Ling Yuing was, it was no match for a single GM command wiping his data clean. And yet, unexpectedly, after casting time stop, the goddess simply stood there, silent. Ronan couldn't help but frown at this. What is she waiting for? Confused as he was, he didn't hesitate to act. He set his own speed to 999x, trying to break free of the still not quite solidified time and space around him. At the same time, he activated invisibility from his ability menu, trying to slip past whatever lock the goddess's technique had on him. Partial invisibility hides a character's data outright, to the point that even the AI itself can't detect it. Since time stop worked by manipulating the flow of time in the surrounding area, damage immunity type buffs were useless against it. Only something like invisibility, which erased a character's presence entirely, stood any real chance of countering it. Sure enough, the moment Ronan's figure vanished, the goddess's pale gold eyes widened slightly, disbelief spreading across her face. He actually... She murmured softly, a note of surprise in her voice. But before she could finish the thought, an unprecedented sense of danger surged through her. Though there was nothing before her now, the goddess knew full well, Ronan had already broken free of her spell. Almost on instinct, she vanished into the void, calling out as she did. Wait, don't misunderstand, I'm not your enemy. The words had barely left her when Ronan reappeared, right where she'd been standing. After the 999x speed boost forcibly cleared some of the debuffs on him, his movements had returned to normal. Hearing the goddess's voice, Ronan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Misunderstand? He lowered the fist that had been ready to wipe out her health bar in a single strike, and asked, his voice low. "What do you mean by that?" He could understand the goddess showing up. She'd simply noticed this string of anomalous data that was him. What he couldn't understand was that the entire point of her appearing had only been to test him. In his mind, gods were always supposed to sit far above, never tolerating any anomaly within their domain. The goddess let out a soft sigh, as if conceding the point, and said, somewhat helplessly, "I only came to see what kind of person you are, and whether your existence would deflect the world's future. A hero cannot be someone wicked, and on that count, you've done well. In every future I've seen, you've never slaughtered the innocent. I admire that in you." Though the goddess couldn't see into Ronan's past, she could foresee his future. Even if Feng Ling Ying's existence might cause those futures to deviate, Ronan's inner character wouldn't change because of it. That was the reason she hadn't struck to kill. Hearing this, Ronan's mood gradually settled. Still, he didn't drop out of invisibility. He simply adjusted his damage multiplier quietly and asked, his tone even. "I see. Can I take that to mean you have no intent to kill me?" "Of course." The goddess nodded. At that moment, the two of them stood in separate planes of time and space, neither able to reach the other. To any outside observer, the scene would have looked deeply strange. Their voices echoed through empty air, like ghosts murmuring to one another. Hidden nearby, Siri held her breath, listening carefully to the exchange between them. Before long, she realized the two seemed to have reached some kind of understanding. "I don't know where your power comes from, but it's clearly on par with my own divine power. I can influence the world, you can influence yourself and even others. Hero Ronan, I acknowledge your standing to speak with me as an equal. And yet, your existence will inevitably affect how this world unfolds. Let's make a deal. I can send you out of this world, and as compensation, you may take one thing of your choosing with you when you go." The goddess's offer wasn't exactly tempting, but that was to be expected. A deity of the good and lawful alignment would never compromise easily, never lower her own standards. Only the condition of leaving for another world held any real appeal to Ronan. Even so, it was only some appeal. Ronan shook his head, declining. "Sorry, I'm not interested in that. And honestly, I don't even understand what you mean by affecting how the world unfolds. Putting together what you've said so far, am I right to think this world's future is already set?" "That's right, though not entirely." The goddess's tone carried a note of helplessness as she lowered her gaze. "What I call set is really just the world following its own course of development, the rise of nations, the birth, aging, sickness, and death of humans, all of that is simply part of the times running their course. But your appearance will change the times. The Demon King, who was originally meant to be slain by the hero Himmel, will die at your hands far earlier, and the entire upper ranks of the demon race will be wiped out along with him. With the demon threat gone, humanity will fall into civil war, and 1,000 years from now, will splinter into 3 warring nations, locked in endless conflict. 2,000 years from now, humanity will vanish entirely. I know your intentions were good, but an ending like that, forgive me, I cannot accept it. This future was built on the premise that Ronan would die a few decades from now, and in terms of how the times would naturally unfold, that was indeed plausible. But Ronan knew better, he wasn't going to die. Clearly, the goddess's omniscience wasn't truly omniscient, at the very least, she couldn't factor Feng Ling Ying's existence into her calculations. Realizing this, Ronan more or less understood what the goddess was worried about. He nodded, his tone calm. I see. So you're worried about social upheaval. Just like the legends say, you really are a benevolent god. But even so, that's not a reason for me to leave. Don't you think a future like that sounds a little too far-fetched? Human society collapsing just because the demon race is gone, since when does that make any sense? Looking across history, it certainly could happen that way, pressure was what drove progress forward. But none of that should have anything to do with a god of creation. Hearing this, the goddess fell silent. After a moment, she slowly spoke. You're not wrong. But this is the best future I'm capable of creating. Her nature simply wouldn't allow her to create races born of malice. The demon race had evolved from monsters, an outcome beyond her design, something unforeseen. Thinking of this, the goddess drew a slow breath, steadying herself. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Hero, how would you like to leave? Name your terms. She'd assumed that, being human, he must harbor some kind of greed. Unfortunately, Ronan had no need for any of that. What's more, once he left, he would truly become a malignant tumor, the one responsible for unraveling the order of this world. As a cheat-wielding player, how could he possibly just bow to some predetermined fate so easily? With that, silence fell over the air once more. For a long while, neither spoke. Very well. I understand what you're getting at. The goddess let out a soft sigh. She could see that the standoff couldn't go on, and as a goddess, she had no grounds to punish a hero simply for being righteous. So, out of duty, she spoke quietly, laying it bare. Given that, I'll step back. Wherever you're from, whatever you intend to do, I won't interfere, but I have one request. She lifted her gaze. Help me manage this world. As a god, I'm not permitted to directly intervene in humanity's natural course of history. But since your presence has already changed that history, why not see it through, keep things running in good order 1,000 years from now? In return, I'll grant you an immortal, undying body. For a hero like you, that should be a small thing. Hearing this, Ronan looked up. Since he could already achieve immortality on his own, the offer didn't excite him much. Still, the goddess's concession caught him somewhat off guard. Guess that's what it means to be a god of the good, lawful alignment. Fine by him, Ronan didn't refuse. A world thrown into chaos would end up affecting his own life too. Whether it was infinite wealth or infinite life, both only meant anything in a relatively peaceful world. If it came down to endless war and scarce resources, even immortality would just become another form of torment. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 230 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 54, The Pope. 1,365 words. With those thoughts settled, the tension in the air gradually eased, and the two of them dropped out of invisibility. Ronan offered the goddess a few suggestions, creating other races, for instance. As long as those races weren't outright hostile to humanity, they could open up new resources and ease the strain, keeping things on a positive trajectory. For the goddess, though, such a thing was genuinely difficult. As a still young deity, her strength simply wasn't enough to pull it off. The power spent on the original act of creation still hadn't fully recovered, even now. So all she could do was file the idea away, quietly wondering whether some other method might serve in its place. Not far off, Ciri's eyes had gone wide. She watched the scene before her, a man and a god, chatting away like old friends, with something close to disbelief. What in the world? Just minutes ago the two of them had been at each other's throats, practically ready to come to blows. How had it turned into this in the blink of an eye? Ronan actually had the power to cross blows with a god. Was that really the goddess? It felt almost unreal. At least in Ciri's mind, the goddess was supposed to be all-powerful. She took a deep breath, the doubt in her heart spreading like creeping vines. She badly wanted to cut in and ask something, but couldn't find the right moment. Not until the goddess conjured a book out of thin air and handed it to Ronan. Then, the goddess reached out and tapped Ronan's forehead lightly with a fingertip, her form growing steadily more translucent, until she vanished entirely. Only then did Ciri shake off the weight of the goddess's presence. She hurried forward and asked, "Hero, what exactly just happened? Were you fighting the goddess? Why couldn't I understand a single word either of you said? That book is the Holy Scripture. The so-called Holy Scripture could be thought of as something like a Bible. It recorded every spell the goddess commanded, including those of time, space, and fate. Unfortunately, its text was sealed under layer upon layer of encryption. Even the most fervent believer could spend an entire lifetime, and still fail to unravel more than a handful of its secrets. Ronan came back to himself and nodded. That's right. I did fight the goddess just now, and we reached a kind of agreement. It's fine that you couldn't follow it. Long story short, she's handed over part of the world's management to me. The goal is to prevent the war that's supposed to break out 1,000 years from now. 1,000 years? Hearing the timeframe, Ciri's fine eyebrows drew tightly together, disbelief written all over her face. She wondered if she'd heard wrong. But looking at the very real Holy Scripture in Ronan's hands, and reminding herself this was the goddess's own will, Ciri could only half believe it, and asked, her voice tense. A war's really going to break out 1,000 years from now. Is that true? Does her ladyship the goddess hate war that much? The moment the words left her mouth, Ciri felt something rap lightly against her head, as if the goddess hadn't fully left after all. She clutched her head and hastily corrected herself. The goddess was not a little old lady, and only then did the disturbance in the air settle. Ronan watched her, chuckling softly. Of course she does. Why else do you think she'd show up in front of me? Good news is, it's all sorted now. To make things easier going forward for the next 1,000 years, the goddess is opening quite a few doors for me. Unless something goes wrong, I'm now, more or less, the pope of the goddess's church. At those words, dead silence fell around them, as if even time itself had frozen in that instant. Then Ciri's eyes went wide, shock plastered across her face. Pope? You've got to be kidding. What exactly did the two of you agree to? To Ciri, it felt just as absurd as some commoner suddenly becoming the richest person in the world. She took a deep breath, ready to press further. But by then Ronan had already stepped up beside her, giving her shoulder a light pat, his tone casual as he cut off the words about to leave her mouth. Don't overthink it. This is between me and the goddess, you elves don't need to get involved. Let's head back first. The goddess made a few edits to this holy scripture before giving it to me. With the time and space magic in here as reference, I'm sure it won't be long before I can create magic of humanity's own. As for fate, Ronan said nothing about that for now. Because according to the goddess, using it required divine power, it involved manipulating and altering cause and effect itself. Foresight magic could also be considered a part of fate magic, just a heavily neutered version of it. It could see, but couldn't change anything out of nothing, and certainly couldn't reach into the past. Ciri had 1,000 things she wanted to say. And yet, faced with Ronan's answer, she found she couldn't get out a single word. By the time the two of them made it back to the village, Ciri's instinct was to treat the whole matter as a secret between the two of them, not wanting to cause either of them trouble. Still, there was one thing that kept nagging at her. During Ronan's standoff with the goddess, she'd caught snatches of words she hadn't understood. Things like another world. Taken literally, she understood the words themselves, but the meaning underneath them. Ciri couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer, and quietly sought Ronan out to ask about it. If another world really existed, and the goddess wanted Ronan to leave this one, did that mean she, too, might have a chance to leave? This world no longer held anything worth the effort of striving for, as far as she was concerned. No family to keep her company, only a single disciple, and one who, of all things, favored Ronan over her. There was simply no joy left in any of it. Ronan looked at Ciri, fell silent for a moment, then asked, brow furrowed. Are you serious about this? Just because life felt joyless, she'd give up everything and head off to another world entirely. He had to admit, that kind of attitude was more than a little reckless. He'd entertained the thought himself once, sure, but then again, he was a cheat-wielding player, he'd thrive no matter which world he ended up in. Of course. I never joke. Hearing the answer, and seeing how dead serious she looked, Ronan mulled it over for a few seconds before ultimately choosing to respect her own path. I see. Understood. In theory, it's possible. But right now, I don't have any intention of leaving. There are still some things I haven't finished dealing with. Ciri raised an eyebrow. So I can only leave once you do. That's right. The goddess isn't a servant to either of us, it's not like she's obligated to help just because you want her to. With that, Ronan nodded toward the window, where Frieren was outside practicing her flower-blooming spell. He paused, then went on. Give it some time. Besides, even if I did actually leave, what would happen to Flam? Don't forget, you're her teacher, at least in name. Ciri fell silent. Ronan's words made her realize that leaving now really would be somewhat irresponsible of her. Part of her wanted to say she'd just bring Flam along too, but she knew perfectly well that wasn't possible. She didn't have that kind of pull. So, a little longer, then. And in the meantime, she could learn a bit more through Ronan. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 230 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 55, Teaching, Ciri's Reluctant Admiration. 1,425 words. With that thought, she left Ronan's room, intending to settle in this village for the time being. First, she used magic to conjure a treehouse on an open patch of ground outside. Once everything was arranged, Ciri raised a hand and summoned Flam, ready to test how well she grasped the fundamentals of magic theory. After a while, the test was done, and the verdict was, barely passable, likely a reflection of her parents' own level. Ciri wasn't surprised by this. A disciple like this was, if anything, the easiest to teach. Starting from zero meant no bad habits to unlearn, no wrong paths already taken. She could hardly wait to mold Flam into a powerhouse, if only to show off her own skill as a teacher. Thoughts churning, Ciri turned and picked up a few books, handing them to Flam. And in her mind, she began sketching out a rough training plan for the years ahead. Once the plan was set, the training got fully underway. Days passed and Flam's knowledge grew visibly. After that, much like a child who'd stay up all night reading a book she loved, Flam threw herself completely into the world of magic, unable to pull away. In a single week, she covered ground that would normally take someone else a year. Just as I expected, she really is a genius. Inside the treehouse, Ciri thought back on Flam's progress, genuinely moved. She picked up a kettle on her own, poured a cup of water for herself and one for Ronan, took a small sip, and said admiringly, "That child is absolutely going to inherit my legacy to perfection. Her name will go down in history." She looked up at Ronan, seated across from her. "Ronan, have you heard the news? The demon race has been pulling back their troops, and the Demon King's castle has gone on lockdown. That Demon King must be terrified of you. Do you think, once my disciple's grown up, she'll be able to defeat him?" Ronan took a sip as well, knowing him meant the Demon King, and after a moment's thought, said slowly, "It's too early to say. At the very least, that's not a scene the goddess saw in any future. Of course, the future can change, especially now that I've stepped in to disrupt it. Let's just keep watching for now. As for making sure that war 1,000 years from now never happens. Ciri, do you want to learn spatial teleportation magic? I've already mastered it myself." With the goddess's own magic as a reference, Ronan had skipped the whole process of visualizing and stabilizing space, which saved him a considerable amount of time. Ciri blinked, caught off guard, then asked, "Is that really possible?" The news had come too suddenly for her to fully believe, at least by her understanding, teleportation was far harder than spatial cutting. Ronan nodded lightly, his tone casual, as if remarking on something perfectly ordinary. "Nothing that can't be done. The goddess giving me the scripture was partly meant for this too. After all, it's only once everyone has a grasp of spatial magic that people can properly keep each other in check. Besides, if you learn it, it'd help me out as well. For instance, if the demon race invades somewhere, you could go in my place. According to the goddess, humanity couldn't afford to be left without an external threat. And Ronan himself was simply too powerful. The moment he stepped onto a battlefield, not a single demon would escape alive. Which was exactly why Ciri's role mattered so much. Her stance on the matter would, in effect, become his, the way to hold the demon incursions into human territory to the smallest cost, the tightest limit. Listening to Ronan, Ciri fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. I understand. If it was just a matter of using spatial magic to support the front lines, that was fine by her. She'd always loved a good fight anyway. She took the grimoire from him, and before she'd even opened it, she heard him add a few words of caution. Spatial magic is extremely difficult to learn. As far as I can tell, you're the only one who could manage it. Once you've learned it, do me a favor in return. Every spell you collect from here on, consider it payment owed to me down the line. Given how his standing had shifted, Ronan no longer had any real use for the nobility. However much power or influence they held, none of it came close to magic itself. As for simply creating spells himself, that would waste too much time, and wouldn't be nearly comprehensive enough. He wasn't a computer, after all. Only by having others learn spells in advance could he ever draw on them whenever he needed. Across from him, Ciri's brow arched slightly. Every spell. But then she remembered how precious space and time magic were to her personally. She straightened up almost without thinking and agreed. No problem. Do you want to start now? There were simply too many to gather all at once, a full 1,000 tomes, easily, and even with flight magic, there was no moving them all in any short amount of time. Ronan watched her, teacup in hand, his tone even. We'll talk about that once you've actually learned it. He wasn't in any hurry, since he didn't really expect Ciri to pick up spatial magic quickly. Even copying by imitation took real skill. Sketching a rough chicken pecking at rice was nothing like tracing out the along the river during the Qingming festival. At that, Ciri felt a flicker of being looked down on, but she didn't lash out right away. Instead, she simply opened the book. And almost at once, the clarity and resolve in her eyes gave way to confusion, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Oh no. Is this even magic? She could read every rune and diagram individually, but put together, it felt like staring at an indecipherable scripture. Because its theory and practice ran completely opposite to modern magic as she knew it. This wasn't merely inventing new magic, it was an overhaul of magic itself, something closer to building an entirely new branch of mathematics from nothing. Ciri gritted her teeth slightly, thinking to herself that she couldn't blame him for saying what he'd said. For now, it really was true, she was the only one who could learn this, even if it would take time to understand. She took a deep breath, snapped the book shut and said, reluctant but resigned all the same. You're right. I'll work hard to master it. Hero Ronan, I look forward to the day you create even more new spells. Oh, right. Something occurred to her and she stopped mid-motion, having been about to leave, though this was, after all, her own home. She turned back to look at him and asked. Once I've mastered this magic, can I teach it to Flam or to Frieren? I doubt either of them has the talent for it, honestly, but it's worth a try regardless. Ronan nodded lightly, setting down his teacup. Sure. I'm not looking to keep it to myself, honestly, the more people who learn it, the easier things are for me. How you teach them is up to you. Ronan wasn't especially good at guiding others, which was exactly why he'd handed the spell over to Ciri, and let her work through it on her own. If she could grasp it thoroughly enough to lower the barrier for learning it, that would be an excellent outcome for humanity as a whole. With that said, Ronan turned and took his leave. And once he'd gone, the treehouse settled back into a long, lingering silence. Ciri sat there, brow furrowed, her expression complicated, her gaze fixed on the spellbook in her hands. At last she let out a soft sigh, reflecting on just how much the gap between them kept widening. Perhaps the only place she could ever hope to outdo him was in teaching, after all. She couldn't afford to slack off, not if she didn't want to lose even that last strength of hers. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 240 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 56, Daily Life, Demi. 1,387 words. 3 days later, the faint morning light spilled through the window, falling across a wooden table piled high with books. Siri stretched out her slender fingers and slowly closed the last page, and along with the rise and fall of her chest, she let out a long, heavy breath. Finally finished. Never in my life did I think I, Siri, would go 3 sleepless days and nights just to master one spell. Truly unheard of. The difficulty of this magic had been beyond anything she'd imagined. Simply understanding the runes and diagrams alone had eaten up 2 full days. She'd spent the remaining day locked in constant trial and error, failing 300 times before finally succeeding. A few more days of reinforcement, and she should be ready to move the trials over to a human subject. Anything involving transporting a living body through space demanded the utmost caution. Letting out another breath, Siri used a spell to wipe away her fatigue, straightened out her somewhat rumpled clothes, and stepped out of the treehouse. Growl. Right then, her stomach let out an ill-timed rumble. Siri reached down and touched it, only then realizing just how hungry she'd gotten. So she crossed the garden and made her way into Frieren's house. She'd meant to head for the kitchen and grab some bread to tide herself over, but the moment she pushed the door open, a faint, strange aroma hit her nose. A scent she'd never smelled before, yet one that carried an oddly irresistible pull on her appetite. Siri's curiosity was hooked instantly. She stepped closer and found Ronan hard at work in the kitchen. In front of him sat 2 enormous iron pans. There was no flame beneath them, and yet they'd been heated red-hot all the same. Something was frying in one, hot oil sizzling and popping with bubbles, and it was from there that the smell was drifting. The other pan held a bubbling, thick brown liquid. Siri leaned in, peering closer. Before she could make out what was in the pans, Ronan heard her footsteps, glanced back, and seeing who it was, gave a nod. "Oh, it's you. How'd the 3 days go? Hungry?" Made sense, really. No one wandered into a kitchen unless they were hungry. After all, the ingredients and seasonings of this era were painfully scarce, hardly enough to stir anyone's appetite. Not that it mattered much, with infinite life active and his hunger meter locked, he could survive just fine without eating at all. But the appetite for good food never really goes away. So in his spare time, he'd gone out hunting. Eventually, on a deserted little island, he'd found a creature that looked something like a chicken. It was massive, its feathers a riot of color, and he had no idea how the meat would taste, but it was at least something to hope for. The trip back had taken a while, but he'd managed to scavenge some honey and some oil along the way. Then, drawing on knowledge from his past life, he'd gone out like some legendary herb-tasting sage and tracked down a few substitutes for chili and bay leaf. With those seasonings finally in hand, Ronan's most pressing problem was solved, and so, more or less by accident, the first proper cooking of this other world got underway. What sat in front of Ronan now could be called fried chicken wings, more or less, except these wings were roughly the size of a human forearm. Siri swallowed again. A smell she'd never smelled, ingredients she'd never seen. Is this what nobles eat? It seemed far too strange for that. But still. She stared at Ronan with pleading eyes and asked. "What is this?" She wanted it badly. A hit to the senses through smell was always the most direct, and it set the saliva flowing, and saliva flowing only ever meant a surging appetite close behind. Ronan gave a faint smile. He'd expected exactly this reaction from Siri, so nothing about it surprised him. By then the wings were done frying, both sides golden brown, the scored cuts opening the skin, the interior fully cooked through thanks to a touch of magic. He skillfully lifted them out and dropped them into the other pan, coating them in syrup, then poured in the honey, stirring continuously. Once it had thickened, he used a burst of high-heat magic to set it, then plated the wings, and just like that, candied honey-glazed chicken wings were born. Simple as the dish was, and however mediocre the sugar's quality, by the standards of this era, it was practically an anachronism. Clink! The plate slid forward, amber and faintly glistening, catching Ciri's eye. Want one? Before she could even answer, Ronan repeated the whole process on the second wing, following the exact same steps. Frieren and Flam weren't up yet, and a dish like this needed a taste test first. If it turned out well, there'd be plenty of time later to slaughter a few more. With that thought, Ronan took a bite, and immediately felt a wave of genuine delight. Beside him, Ciri, faced with a dish she'd never seen the likes of, ate until her mouth shone with grease, and her stomach visibly rounded out. Good thing there was digestion magic. Once she'd wolfed the whole thing down, Ciri sat up properly across from Ronan and asked, a note of curiosity in her voice. Where did you even get this meat? It's far too good. Is this how they cook where you're from? Frieren had told her Ronan came from another country. And yet Ciri had traveled to every country on this continent, and had never once come across cooking like this. So as far as she was concerned, there was only one possible explanation. Ronan must be from somewhere overseas. Ronan smiled and didn't deny it. Glad you liked it. It's just candied chicken wings, nothing special. Anyway, let's get to business. He set down the bone in his hand, his expression turning serious. Have you finished with the spatial magic? Ciri quietly filed away the words candied chicken wings in her mind, thoroughly won over by the food, and nodded. I've finished it, though I'm not quite fluent with it yet. As for the spells you wanted, it'll probably take about 3 more days before I can deliver them to you. There are just too many, and the distance is too far. I'll need to practice first. Ciri's home lay over on the central continent, and Ronan had already expected this kind of answer. He nodded and replied. That's fine. 3 days, 30 days, doesn't matter, as long as you don't forget. Well, we're done eating. Come on, there's other business to handle. Ronan brushed the dust off himself and stood, ready to leave the kitchen. As he was walking off, he suddenly remembered something important, turned his head partway, and added. Oh right, Ciri, there's something I need to tell you. About that idea you brought up a few days ago, the goddess sent back her reply. To keep humanity from losing all order and falling into civil war once the demon race is wiped out, she's decided to introduce, or create, a few new species. These new species are called demi-humans. You've probably never heard the term, but creating something from nothing is far harder than simply introducing it, so. Ronan paused. Ciri, would you be interested in bringing Frieren and Flam along, and coming with me to take a look at some other worlds? You won't find a worthy opponent in this world, who knows, maybe one out there will finally satisfy you. Since different worlds varied wildly in customs, and even in how further eras had developed. Ronan felt no real hesitation about stepping into other worlds and getting involved in them. And besides, since he was the one changing the future here, it only made sense to pitch in a little elsewhere too. He could treat it as something of a vacation. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 240 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 57, A Little Jealousy, and the Next World, End of Arc. 1410 words. At those words, Ciri's spirits lifted at once. She stopped in her tracks, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. Really? It wasn't that she doubted him, it was just that everything had happened so fast. What she'd assumed would take years had suddenly shrunk to half a month. Ronan nodded, of course it's real. He had a rough idea why the goddess had moved so quickly. No doubt she was worried he'd get too comfortable settling into a quiet, cozy life here. Having gotten a clear answer, Siri could no longer hold back her excitement. She bolted straight out of the kitchen, ready to pack her things. Just then, Flam stirred awake. She pushed open her door and stood at the top of the second-floor stairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her gaze still hazy. She spotted her master downstairs, practically buzzing with excitement, and caught the scent still lingering in the air. She couldn't help but suspect the two of them had snuck off and eaten something without her. She made her way downstairs, over to Ronan, and tugged at the hem of his clothes, swaying, half asleep, mumbling. "Big brother, I want some too. You gave it to master and not me, that's not fair." Her voice was soft, and at first listen there was nothing much to it. But listen closely, and there was a thread of childish jealousy woven through it, like candy split unevenly, one side favored over the other. This kid. Ronan couldn't help but find it amusing. She'd only just woken up, where was this favoritism even coming from? He reached out, scooped Flam up, and got ready to take her to wash up. Standing in front of the bronze mirror, feeling the warm towel wipe across her cheeks, Flam finally came fully awake. She pressed her thin lips together, saying nothing, just staring quietly at her own reflection in the mirror while Ronan tidied her up. Once she was washed and her hair carefully braided by Ronan, Flam finally spoke up, softly. "Big brother, are you and master really that close? Why does everything have to go to her first?" It was something that had bothered her for a while now, the thing she liked least of all. She always felt like her share of his affection kept getting siphoned off. Ronan smiled, reached out, and ruffled her hair, teasing. "What, are you jealous?" Flam didn't quite understand the exact meaning of jealous, but instinct told her it wasn't a compliment. She immediately puffed her cheeks out, like a little hedgehog with its spines up, and shot back. "No, I'm not. I just want to be treated equally, that's all. Big sister Frieren might not mind because she's an elf. But I'm human. Humans should stick with humans, big brother Ronan. Don't you think so?" The words caught Ronan a little off guard. He fell silent for a moment, suddenly struck by how mature Flam seemed for her age. But he didn't answer right away, he just shook his head. "Maybe. But elves and humans aren't really all that different, deep down. They just live longer, that's all. That's all." Hearing this, Flam immediately wanted to argue, to her, that sounded like a flat-out lie. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, Ronan scooped her up again. "Enough about that. Come outside with me." "I get what you mean." Ronan carried Flam out of the chair and into the living room. Then looked toward the iron cage outside the door where the beast was kept, ready to start on the second batch of ingredients. Flam fell quiet, well aware that big brother Ronan was, once again, brushing her off. "If only I could just grow up already." She let out a small, helpless sigh inside. As time passed, a plate of candied chicken wings, fragrant and beautifully glazed, was set down in front of Flam. The moment she saw the wings, she instantly understood where that earlier smell had come from, and all her earlier gloom melted away. She picked up her knife and fork, and despite her somewhat clumsy movements, ate with real relish, occasionally spearing a bit of vegetable and popping it into her mouth. Before long, Frieren, too, was pulled from sleep by the same irresistible smell. After washing up and finishing lunch, Ronan told everyone about the trip to the other world, right there in front of them all. "That's the gist of it. All four of us going together shouldn't be a problem, right?" Some time later, Ronan stood before the goddess, laying out everything that had happened, start to finish. The goddess looked past Ronan at the three standing behind him, her expression complicated, her heart unable to settle for a good while. "A trip? What a laughably light way to put it. This is about saving a world, saving all of humanity. And you're bringing the whole family along." She took a deep breath and said, her tone heavy with concern. "Hero, I have to warn you, that world out there isn't the paradise you might be imagining. The rules of that world are different from ours. There you'll find no shortage of beings whose strength rivals my own. One misstep, and you could easily lose your life. Even knowing that, are you still set on doing this? Understanding exactly what the goddess was getting at, Ronan mulled it over for a moment. He'd already considered this himself. Personally, he wasn't fond of playing babysitter. It would only get in the way of his own decisions in the field, tie his hands, and waste precious opportunities. So, with that in mind, he'd already adjusted the other's stats beforehand. To the point that even without his direct protection, nothing could touch them. He looked the goddess straight in the eye. Don't worry. They won't be a burden. The goddess was about to ask just where his confidence came from. But in that very instant, she noticed something deeply anomalous, and quickly cast a spell to investigate further. The longer she looked, the more her heart raced. You. She stared hard at Ronan, her expression turning grave. After a long moment, as though something had finally clicked into place, she let out a breath, resigned, and said, almost relieved. I see. So you really are the same kind of existence as me. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about at all. Let's begin. With that, the goddess invoked her authority, preparing to pry open a passage to another world. As the goddess of magic and life, the divine authority she wielded over magic drew from boundless imagination. In a god's understanding, anything was possible, which was part of why she was able to send Ronan to another world in the first place. The passage slowly opened, and to help put Ronan at ease before he set off, the goddess added a few more words. For this trip, I'll be sending an avatar of my divine power along with you. I know that with your strength, you likely won't need her help. But when the time comes for you all to return, you won't be able to manage without her. As for this avatar, I've already sealed her within your holy scripture. Just focus your awareness on it, and you'll be able to call her forth. Ronan nodded, took out the holy scripture, and focused carefully. Sure enough, he could sense something slumbering within it. The goddess really does think of everything. Good, then. This way, he could explore freely, without a single worry weighing him down. Let's go. Gathering his thoughts, Ronan stepped forward. As the figures of the four of them gradually faded into the passage, the goddess finally felt a measure of relief settle over her. She pressed both hands to her chest. I hope everything goes well. If creating new species hadn't cost so much divine power, she never would have had to resort to a workaround like this in the first place. Who knew, perhaps this could even become an opportunity to refine her own divine authority, down the line. The hero's appearance was, at once, both a risk and an opportunity. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 250 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 58, about how I, the hero, got summoned by a demon lord. 1413 words. Translator's note. Greetings, esteemed readers. If any of you spot a name, term, or title in this translation that deviates from the official Frieren canon, please do not hesitate to point it out. You can simply leave a comment directly on the specific paragraph where the mistake appears. Rest assured, this translator will review it and make the necessary corrections right away. Thank you all so much for your keen eyes and continued support. Just wanted to drop a quick note. Hinata Sakaguchi and Velgrind are my wives. Underscore 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 underscore. A dim candle flame flickered in the cold, gloomy hall. Gray stone pillars cast eerie, twisting shadows. A blonde-haired man watched the girl collapsed on the magic circle before him, his gaze cold, his face full of disappointment. Failed again. The girl was covered in severe burns, barely breathing, and yet there wasn't a trace of pity in the man's eyes. He was Leon Cromwell, one of the 10 great demon lords, ruler of the golden land of Eldorado, known to all as the White Gold Demon. For this summoning, he'd spent a full 30 days in careful preparation, only to watch it fall apart at the very last step. At the thought, Leon's brow furrowed with impatience. A summoning this troublesome only comes around once every few years, sometimes once a decade, sometimes longer, he thought to himself. He had no strength left to waste on this. His expression hardened, and he was ready to simply let the girl die without a second thought. After all, as a demon lord, he'd long grown numb to the value of life. But right then, the girl's fingers, stripped of skin, the raw muscle beneath exposed, twitched faintly. And from her mouth came a garbled sound, something that resembled a foreign tongue. Help! Help me! The voice was faint as a candle flame in the wind, but Leon's ears caught it all the same. And thanks to his magic sense, able to convert intention-laced sound waves into comprehensible language, he instantly understood the meaning behind those few words. Oh! Leon's brow arched, and he turned his head, a faint, barely noticeable flicker of interest crossing his eyes. He was mildly surprised the girl still had any consciousness left. This close to death, most people would have already passed out from the sheer pain of such wounds. But it was only mild surprise, nothing more. He quickly looked away, and the girl, catching that cold glance, felt only despair well up inside her. Just as she was about to lose all restraint and hurl curses at the demon lord. Tap! A footstep sounded behind her, followed quickly by more, scattered and out of rhythm. The sound cut through her thoughts, and the words she'd been about to spit out died in her throat. Leon turned toward the noise, his brow drawing tight. There above the magic circle, directly behind the girl, space rippled outward in layered waves, and 4 figures stepped out. Leading them was a man in an old-fashioned white robe, a long sword hanging at his waist. Behind him followed 3 women, no, more precisely, girls. Their clothing shared a similar style, all carrying that same ancient, elegant beauty. Whoosh! Right at that moment, a cold gust of wind swept through, and the dim candle flames guttered even more violently, lending their sudden appearance an especially eerie air. You people! Leon's eyes flickered, utterly unable to believe his summoning circle had pulled in 5 people at once. There were precedents for multi-person summonings, sure, but those required flawless timing and a cost beyond imagining. And besides, the target of his summoning had been a child under 10. What did this grown man standing before him have to do with that? Leon's guard shot up in an instant. He narrowed his eyes, instinctively stepping back half a pace, thinking to himself. Enemies. Whoever could slip through his barrier without a sound, evade every guard, and break straight into his castle, whoever they were, they had to be demon lord tier strength, no question. So why had he never once laid eyes on them before? His gaze darkening, Leon drew his weapon, and tension spread thick through the air. His voice low, he demanded. Who are you? Ronan looked around calmly, in no hurry to answer Leon's question. Right now, his mind was full of one question: where exactly had the goddess sent him? This gloomy setup, the oppressive atmosphere, and the half-dead, clearly tortured girl beside him, it all screamed villain's lair from every angle. On top of that, something he'd heard while crossing through the passage was nagging at him. It had sounded like game terminology, something about gaining the language comprehension skill. He hadn't caught it clearly, but that was roughly the gist of it. So was this a game world? As Ronan mulled this over, his gaze settled on the blonde man standing before him. Actually, closer to a woman in looks, but Feng Lingyuing never lied. His displayed HP read 50,000, equivalent to 500 ordinary people combined. In other words, his recovery and resilience were 500 times that of an average person. The number caught Ronan off guard. Even the strongest creature he'd encountered before this had topped out at 3,000 HP. The goddess, of course, was the exception. Even so, this was a wildly steep comparison. This world was clearly no small thing. Russell. Right then, Flam wrapped both arms around Ronan's leg, giving his sleeve a small tug, gesturing toward the girl nearby, a sign she was about to die. Kind-hearted as she was, she couldn't bear to watch a life slip away. Seeing this, Ronan gave a small nod. Then, meeting Leon Cromwell's wary, guarded stare head-on, he casually waved a hand, and the girl was restored to full health. The burns across her body vanished visibly, her once charred skin steadily returning to a pale, unblemished state. Her breathing gradually steadied, her chest rising and falling in a calm rhythm. Feeling the sudden lightness in her body and the absence of pain, the girl blinked in bewilderment. She clenched her fists, trying to push herself up off the floor, staring at Ronan in disbelief. Her thoughts came out in fragments, her mind flooded with shock, one single idea looping through her head. A god. Leon narrowed his eyes, watching the entire act of healing unfold, utterly unable to comprehend how it had been done. In 200 years as a demon lord, he'd never once witnessed anything like it. No healing potion, no spell, and yet a fatal wound completely undone. Given the man's evident strength, could this be some kind of ultimate skill? If so, the threat he posed had just jumped another level. After all, the man before him was a swordsman. Ha! Letting out a breath, Leon made his decision instantly. Without hesitation, he summoned a flame spirit, while simultaneously reaching several of his subordinates through his mind link. In the blink of an eye, Ronan and the others found themselves surrounded on all sides. Take them. Leon's voice was cold as he gave the order. So what if the man rivaled a demon lord? He himself was a demon lord. As a former hero, he possessed both swordsmanship honed to its absolute peak during his human years, and demonic essence beyond compare. In this world, aside from the three ancient demon lords, there wasn't anyone he was afraid to cross. This unfamiliar face, Ronan, clearly didn't register as a threat worth his caution. Just as Leon was calculating how much strength his subordinates could grind down from the intruders, and how he'd deal with them afterward. Bang! An explosive sound shattered his train of thought. He looked up, only to see his subordinates, every single one of them, unable to even match the girl standing beside Ronan, all easily beaten flat to the ground. The flame spirit, which had been just about to unleash a burst of fire, was already frozen solid, encased in ice so dense that even heat exceeding 1,000 degrees couldn't melt through it. Leon froze at the sight, his expression instantly locking in place. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 250 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, A Visitor from Another World, The Beheaded Demon Lord. 1,416 words. Leon stood rooted to the spot, surveying the wreckage before him with utter disbelief. He knew that even if he'd stepped in personally, there was no way he could have taken down every one of his subordinates in such a short span of time. Not to mention there was an elf here whose presence rivaled only that of the Elf King. Leon took a deep breath, no longer able to write off these uninvited guests. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, lowered his stance, and his voice turned cold. You're being far too bold, intruders. Trespassing into the territory of me, Demon Lord Leon Cromwell, for what purpose? Demon Lord. At those words, Ronan gave his wrist a light shake, the flow of magic power around it stilling, a glint of amusement and consideration entering his eyes. Only now did he fully grasp the situation he was in. So that's it. No wonder these guys attacked without so much as a word of explanation. Guess this really is a villain's lair after all. He clicked his tongue and said plainly. I told you, this is a misunderstanding. You believe that? Also, you look pretty dignified, honestly, like a human. Why exactly are you a demon lord? In his mind, demon lords came in one of two flavors, winged and fanged with a blue-tinged face, or an adorable little lowly. After all, being a demon lord surely meant belonging to the demon race. Now here was a man who looked like nothing so much as a nobleman, claiming to be a demon lord. It genuinely threw him. Leon's eyes went colder still, having no idea what was running through Ronan's head. He looked at his fallen subordinates, listened to Ronan's claim that all of this was some misunderstanding, and felt a sudden surge of being mocked well up inside him. A misunderstanding? What kind of absurd excuse is that, and how does he say it with a straight face? You've already fought your way to my front door, do you take me for a fool? Easy to fool. What arrogance, judging a demon lord by appearance alone. Do you really expect me to believe what you're saying? Even he himself had never been quite this arrogant. After all, among demon lords there was no shortage of ones who looked harmless enough, yet could level an entire nation the moment they lost their temper. Still, Ronan didn't think there was anything wrong with what he'd said, he was simply stating the facts. Seeing that the other men seemed dead set on fighting to the bitter end, Ronan sighed. Why bother? I already told you it's a misunderstanding. Would it really hurt to believe me? I don't know exactly how strong you are, but you're clearly nowhere near godhood. So, given that. Before he could finish the sentence, Leon seized the opening and closed the distance in an instant. The blade he swung came fast as a gale, its edge so sharp it could split dust motes in the air in two. And yet. Clang! A single slender finger caught the strike, a blow capable of splitting mountains. A light flick of the finger. Ping! Cracks spread across the blade in an instant before it burst apart into countless glittering fragments. At the sight, Leon's expression darkened. This guy. He tapped the ground lightly with his foot, putting distance between himself and Ronan once more. Facing him from afar, he took a deep breath, his tone wary. You're clearly no nobody. Who exactly are you? The strike being blocked was one thing, but the weapon itself had been destroyed, and it had been a legendary-grade blade. It had taken him 200 years just to acquire two of those. At this, Ronan's expression stayed indifferent, unbothered. Who knows? Anyway, let's get back to business. We're total strangers, sure, but since you chose to strike first, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, Ronan vanished from the spot, leaving only his calm voice, drifting softly into Leon's ear. I'm the hero. If you're going to blame anyone, blame the fact that you happen to be a demon lord. The instant he heard those words, Leon's pupils shrank. He was just about to open his mouth to object. But in the next second, a wave of blinding pain crashed over him like a rushing tide. The world spun before his eyes. Then everything went black, and he knew nothing more. Confirmed. Ultra-speed regeneration activated. Some time later, a cold, mechanical notification tone seemed to ring inside Leon's head. Eyes still shut, Leon's brows twitched once, twice, he knew this had to be an illusion. The world's voice only sounded off when a skill was learned. But the pain radiating through his entire body was far from illusory. The last thing he remembered was being beheaded. That bastard. Even deep in unconsciousness, Leon's jaw clenched slightly. Then, his eyes snapped open, and there was Ronan, crouched right in front of him. The candlelight around them flickered, the light dim and shadowy. Seeing Leon awake, Ronan gave a light nod. You're up. Your regeneration is even more impressive than I expected. Even a severed head can heal and regrow. You're not human, are you? Of course he wasn't. Ever since becoming a demon lord, he'd transformed into a half-demon, with a lifespan stretching over 1,000 years. Now, seeing Ronan watching him with something between a smile and a smirk, Leon's expression darkened slightly. Why didn't you kill me? Do you want to die that badly? Ronan shot back, then rose to his feet, looming over him from above. Originally, I had every intention of killing you. I did try. But apparently that little girl thinks you saved her life. A life for a life, Demon Lord Leon. You should count yourself lucky. Hearing this, Leon fell silent. Before he could speak, Ronan pressed on. Tell me. That summoning circle, what was it? How were you able to summon her here, from another world entirely? While Leon had been unconscious, Ronan had gotten a crucial piece of information from the little girl. This world, it seemed, was more unusual than he'd first assumed. At first, he'd thought he'd landed in some kind of game world. But he'd since realized this place actually had transmigrators. The little girl was one such transmigrator, named Shizue Izawa, born in 1937, 8 years old this year. That was a remarkably specific number, and combined with the burns on her body, and the words she'd mumbled about planes, Tokyo, explosions. Ronan could say with certainty this had something to do with World War II. Leon stayed silent, his expression complicated, difficult to read. Though the humiliation of surviving only thanks to the girl's plea still stung, this clearly wasn't the moment to dwell on it. He, too, had caught something important in Ronan's words. He's definitely not from this world. Because anyone with even a little strength and knowledge in this world knew it was home to reincarnators, summoned ones, and visitors from other worlds alike. Reincarnators were souls reborn into the bodies of this world's natives, while summoned ones were usually children or teenagers. So a visitor, then? What world does a visitor this strong come from? Rotten luck, this. And then there was the way Ronan had introduced himself earlier. Hero wasn't exactly a good word to throw around lightly in this world. Speak it aloud and some unseen thread of cause and effect would attach itself to you. As a former hero himself, Leon knew this firsthand. So, a hero from another world. Leon weighed the stranger's origins in his mind, then lifted his gaze, his tone gradually settling into something calmer. I see. It does seem I misjudged you all. I'll tell you everything. After all, I lost. As he spoke, with Leon now awake, the others gathered closer. Siri waved Flam and Frieren over, they'd been off nearby, browsing for books to read. Shizue Izawa hid carefully behind Ronan, her eyes darting about with a hint of wariness. She clung tightly to the hem of his robe, as though he were the only person she could rely on. ______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 260 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 60, Unique Skill, Hero's Will. 1,538 words. For a long while, the oppressive tension hanging in the air slowly dissipated. In the drawing room, Leon sat on a couch, his gaze fixed evenly on the 5 people before him. That's more or less the whole story. I assumed you were invaders, which is why I struck first. That said, since you're all visitors from another world, the usual rules don't really apply here. Visitors from other worlds tended to land in fairly random locations. Sometimes, with poor enough luck, they'd end up dropped straight into the deep sea. And landing right inside a demon lord's lair was, in its own way, a hell-tier starting position. But then again, it wasn't his fault the man happened to be this strong. Ronan listened quietly, nodding along, deep in thought. The whole shape of things was starting to come together in his mind. And combined with Leon's earlier explanation of the world's political landscape, he finally understood exactly what kind of world he'd landed in. The Great Forest of Jura. The 10 Great Demon Lords. These names rang more than a few bells for Ronan. No question about it, this had to connect to a certain slime. Except the timing here. How many years before, exactly? Shizue Izawa, don't tell me she's the girl who's supposed to get eaten by the slime and end up transformed. If that's the case, then I've gone and indirectly changed history again, haven't I? He wasn't entirely sure why the slime needed to eat her in the first place, but clearly, with his own intervention now in play, that particular future was never going to happen. In theory, that should be a good thing. But the moment he pictured a world where the slime never got to transform into a human without Shizue Izawa, Ronan couldn't help but sink into thought. Honestly, if he was being fully truthful with himself, he was rather fond of the Slime King. Still, on second thought, whether or not the slime ended up able to transform had nothing to do with him. and saving a life was the priority right now, so he set the whole matter aside. Ronan lifted his head again. He looked at Leon and continued. So, whereabouts exactly is this place? Have you heard of the Storm Dragon? The Storm Dragon? Leon's brow furrowed. How did a visitor from another world know about that? Curious as he was a demon lord after all. He knew what to ask and what not to. His expression stayed even as he offered a mild explanation. Of course I've heard of him. It seems you may have had contact with people from this world before, my lord. The so-called storm dragon goes by the name Veldora. Over 200 years ago, he was sealed deep within the great forest of Jura. This place is the golden land of El Dorado, separated from the great forest of Jura by an ocean. It belongs to an entirely different continent. Is that where you're headed? Ronan didn't answer right away. Leon's words had just made the current point in the timeline clear to him. Just as he'd suspected, this was several decades before the slime's reincarnation, since that event fell exactly on the 300th year of the storm dragon's sealing. Beside him, Ciri's brow arched slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that Ronan seemed to already know everything about this world, somehow, ahead of time. Combined with what the goddess had said before, Ronan's true identity was only growing more mysterious by the minute. Hey! Ciri was just about to open her mouth and ask Ronan how he knew all this. But right then, Leon rose to his feet, his gaze mild, breaking the delicate mood in the room. It's getting late. Wherever you're all from, let's have a meal first. My lord hero, thank you sincerely for your generosity. There is one thing I should clarify, though. I'm not some demon lord who revels in wanton evil. I was a hero myself once, before circumstances forced me to give up that title. Oh? At those words, a flicker of interest crossed Ronan's eyes. A fall from grace arc. Now that's a story I wouldn't mind hearing. If there'd been more time to spare, he genuinely would have liked to sit down and hear Leon's whole backstory. With Leon leading the way, the group left the drawing room. Ciri still looked distracted, her gaze drifting. Shizue Izawa and Flam trailed quietly behind Ronan, and the two of them exchanged an unintentional glance. Seeing the sheer dependence written in the other girl's eyes, Flam pressed her lips together, a faint pang of regret stirring inside her. Frieren, meanwhile, seemed utterly indifferent to it all. Once everyone had taken their seats at the dining table, Frieren, remembering the voice that had flashed through her mind earlier, suddenly asked. What is a skill? The abrupt question drew everyone's attention. Ronan looked at Frieren, then shifted his gaze toward Leon. Leon had only just sat down, and noticing every eye turning his way at once, he blinked in mild surprise before choosing his words carefully, answering with patience. A skill, so to speak, is a special ability granted by the will of the world the moment a visitor, reincarnator, or summoned one first arrives in this world. It allows someone with no talent to speak of to grow at an astonishing pace. We demon lords have them too, as do heroes. They're a concrete form of power, born from a wish, forged after being bathed in magicules, then branded into the depths of one's soul. Frieren, hearing this, couldn't quite grasp the full meaning right away, but Ronan understood it instantly. Back when he'd watched anime in his old life, he'd always wondered why even non-transmigrators ended up with skills of their own. Now he finally understood. Everything sat under the invisible watch of the will of the world, able to detect even a person's deepest, most private wishes. On that front, it genuinely outclassed the goddess by quite a margin. Is this something like Providence? Ronan mused privately, sensing it wasn't too far off the mark. At the very least, judging by how it operated, it didn't feel like some deity acting on subjective will at all. It felt more like an objective, impersonal rule of the world itself. Deep in thought, Ronan lifted his eyes toward Frieren, ready to ask what her own skill was. Just then, a line of neatly uniformed servants began filing in with the meal. Their arrival and the shift in the room's mood cut his question short. Ronan decided it could wait until after dinner. At the same time, prompted by this train of thought, He turned his attention inward, weighing and examining the skills he himself had just acquired. The justice and a hero's will. Foamling Ewing activated, and Ronan looked over his own status panel, eating at an unhurried pace while working through the full meaning of the two skills. Going by Leon's explanation of how skills came to be, these had likely emerged from his own declaration of being the hero. The act of defeating a demon lord had crystallized into justice, which had then split into two separate skills. The justice came packaged with accelerated thought, mana sense, malice detection, and unyielding soul, among other abilities. The first could speed up perception 1,000-fold, letting him make in 1 second the kind of judgment that would normally take 1,000 seconds. Mana sense was a detection-type ability, with built-in language translation baked in. Malice detection needed no further explanation. As for unyielding soul, going by the name alone, there wasn't much to read into, it simply seemed to be a straightforward soul reinforcement effect. But from what Leon had told him, Ronan knew this was a necessary prerequisite for the Justice to evolve into its ultimate skill form, Lord of Justice of Michael. That skill held dominion over command and control. Exactly how the evolution worked, he wasn't sure yet, but it likely tied into this world's unique power system. Magicules. Unlike ordinary magic power, magicules were the fundamental basis of monster activity, the basic substance this world itself was built from. Even humans carried some trace amount within their bodies. Since he could already modify his own stats directly, this didn't concern him too much. What did catch his attention was the second skill, Hero's Will. This was a skill unique to heroes, and its effect granted immunity to all forms of mental domination. He wasn't sure whether damage nullification even applied to something as intangible as the mind, but there was no harm in having the safety net regardless. With that thought, Ronan gave a small nod. Once the meal ended, he gathered everyone into a room, ready to ask each of them about their own skills, so he could plan the road ahead more effectively. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 260 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 61, The Merciful, Lord of Hope. 1,572 words. A skill. In the room, Flam thought it over for a moment. Her gaze swept briefly toward Shizue Izawa. Then, as if eager to show herself off, she beat everyone else to it, raising her hand and blurting out what she'd heard ring through her mind moments before, unable to wait any longer. Big Brother Ronan, are you talking about the words the merciful? I also heard 2 other skills, language adaptation and environmental adaptation. Her voice rang out clear and bright. Even though the words she spoke weren't native to this world, the skill carried them through perfectly, reaching everyone's ears whole and clear. Shizue Izawa felt nothing in particular at this. Not understanding the dynamics between everyone in the room, she didn't pick up on the faintest edge of rivalry in Flam's tone. She simply knelt quietly, one hand gripping the hem of her clothes, her lowered gaze almost furtive, sneaking a glance toward Ronan every few seconds. Her dark eyes flickered faintly, her pale lips pressed together, as though she were holding back a great deal she wasn't saying. The merciful, huh? Ronan noticed Shizue Izawa's small, subtle movements, though he chose not to dwell on it for now. Wanting to give her enough time and space to settle into her new surroundings, he gave a light nod and said, I see. Sounds like this is the skill the world's voice granted you back when you signaled me to save her. Pretty noble-sounding name. What does it do? Given the name, I'm guessing it has something to do with saving people. Flam nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with excitement. That's right. Going by the description, its power is healing and salvation. I can already use healing magic now. As she spoke, seemingly wanting to prove it right then and there, her eyes darted around the room, searching for something suitable to test it on. She couldn't find anything. In the end, her attention settled on herself. Ronan raised a hand to stop her right there. All right, I believe you. No need to try anything dangerous. Not that it particularly mattered either way, there was hardly any need to prove it at all, really. Because Ronan had already gone ahead and rewritten every one of their stats through Fengling Yuing. Which meant these skills could only ever serve as icing on the cake, never anything truly decisive. But as the saying went, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Stat changes had nothing to do with how many abilities one had. For Flam at least, this counted as a solid gain in its own right. Thoughts turning, Ronan looked to Frieren and Ciri next. The two of them, in turn, gave brief accounts of the skills they'd picked up. Since neither had taken any concrete action before this, neither had gained one of the unique skills. Ronan wasn't surprised by this, and showed no trace of disappointment either. According to what Leon had told him, even someone born without such a skill could still obtain one later, given the right conditions. And with lifespans stretching toward near eternity ahead of them, gaining a skill was really just a matter of time. Got it. Ronan nodded, understanding, his voice carrying both reassurance and a touch of easy resignation. No skills fine too, you two are already plenty strong as it is. Going forward, assuming nothing changes, we should focus on developing Flam. If what Leon said holds true, then once the Merciful evolves, its corresponding ultimate skill would be Lord of Hope, Serial. Its ceiling is healing the soul itself, that's territory belonging to the goddess. Leon had a friend who'd survived since the primordial era, tens of thousands of years ago, which was why he knew so much about these deeper secrets. Not to mention, Leon himself already wielded Lord of Purity, Metatron, evolved from the pure. At that thought, Ronan remembered something and turned his gaze. Oh, right. Shizue, what's your skill? It's fine if I just call you Shizue, right? Hearing herself addressed, Shizue Izawa's heart gave a small jolt. She snapped her head up, her clenched hands slowly loosening around the hem of her clothes, and nodded firmly. Yes, that's fine. You saved my life, you can call me whatever you like. Though the two of them had known each other for less than half a day, here, in this foreign land, Ronan was now the only person she had left to rely on. Truth be told, she was terrified right now, terrified Ronan might abandon her. Just as she was racking her brain for a way to prove herself, to find her place in this group. Ronan's voice sounded again. All right then, I'll call you Shizue from now on. So, what's your skill? You were summoned here by a demon lord, do you want to stay here, in this world? Going by what Leon said, you probably can't go back anymore. The worlds were too far apart, and there had never once been a case of someone traveling back the other way. The goddess might be able to manage it but only once, if at all. And even then, whether it would actually succeed remained an open question, there simply wasn't a fixed coordinate to aim for. At this, Shizue Izawa felt a deep pang of disappointment, but faced with the harsh reality of it, all she could do was accept it, however reluctantly. She lowered her gaze slowly, her voice small. I know. So please, sir, would you take me in? I don't want to stay here. I hate that demon lord. Her earlier plea for mercy had already used up whatever debt of gratitude Leon owed her. The two of them were even now, which was exactly why his resolve had been so firm. She lifted her eyes again, paused, and, lips pressed tight, continued. The skill I have is flame manipulation, plus immunity to fire attacks. A fairly ordinary set of abilities, but considering she was just an 8-year-old girl, badly wounded at the moment of her summoning, it made sense she hadn't had the presence of mind to think much further. Not everyone was the Slime King, capable of stringing together a whole cascade of thoughts even on the brink of death, laying the groundwork for future strength. Ronan came back to himself and nodded. That's so. Honestly, that's not bad at all, 2 skills is already quite solid. But that's not the most important thing here. I imagine you can already feel how different you are now. I've adjusted your stats a little. Aside from strength and speed, everything else has been maxed out. Even without those special skills, you should already be able to go toe-to-toe with a demon lord. That was the sheer unfairness of cheats for you, of course, limited by actual combat experience. If it came down to a real fight, she'd more likely get thoroughly wrecked instead. But at least she wouldn't get hurt. Wouldn't die, either. If she ever got tired of a life like that, she could always just turn it off. Hearing this, Shizue blinked, caught off guard. She blinked again, as if she hadn't quite heard right. Go toe-to-toe with a demon lord. Who's he talking about? Me? Having grown up in wartime, she'd never once played a video game in her life, and had no way of making sense of any of this. But still, if this godlike person says so, he must have his reasons. Shizue thought to herself, unconsciously clenching her fists. With that, the conversation about skills came to a close. Ronan turned his attention to laying the groundwork for the goddess's request, a plan for migrating creatures between worlds. He intended to follow the Slime King's example, though not by founding a nation, instead, by gathering up a variety of races. In the end, the goddess would rework these races' composition, freeing them from any dependence on magicules. That way, the ecological cycle of the goddess's own world could finally be made whole. And once that day came, whether the demon race's existence turned out to be salvation or extinction could simply be decided as circumstances allowed. Ronan hadn't forgotten, after all, the world the goddess had created was still the one best suited for him to settle down in. With these thoughts in mind, Ronan roughly determined his plan of action going forward. After properly settling everyone into the room, he intended to head out right away to find Leon and secure some land. Finding various races could be done at any time, but housing them was another issue entirely. They couldn't exactly be left sleeping out in the open. Traveling between worlds consumed a considerable amount of the goddess's divine power each time, after all. Thus, food and a place to call home were absolute necessities. With a soft thud, Ronan closed the door behind him and stepped out into the hallway. Seeing this, Ciri instinctively moved to follow him, but Ronan raised a hand to stop her. Outside the door, Ronan looked into her slightly bewildered eyes and softly instructed her. _______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 270 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 62, Star Gold Coins. 1,453 words. With those thoughts settled, Ronan had a rough sense of what to do next. Once everyone was properly settled into their rooms, he immediately set off to find Leon and secure some land. Races could be gathered anytime, but housing them was the real problem. They couldn't very well camp out in the open indefinitely. Crossing between worlds even once already cost the goddess a considerable amount of divine power. So food and shelter were absolutely necessary, no way around it. With a soft thud, Ronan pulled the door shut behind him and stepped out of the room. Seeing this, Ciri instinctively moved to follow, but Ronan raised a hand, stopping her. Out in the hallway, Ronan looked at her mildly confused expression and slowly gave his instructions. Right now, we still don't know whether Leon is friend or foe. Even though I've adjusted your bodies so you can shrug off any physical attack, that's still no reason to let your guard down. Of everyone with us, you're the only one with real combat experience, the only one who can act decisively when it counts. So if something unexpected happens, I need you to strike first. Hearing this, whatever doubts and unease Ciri had been carrying quickly settled. She frowned and nodded. Understood. Didn't expect that's what you were worried about. Don't worry, I'll keep them safe. Still, even so, I don't want to stay in this place too long. Never mind the politics of it, the atmosphere alone is far too gloomy. True enough, whatever else it was, this was still a demon lord's lair. A day or two might be fine for a hero to endure, but stretch it out too long, and it would start to look rather questionable. So building a new home needed to move up the priority list, and fast. Mulling this over, Ronan paused thoughtfully for a moment. He turned and left the hallway, thinking that perhaps construction on a house could begin as early as tomorrow. As long as everything went smoothly. Something you need. In the study, soft candlelight flickered as Leon sat, deeply absorbed in refining and improving his summoning circle. Seeing Ronan return, he assumed the moon was somehow dissatisfied with the earlier arrangements. He set down the book in his hands, turned his head, and asked quietly. "May I ask what else you require, my lord?" As far as Leon was concerned, he'd already handled everything about as well as it could be handled, questions answered patiently, food and lodging properly arranged. Even a hero stronger than himself shouldn't have much left to complain about. Unless... Leon's eyes sharpened, a flicker of wariness crossing them. His fists tightened unconsciously. Even knowing full well he was no match for Ronan, if the Mun had come back for a second round of retribution, he had no intention of simply sitting there and taking it. Seeing this, Ronan shook his head lightly, his tone easy. "No need to get so tense. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have waited this long. I just came to talk about something down the road. To be honest, I've quite taken a liking to this continent you rule. Separated by sea from the human world, no one around to bother you, a territory this vast." As he spoke, Ronan found a spot and sat himself down without ceremony. The candlelight flickered softly, a dim golden glow washing over his face as he looked at Leon. "So I'd like to settle down on this continent. And if it's possible, I'd like to buy it outright, through proper channels. What do you say? Land could, after all, be bought and sold. Sure, killing Leon would also net him the territory, but the Mun was one of the 10 great demon lords, with a reputation to match. Ronan doubted the other demon lords would simply look the other way if he took the land by force. On top of that, given Leon's status, the human empire would almost certainly get involved too. As for recruiting him instead, no need to go looking for that kind of trouble on his own. Letting the demon lord stay out in the open, drawing whatever fire came, was simply the arrangement that made the most sense for both sides. Hearing Ronan's words, Leon couldn't help but blink, an expression of genuine confusion spreading across his face. By the continent. What an oddly specific choice of words. Setting aside whether he, as a demon lord, was even willing to sell, the value locked up in this continent alone was an astronomical sum. Where would a visitor from another world get that kind of money? Leon's mind swam with questions, and he was just about to voice them. That was when he suddenly spotted Ronan turn his hand over, producing a single blue gold coin. This is... Leon's eyes were sharp, he recognized instantly what that blue coin meant. A star gold coin. The so-called star gold coin was a currency of a far higher tier than ordinary gold coins, with an exchange rate as steep as 1 to 10,000, vanishingly rare across the entire world. Even a powerful, well-established nation might hold no more than a few thousand star gold coins in reserve. Leon himself didn't own a single one. And yet here was Ronan, producing one as casually as breathing. Even so, that alone was nowhere near enough. Leon took a deep breath, ready to decline outright. But Ronan wasn't finished. He turned his hand over again, and a few more coins appeared, no, a few dozen more star gold coins, right there in his palm. Leon's eyes widened further as a small, glowing blue mountain steadily built up in front of Ronan. Behind that little mountain of gold, Ronan's calm voice continued. Strange currency you have here. The most valuable coin in this world just happens to be blue. Not even sure how much this is all worth. Go ahead, Leon, name your price, no need to be shy with me. Also, before we get to the actual deal, would you be willing to go through a small test first? I need to see for myself whether that claim of yours, about not being some wanton evildoer, actually holds up. Even though Leon had come across as harmless enough after his defeat, Ronan hadn't forgotten the old lesson, never judge a person purely by appearances. If Leon had lied to him, then there was no point going through with the deal at all, he'd simply deal with him directly instead. Producing the coins now was mostly just a way to steady the situation, project a bit of pressure, and earn the man's trust. Leon slowly came back to his senses, still hardly able to believe what he was seeing. He reached out, picked up one of the coins, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was genuine. That confirmation left him completely numb. Leon had originally planned to keep Ronan calm for now, quietly look into his background, and decide how to proceed from there. But catching that last remark out of nowhere, the shock in his chest gave way instantly to confusion. His brow furrowed and he asked, "What kind of test?" Leon had only ever become a demon lord for one reason, to gain a long enough lifespan to track down his childhood friend, his little sister. Because of that, he never much cared about anyone or anything beyond her, and had never gone out of his way to do evil. He might have, without meaning to, caused a few deaths along the way, children he'd summoned before, who hadn't survived being exposed to magicules. That much he'd admit. But as he'd said before, he was a demon lord. The moment he'd chosen this path, he'd already accepted that blood would be part of it. So if death came for him one day, he wouldn't hold a single regret. Ronan nodded, he already had a plan in mind. Since the magic power within him hadn't vanished with the change of worlds, he intended to use a spell of mental domination. It would serve as something of a dual-purpose test. It would reveal whether Leon was being honest, and also confirm whether the goddess's world's magic system still functioned properly here. Elemental magic could wait. But when it came to control abilities, there was no such thing as having too many. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 270 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Demon Lord Clayman. At the same time, far away on the other side of the world, Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords, lounged comfortably on a lavish couch. He wore a finely tailored white tailcoat, a glass of vivid red wine held loosely in hand, swirling gently. Before him stood a monster with the head of a bird and the body of a man. He lifted his gaze and drawled, "Koenig, you've gotten stronger, haven't you? Seems like just yesterday you were an ordinary demon person. And now, look at you, an elite demon person. Who gave you your name?" In this world, monsters generally had no names, demon people included. Only when a powerful being bestowed a name upon them could they gain strength, undergoing a true evolution of their very nature. That required not just extraordinary luck but exceptional talent as well. After all, not every strong being was willing to give away a piece of their own power like that. Jaya haha. Koenig let out a strange, cackling laugh, ugly as a duck's honk. He gripped a sharp fork, jabbing it viciously toward Clayman on the couch, his tone dripping with confidence and arrogance. "Why the hell should I tell you? Demon Lord Clayman, you, the kind who only ever hides behind his subordinates, your good luck ends today. I'm taking your place. I'm becoming the new Demon Lord. Just die quietly and accept it." Don't ask where this confidence came from, the short answer was, he was convinced Clayman didn't deserve his title. 300 years as a demon lord, and never once had he fought anyone directly, a total glass cannon if he'd ever seen one. If a man like that could become a demon lord, then surely he could too. Heh. Clayman gave a soft laugh, clearly unbothered, the sound dripping with disdain, as though he hardly registered the other man as a threat at all. Even with Koenig's weapon aimed straight at his head, he stayed perfectly at ease, still idly swirling the wine in his glass. The crimson liquid rippled inside the cup, reflecting his calm, ice-cold eyes. "I see. So you came after my position, that's why you attacked me. Should I call you stupid or just arrogant? Out of all 10 great demon lords, you just had to pick the one you least want to provoke." The words dripped with deep contempt and Koenig was instantly enraged. He tightened his grip on the fork, ready to strike without a second thought. But in the very next instant, clatter, the weapon dropped from his hand without warning, hitting the floor. Clayman looked up, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. I was just wondering how to find a pawn to probe the other demon lords with. Koenig, you showed up right on time. The mental magic I command can control even a demon lord, an elite demon person is nothing. Heh. Though Clayman had yet to awaken as a true demon lord, and his own strength was fairly modest, his cunning was formidable. That, in fact, was one of the key reasons he'd earned a seat among the 10 great demon lords. The world, after all, had more than just 10 demon lords total. Of course, Clayman had no intention of staying content with his current standing. His goal was to awaken, to become a true demon lord in every sense. And so, quietly, a plan had begun taking shape, targeting the other demon lords, weakening them, and seizing the souls tied to their territories. An image of a blonde-haired man surfaced unbidden in his mind, and he murmured to himself. Leon Cromwell. Let's start with you. A mere human, becoming a demon lord, what an insult to the title. Deal with you, take Eldorado's resources, and my plan to awaken as a true demon lord should go that much more smoothly. In this world, even a demon lord chasing his ambitions needed money to make things move. The puppet empire Clayman controlled was resource poor, and constantly squeezed by the neighboring Eastern Empire. If not for that, he never would have bothered going to such elaborate lengths in the first place. At Clayman's word, Koenig slowly came back to his senses, though his expression stayed somewhat dazed. Only once Clayman had laid out the full assignment did the light gradually return to Koenig's eyes. He picked the fork back up off the floor, turned, and strode out of the room, his mind consumed entirely with the thought of challenging Leon Cromwell. Jaya ha ha. He laughed loudly as he went, the sound as grating as ever. Behind him, Clayman sat expressionless on the couch, taking another sip of wine. He reminded himself he couldn't pin all his hopes of becoming a demon lord on destroying the others alone. He needed to cultivate more pawns of his own. Demon lords on the weaker side of the spectrum, for instance, those he could try winning over, bringing under his control. Someone like Fry, the Sky Queen, one of the newer generation of demon lords, same as himself. Word was, her race had recently run into some trouble. Clayman saw this as a golden opportunity. Handled well, it could leave Fry owing him a debt, and with that debt came leverage. At the thought, Clayman gave a light nod, deciding to add a little more fuel to the fire, to speed his plan along. The scene shifted back to the study. A clean conscience, huh? Listening to Leon's answer, Ronan felt he'd gotten a solid read on the man's character. That kind of forthright honesty meant he probably didn't need to worry about the men playing him false. Good. Let's get back to it, then. How many star gold coins would you need to transfer ownership of this land over to me? Leon fell silent. Part of him wanted to refuse outright, but the words wouldn't come, no matter how he tried. Pride aside, the coins themselves were simply too valuable, so valuable they were practically impossible to circulate normally in any market. Their worth lay far more in what they symbolized than in any practical use. Even if he ended up with hundreds, thousands of star gold coins, having no way to actually spend them would render the whole thing pointless. Worse, if word got out he was sitting on that kind of wealth, every other demon lord in the world would come sniffing around. To him, this was nothing short of a hot potato. Does this visitor even understand the stakes involved here? And if he does that mean he's trying to use me as some kind of shield? People's true intentions were hard to read, and Leon had never been one for scheming and backroom calculations. After mulling it over for a long moment, he finally spoke. My apologies, my lord. I understand your intentions, but I'm afraid I can't sell Eldorado outright. He lowered his head slightly, then shifted his tone. That said, lending it to you for now is no trouble at all. This continent is vast, vast enough to comfortably support tens of millions of people. Please take these back. As he spoke, he pushed the mountain of star gold coins on the table back toward Ronan, paused a moment, then continued. No need for rent, either. I'd like to consider us friends, call it a way of putting my days as a hero to rest, in a sense. Knowing full well what a headache this wealth represented, Leon was hardly about to accept it without reservation. After turning it over in his mind, he concluded the only way to fully defuse this looming risk was to take a step back himself, giving up some benefit in the process. The hero would pay nothing at all, and Leon himself would avoid becoming anyone's shield. The only real cost was partial ownership of some land. What he called lending was, in practice, no different from simply giving it away. Not that he had any intention of asking for it back anyway. As Leon's thoughts raced, a faint, hard-to-read smile touched Ronan's face. He hadn't expected the demon lord to be quite this reasonable. Well, fine by him, the important thing was, he'd secured the land. Next up, finding suitable races, and pulling together the necessary resources. This continent sat overseas, far from any risk of the human empire launching a siege against it. He wondered just how many species El Dorado actually had. Slimes, something so soft and bouncy, he was genuinely curious what one would feel like to the touch. Could foam linguing turn one into a human? That, too, was something Ronan found himself looking forward to. ______________________ Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 280 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Chapter 64, Slimes. The next day, at the Pamir Basin, Ronan led the group to the top of a hill. Standing at the summit, an endless expanse of green forest stretched out before them. According to Leon, this was the only spot nearby with any real concentration of living creatures. El Dorado's territory was vast beyond measure, larger even than Australia, but most of it was mountainous terrain, with an active volcano at its center, leaving precious few areas actually suited to sustaining life. Because of this, Ronan hadn't set his expectations too high for this so-called concentration of creatures. Lost in thought, a faint, cool breeze swept past. Ronan closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, then turned to face the group. From here on, let's split up and cover more ground. No need to worry about safety. Siri, take Flam with you. Frieren and Shizue, follow me. Our goal is to find suitable races, bring them under our banner, and regroup back here. He pointed toward the ground beneath his feet, then added. Given how diverse the creatures in this world seem to be, they don't have to be demi-humans specifically. That'll neatly patch the hole we've had back home, the fact that monsters just vanish into nothing when they die, with nothing gained from it. Bringing back a few animals along the way wouldn't just enrich their resources, it'd also make the world back home feel a good deal more real. After all, the whole monsters dissolve into ash and disappear upon death setup had always felt far too much like a video game. That was exactly the kind of thing that left adventurers feeling unsatisfied, hardly a good sign. Frieren nodded at this, deeply sympathetic to what Ronan meant. She herself had once had to rely on herb gathering just to make ends meet, precisely because of this issue. If not for that, she never would have met him in the first place, so the memory had stuck with her. As for Flam and Shizue Izawa, being still young, neither fully grasped the significance of it. Flam badly wanted to tag along with Ronan, but on second thought, remembering her master, if left with no one to accompany her, she'd probably explode with fury. For now, she had no choice but to accept the arrangement, however reluctantly. She quietly reflected that it must be some kind of world record, a master who needed her own disciple to look after her. At least the split was only temporary. And so, the two groups set off in different directions. Divine Lord, may I address you that way? Deep in the forest, Shizue Izawa trailed behind the other two, testing the waters with a soft, tentative question. She tugged anxiously at the hem of her clothes, an uneasy look on her face. Though Ronan had said she could stay with him permanently, Shizue Izawa understood that even among those who stayed with him, there was still a difference in closeness. A girl like Frieren was clearly one of Lord Ronan's true companions. She didn't dare hope to become anything close to that. All she wanted was to survive, and to have some chance, someday, of repaying the debt she owed him for saving her life. Hearing her voice, Ronan glanced back, mulled it over for a moment, and answered evenly. Sure, that's fine. Call me whatever you like. Some things, after all, were simply carved into a person's bones, and being Japanese, the particular instinct wasn't something Shizue could shake so easily. At his answer, delight welled up instantly in Shizue Izawa's heart. She bounced her way over to Ronan's side, nodding vigorously, her voice firm with resolve. Understood. Thank you so much for your kindness, Divine Lord, for saving me. I know I'm still young, but I promise I won't disappoint you. She was determined to become useful, only then could she be sure she wouldn't be cast aside. Just then, a group of creatures appeared up ahead, slimes. They wobbled along, bodies rippling as they moved, looking exactly like blobs of jelly, filing in a neat line through the narrow forest path. Shizue's thoughts snapped instantly back to the present. Looking at the adorable little slimes, instead of fear, she felt an endless surge of motivation well up inside her. She was ready to charge forward and catch them all right then and there, eager to prove herself useful. Seeing this, Ronan stopped in his tracks at once, raising a hand to signal Frieren beside him to hold back. He studied the slime's varied colors, murmuring to himself. Not just blue, green and pink too, wonder what abilities they've got. As he spoke, he activated Foam Ling Yuing to take a closer look, then nodded slightly, as though confirming a suspicion. Just as I thought. The blue ones are your standard slimes. Everything else is a mutant variant. The green ones have enhanced corrosive digestion. The pink ones specialize in seduction-based predation. Shizue Izawa had no idea about any of this, so despite her stats having been adjusted, she was still bound to run into some trouble. Sure enough, faced with these deceptively harmless-looking little creatures, retribution came swiftly. Her clothes began dissolving where the green slime made contact, the corrosion eating through the fabric. And the resolute look on her face grew hazy under the pink slime's influence, as if she were slipping into a dream. Go ahead. At Ronan's word, Frieren raised a hand and fired off 2 bursts of magic power. In an instant, the green and pink slimes were vaporized, leaving nothing but puddles of slime on the ground. With the slimes gone, Shizue Izawa snapped back to her senses. Her face flushed bright red, shame flooding through her. So embarrassing. Why would something this soft and bouncy have such strange abilities? She hugged her arms tightly to herself, flinching as a light breeze passed over her. Ronan walked over, pulled a garment out of thin air from the surrounding space, and tossed it to her. Put this on. No more reckless charging from here on out. You won't die, you won't get hurt, but social death is still a kind of death. Shizue Izawa didn't quite grasp what social death meant, but she hurried to wrap the garment around herself regardless. Only once every exposed patch of skin was covered did she finally let out a breath of relief, hurrying to catch up with Ronan's pace. I'm terribly sorry, Divine Lord. Her voice was heavy with apology. Ronan didn't respond. Instead, he walked over to the one ordinary blue slime nearby, bent down, and scooped it up. The slime wasn't large, about 30 centimeters long, roughly the length of 2 phones laid end to end, and clearly not the legendary Slime King from the stories. Still, its soft, bouncy texture felt genuinely pleasant in hand. No wonder so many people apparently enjoyed playing with them. Ronan tossed the slime over to Shizue, putting her in charge of looking after it, then continued walking deeper into the forest. Before long, they came across a new set of creatures. Ahead, near a cluster of shrubs, stood 4 black wolves, each with horns growing from its head. And in front of the wolves were 2 foxes, a tuft of white fur atop each of their foreheads. All of these creatures were panting heavily, their faces carrying strangely human-like expressions, streaks of fresh blood dripping from their fur onto the ground. Looking closer, Ronan realized there were actually 3 foxes. Through his X-ray vision, he spotted a small fox cub hiding behind the 2 larger ones, trembling. Probably their child. Just then, Shizue Izawa tugged at Ronan's sleeve, whispering. Divine Lord, are those wolves ganging up on them? Could you save them? They look so pitiful. Children were always kind-hearted, brimming with compassion, Ronan knew that well enough. Flam had been just the same, once. Honestly, in situations like this, he didn't mind it one bit. True goodness and beauty were, after all, the ideals people had always aspired toward. He thought it over for a few seconds, ruffled Shizue Izawa's hair, handed her off to Frieren's care for the moment, and stepped forward. Underscore 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 underscore. Want to read ahead? Since publishing this chapter, I've already posted advanced translations up to chapter 280 on my Patreon. Patreon.com/dzeref887. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.